What was 302?
Good evening, West Orange. Today is August 22nd. This is our 19th meeting of the Town Council. Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilman Rutherford.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you. This is our conference agenda, and we will begin with a presentation on Green Ribbon Week from the Grassroots Community Foundation. Mr. Fagan, I believe they are online.
I didn't want to screw me up.
That's her. Okay.
Hello. Olivia Raymond, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Will you be giving the presentation tonight?
Dr. Janice will be giving it. I'll be speaking at the end.
Okay.
You let me know when you would like me to begin. I'm here.
You can begin anytime. You just let me know when you want me to advance the slides.
Okay. All right. Lovely. Hello and good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here. I want to thank the Town Council for creating this space for us to talk about youth mental health and the work of the Grassroots Community Foundation. Advance. As many of you know, Grassroots is a training organization, and our work really focuses on public health and social justice. And for the past 13 years, we have been training young girls all across the United States, but primarily in Essex County and West Orange in particular, to make a real difference in the world. I am the founder of the Grassroots Community Foundation and also author of the book Parent Like It Matter, and mother to now West Orange graduate and Harvard sophomore, Marley Dice. Advance. So Grassroots has a very simple mission, which is to create a world where all girls grow up to be healthy women. We focus on all forms of health, our physical health, sexual health, mental health, and economics of health. And all of these are overlapping. We clearly know that there's a relationship between physical health and mental health, and that has been well established. More and more, we're understanding that those of us who are active also has an impact on reproductive health, and also girls who are participating in team sports, et cetera. We know that that influences their sexual initiation. But all of this is contextualized by the fact that our economic environments shape not only how we are able to be healthy, but our relationships about what health and well-being means. And so our work is about taking all of these things together as comprehensive. Our flagship program has been our summer intensive program that trains girls of African descent in African and African American history, in public health, in sociology. Fundamentally, we are trying to make sure that girls understand that their lives and their community comes out of a rich history of African people, but also we want them to understand the context in which they live. West Orange is a rich community, and it is a community of strengths and of challenges, and for them to be able to situate themselves in the community and in the world using their gifts and talents to make a difference. Girls also participate in African drumming. They participate in poetry and recitation, and we do dance less about dance as an art form, but dance about body confidence. We know that at this stage in girls' development, we work with girls from kindergarten until the end of high school, is that body confidence remains an issue. And we at Grassroots are really, really interested in making sure as girls understand and appreciate the one body to which they live in. Advance. Our organizing principles are from a Egyptian principle from the continent of Africa, and we have distilled kind of 62 principles related to the principle of Ma'at down to 4, and those are truth, order, balance, and reciprocity. And the equation that we use is that truth plus order plus balance plus reciprocity equals harmony. For us, we try to facilitate an internal harmony within the girls that we work with, their families and community, and we call that joy. And the external harmony is what we call justice. Advance. As you have heard me before, if you've ever heard me talk about Green Ribbon Week is really has a rich history, starting with our work with RWJ Barnabas, where our girls participated in a fellowship training. And it was at the end of that training that they had a capstone project that the hospital asked them, what did they miss? And fundamentally, the girls who were of the Grassroots Community Foundation, they argued that what tends to be missing in the way hospital systems are interacting with communities is they have completely missed an opportunity to engage, 1, in preventative care, and 2, in youth mental health. So as the girls went and learned from people in policy, in behavioral health, et cetera, they kept observing this absence. The girls also had an opportunity to work with the Mandela Washington Fellowship, where they had to ideate about social issues that were actually happening, whether it was in Angola, Mozambique, or in Puerto Rico. And each time as solutions were to come up about what is it that we need to do whenever there is a storm, like Hurricane Maria was in Puerto Rico, many times, because they were young people, they said the solutions were adult-oriented, and those solutions did not consider the position of girls. And so Green Ribbon Week comes out of this history, this kind of like 5-year history before, where girls were really honing in on the way in which adults have failed to consider the viewpoint, the perspective, and the needs of young people. Advance. So they developed Green Ribbon Week, and since developing it, the program has really been quite successful. Green Ribbon Week, with the help of, and really the coordination, support, and guidance of Catherine Connors of the high school, has been heavily rewarded at the state level. So it has been in the top 10 projects for the state of New Jersey several times, and it has been adopted by organizations across the United States, including the hospital system. And this kind of attention has really made a big difference in how the school has been able to employ the work and how it has happened. And it is because of Catherine Connors, the student council, and now superintendent, but then principal Hayden Moore, that Green Ribbon Week has really been triumphant in calling attention to the fact that we need to think about youth preventative mental health practices. After now having done Green Ribbon Week in West Orange specifically and in other places, this year we have really decided that it is time that we push this work forward. As you all know, given the lockdown, youth mental health challenges have really come to the fore. We know that our young people are more and more challenged by anxiety and depression. And the attention on that has been an attention that, again, leans towards illness. And so for the girls at Grassroots Community Foundation, for the families and the communities we serve, we're seeking to say, let us extend our gaze beyond simple illness to prevention. How can we take the perspective and really institutionalize preventative care? And it is for this reason that we have distilled the work that we've done over the past 5 years into 3 simple course of action. Advance. And those course of actions are breathe, move, and connect. The cumulative youth psychology information really teaches us that deep breathing is incredibly beneficial in lowering stress in our body. We also already know the value of moving and playing and what it can do for both our minds and our hearts. And more than ever, especially since the lockdown, the need to be connected and to move away from social isolation. And so for us this year, we are really focusing on enhancing a campaign that really drives home the message of breathe, move, and connect. Advance. And why this is important is because, as I've said before, we really want to move the conversation towards mental wellness. Often in the common language, we hear people saying, oh, you got to pay attention to mental illness. Illness is an acute state. What we want wellness to be is the default state for our young people. We want the conversations and policies to really focus on mental wellness instead of illness and disorders. We want to give as much attention to mental wellness as we do towards physical wellness. As you all know, we had a pyramid, a healthy pyramid, we had a healthy plate, but we do not have such a thing for mental wellness. And we need to start thinking about the way in which we're talking to young people, developing practices in our homes, in our schools, and in our communities that says, this is what we all do to be well. Next, advance. And so we are rolling out a campaign in schools. This is now, Green Ribbon Week has now been adopted by schools in Newark, as well as schools in Plainfield. And we have the support of Superintendent Moore to roll this out again within West Orange schools. And this is just an example of what you can see happening in the school day. I gave you 2 days. And so for each day from September 18th to September 22nd, and I just want to say, because I didn't say at the top, the young people who developed Green Ribbon Week really talked about the importance of having it as a third week in September. They felt like the first week when people return to school is that there's a lot of actions happening that are really about making sure you know the schedules, making sure you know where your classrooms are, your teachers, just getting acclimated. The second week is still acclimation. But by the third week, there's sometimes this sense of like, this is it. How am I going to live and move forward? And so Green Ribbon Week meets them in that third week as they're starting to develop the practices that will become the practices of their school year. And again, because we want this to be ubiquitous and normalized, we want to make sure that they understand and that schools can begin to institutionalize this practice. So each day we ask that the entire school wear green, and we have daily affirmations for teachers and students, and those are usually read over the intercom. As you can see this year in our rollout, we have specific messages about wellness that are tailored for the K-5 students and for their different information with higher and more difficult and challenging language for the 6th grade and higher. And each day focuses on one of those 3 principles, either breathe, move, or connect. The part of the adult is usually the question that people ask. Okay, so we're fostering, we want young people to breathe, move, and connect, but what can adults do? Advance. And what we are doing at the high school and what we ask for caregivers to also do in their home is to develop a listening jar, an opportunity in the school day for young people to be able to put the questions that they have in a jar, and we ask that our educators respond to that. In our homes, we can do the same thing. Young people often have questions, right? They won't have anonymity in your home, clearly, but they'll have an opportunity to know that their caregiver and the people who love them are really listening to them. Advance. Every Wednesday in Green Ribbon Week is our week of solidarity. If you go to the school student council's Instagram, if you go to the Grassroots Community Foundation web pages as well as Instagram, you will see beautiful pictures of students doing yoga, outside on the lawns out West Orange School. You will see people in corporations doing activities together for the Day of Solidarity. We know sometimes a whole 5 days is hard, especially for the grown-ups, but we want to make sure that everyone comes together on Wednesday, September 20th, for a Day of Solidarity to say that I advocate and support youth mental health. And so that is our day of connection. And the affirmation for that day is I value myself and those around me. And so we have a set of activities. We'll also have a group read this year, and there is a book titled Harbor Me that we will be reading together, and there will be community opportunities. But on that evening, the author Jacqueline Woodson will join us via Instagram for us to have a conversation, and we will be having a conversation with her along with several psychologists so people can really engage about ways in which they too can promote youth mental health. Advance. And so this is the ribbon. This is our logo for this year, as you can see, which is breathe, move, and connect. Advance. All right. So you might be wondering, how can I support? We ask that you wear green during the week of September 18th through 22. We also ask that you practice a daily activity that promotes your mental well-being. Everyone can benefit from being healthy. You can rally members of your clubs and organization. We know we have several clubs and groups in West Orange and school to share preventative mental health information. I know we're in the business of sharing bad news, but in this particular case, we want to share some good news. Here are some of the things that we can do in our communities to make things better. For adults, like the town council, we're asking that you take the time to listen to young people before offering advice. Right? Is that this particular week, if you could practice listening to a young person and not saying anything until they have completely finished speaking, that you don't interrupt them, this would be quite fantastic. And as I've said before, we're asking young people to choose this week in particular to really take the time to do some deep breathing in order to relieve their stress, to use the opportunity for unstructured play away from computers and phones, et cetera, and games, and to make the time to connect with each other and those around them, particularly our elders. Advance. So much of Green Ribbon Week is a part of this broader campaign that Grassroots has, which is how do we, given our mission of our work, how do we make sure that what we are doing is not just 1 week? How do we begin to institutionalize youth mental wellness into all of the work that we do? And so Olivia Raymond is on the call today for us to talk about a bill that we want to advance in New Jersey. And that bill is about getting us to the place where we can help our young people have mental wellness days. As we know, in New Jersey, we have a 180-day requirement that must be met by June for students to be able to advance. And in that, we know that no student can exceed more than a total of 19 absences. And in those absences, we are calling to have New Jersey be to be the 14th state that will begin to think about youth mental wellness and the need for mental wellness days. Advance. So we are looking for New Jersey to think about medically excused absences and the guidelines around them. And as we know, is that students can miss days. Indeed, they can miss days if they have a medical excuse. And while we would not love the term for mental wellness to be a medical excuse, we want it to be treated in the same way. Advance. So in the United States, there are 13 states that have passed mental health days for youth, right? And especially for youth who are K through 12. And those states, you can see their pictures that are allowed for mental health days. And it's important, I want to read from a senator in New York, who I've had personally the opportunity to kind of sit and talk with. And his quotation is really emblematic of what we want to have happen. Mental health is as important as physical health. You could argue some of the issues surrounding mental health are much more long-lasting than a cold or a stomach ache. And to quote scholars on this matter, especially scholar Dr. Sawyer, is there's no mental health education in K through 12 schools to help people prevent the need for mental health days in the first place. And so we are looking to have a bill that really advances it. And the author of that bill, with our sponsorship, is Olivia Raymond. Advance. And so in this bill, we are seeking to have a mental wellness bill where a student's absence due to mental health is a lawful absence as provided under the section of New Jersey's absence rule. We're also seeking to have students be able to have one mental health day per quarter, which would total 4 mental health days per school year. And that student's absence only requires permission from the parent or guardian. So when they're notifying the school, the parent or the guardian can explicitly state that the student's absence was due to a mental health need, and that be allowable. In conversations with young people, it is clear that they need more opportunity to simply rest. We have personal days in the worlds of work, and we do not have comparable days for our young people. The effects of young people not being able to attend to their mental health are showing up in ways that we in New Jersey and West Orange in particular can be a leader in. And so I've asked Olivia to join us today so that you can hear from a young person about why mental wellness matters and why a bill like this is worthy of your support. Go ahead, Olivia.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Olivia Raymond, and I will be a senior this year at West Orange High School. And I've been a student ambassador for Green Ribbon Week since its inception. And as a student myself who's been a part of the West Orange school system all my life, starting at First Mountain, I understand the hard work and commitment to excellence that it requires to succeed here. And although those skills are important, I wish there would have been just as much of an emphasis on prioritizing mental wellness, just as much as success at every step of the way. So this bill will emphasize the importance to have that time to recenter your mood, to be able to focus more on school. And overall, it's a preventative health measure that will support and promote good mental health among students and allow them to succeed in school and excel academically by prioritizing that time to rest their minds. I think for a long time, there's been a heavy emphasis on having perfect attendance, and that is the ideal for the ideal student. And I think we need to recenter that conversation on having a more importance of having good mental health and wellness instead of perfect attendance. And this will also encourage educators to help students seek help when they need it so that they can perform well in school. And right now we're in the midst of getting continued youth support, and during Green Ribbon Week, we will be giving a petition to continue to get that support. Thank you.
So Advance, I really want to thank you so much for the adoption of Green Ribbon Week and for allowing us to be able to further this work in the community and promote positive mental health for our young people, both within West Orange and in the broader community. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. My email and phone number is there.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, extremely informative, and I look forward to continuing to be a part of the legislative changes for our young people. Thank you. We will move to our council liaison announcements. Councilwoman Scarpa, would you?
Great, yeah. I'm the liaison to OSPAC.
Councilwoman, please, thank you.
I'm the liaison to OSPAC, and I'd love to thank Camille Vecchio for inviting our seniors to OSPAC for a wonderful presentation of Rat Pack. She greeted them there so enthusiastically, and they had such a wonderful time. And I'd like to thank Laura Van Dyke of Senior Services and Michael Fonzino, who in about 48 hours at my request made it all possible for the seniors to get there, to get transportation, and to be greeted so beautifully. And I have to say that Marcia, the driver who did the overtime in the evening to make this happen for them, was absolutely wonderful. She was just so caring and compassionate. And I was so glad to see that kind of respect and sensitivity to our seniors and commitment to our job. So OSPAC is wonderful. They've got a lot of interesting things coming up. Check the schedule. Jazz concerts coming up in September, which everyone always loves. So I'd like you to turn your attention to that. Also, our Senior Citizen Advisory Board has had an overwhelming response. We filled the room the other night, and we have a number of seniors who want to see programming, understand some of the limitations we have in terms of budget and such. And we have a volunteer core that we are putting together that is just unbelievable. So hopefully there'll be a number of wonderful things happening for our seniors.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. Wanted to thank Dr. Johnson Dias for the presentation. I do hope that will also be made to the Board of Ed. I don't know if it is, but okay. Looking forward to them acting on that, since it's an issue that everyone is very much aware of since COVID. Outside of my liaison appointment, I wanted to highlight an event on Sunday, September 10th at 10 o'clock a.m. at the Rock Spring Golf Club. It's a chat and salute brunch where our new superintendent, Hayden Moore, will be honored. This event is sponsored by the West Orange African Heritage Organization. And again, it's on September 10th at 10 a.m. Please check their social media for additional details. The joint meeting is meeting as usual. It's usually slow in the summertime. I think that's it for me. I think that's good for me.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
I have no new council liaison announcements at this moment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. Unfortunately, our downtown event for August was a rain out in Eagle Rock. So unfortunately, we're going to not postpone, but we were going to try to reschedule it, and the band wasn't available. The weather was not cooperating too much this summer with late afternoon thunderstorms. So we're going to be working on a fall event that will be announced. But in the meantime, Director Brill and her staff has been busy with meeting with our property owners and working on, some additional initiatives for this fall. So just getting ready for the new season.
Thank you. For myself, just want to announce that on August the 31st, right here in Town Hall, we will have a small business networking event. The Economic Development Authority will be hosting that. They'll be talking about different grant opportunities and awards that are available for our small businesses. And we will also have representatives from a lending institution who specializes in small business loans available. Again, that will be here on the 31st, starting at 5:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. All are welcome. It is not exclusive to West Orange business owners and or residents. So if you know someone who is interested in perhaps even starting a small business, whether it be in West Orange or beyond, this information is for you. Additionally, we have a couple of other activities coming up on September 10th. We have our Health and Wellness Summit inaugural for our Mayor's Wellness Campaign. That's going to be held at West Orange High School. That's a Sunday, September 10th. Times begin at 11 a.m. and that will run through 3 p.m. That is going to be co-hosted and sponsored with Montclair University, St. Barnabas or RWJ Barnabas Hospital, Zufall Health, our West Orange Health Department. We will have free screenings. We will have free testings. We will have workshops and classes, again, free to the public, children's activities. Some of the classes will include yoga, some physical fitness classes. We will have a sex education over 50 class. And just a myriad. The list will be available on the township website for the schedule of the classes and the presenters. It'll be finalized and available on Monday of next week. So please take a look at that and please come out and support. The entire family is welcome. And we're working on some additional screenings and testings. We will know within the next 10 days. If we do get the funding for this, we will be able to have vision screening for 100 students. And that free screening will include their eyeglasses if they need them. So that's going to be something that we're going to, on a first come, first served basis, make available to West Orange residents. Now that will be exclusive to West Orange residents for the eyeglass distribution. Other than that, again, the summer is very, very light with our boards and commissions, so I don't have anything else additional to report.
Yeah, Council President, one more thing before we go.
Certainly.
Regret to announce someone we honored earlier this year, Carol Pohill. We honored her for being, I think, our oldest resident, 107 years old. She turned in April. Unfortunately, she passed away. So I don't know who the oldest will be, but Carol has gone to be with the ancestors. So please keep the Pohill family. She is a friend of what I expect to be our next senator, John McKeon. They lived across the street from each other. So that entire block has been affected by a tremendous loss. Wanted to announce that since we honored her just a couple months ago.
Thank you. And I don't know that we've had a meeting since our LG, Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver passed as well. So I will ask for just a moment of silence. Our highest ranking Black elected official in the state of New Jersey, trailblazer, absolutely public servant with style, elegance, and grace. So if I can just have a moment of silence on both of their behalf, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. And that will conclude our conference agenda this evening, and we will go into our council agenda, public meeting agenda. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilman Rutherford.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And if we can begin our public meeting this evening with an invocation, we have asked Pastor Adams from Joy Church of God to please provide the invocation this afternoon.
Vision to invoke your grace and your wisdom over our leadership proceedings. As those who have been elected, appointed, and hired seek to administer the business of the township and business of the people, they ask for your grace and they ask for your wisdom as they represent the young and the old, the uniquely gifted, the rich, the financially challenged, and people of various groups. You've assembled a community that is tremendously diverse in our language, in our nations of origin, in our pigment, and even in our faith beliefs. But we still acknowledge the fact that we need help. that we need inspiration and revelation that comes beyond ourselves. So I pray for our leaders, I pray for our council today, and those others who are here representing the business of the town. I pray that they would be mindful of the heavy weight of what it means to not only impact our community based in the current narratives, but also to understand the role in the history and what their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will remember about their season in leadership. And Lord, I pray that we as a community would support them, that we would walk with them, that we would talk with them, that we would seek to understand the burdens on their hearts, hoping that they would equally seek to understand the burdens that are on our heart. And ultimately, Father, I ask that you would not bless them with unselfishness, but that's just simply the pursuit of somebody else's agenda or good in the moment. But I pray that they would understand that their office and their obligation is to be selfless. That there is an agenda, there's a goal, there's a mission that goes beyond any individual perspective, any individual agenda, or any individual ambition, but that it is simply to ensure that there is a better community here for those that follow than how we found it. Bless them, give them help, bless their families that they would not pay an undue cost because of their sacrifice and leadership. And I pray that the meditations of their hearts and the words of their mouths be acceptable in your sight. And as many will stand here and pray based upon their faith perspective, I humbly come before you as a follower of Jesus Christ and ask that you do these things. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Adams. Mr. Fagan, if you'll begin with our public information officer's report.
Thank you, Council President. I will keep my presentation short and brief. Of course, it's hard to believe that it's the end of summer. And I just want to remind everyone that when schools open on September 6th, to please be responsible when it comes to the lights flashing on a school bus. This is a picture I took near where I live, and I often see violations occur. So I just would remind everyone to certainly drive carefully. And I myself am stuck behind school buses. Yes, it is annoying, but let's look at the overall picture of safety. And I want to state, Council President, that we had a special visitor in council chambers this morning. I believe it was take your granddaughter to work day. Of course, that's the 5-month-old granddaughter of our Madam Council, our Madam President. Also, I want to point out that West Orange Police Department, the lobby is a safe exchange zone. Now, this is a good idea for anyone selling any illegal items online, that you can utilize the police lobby. It's open 24 hours a day. You do not need an appointment. You can just walk in, and all transactions are videotaped. Also, there is a steering wheel lock giveaway for Hyundai, excuse me, and Kia owners. Now, a flaw has been identified in the starting, in the way to start the vehicle on social media, and Hyundai is working on a fix for that. But there are certain cars that will not be able to be fixed, and they have this steering lock giveaway. Now, you can pick it up at police headquarters. No appointment is necessary. You can pick up by appointment at the Groves Police Substation or the Valley Police Substation. And Chief Abbott has made it also available that 24-hour home delivery is available by appointment from patrol units. So you can contact Sergeant Ed Diaz for any of these options. His phone number is 973-323, not 325, 323-1838. And this information is on our website. The mayor also asked me to remind everyone that the Cable Lake Grill at Rock Spring Country Club is open. This information is available on our website along with a menu. As Council President mentioned earlier, the Small Business Roundtable is on August 31st in council chambers here from 5:30 to 7:00 p.m. And also, as Council President mentioned, the Health and Wellness Summit is Sunday, September 10th, and that's at the Tarnoff Cafeteria at West Orange High School. This past week, we had an Indian flag raising on August 15th. The weather cooperated, and the following day, on August 16th, we had a Dominican Republic flag raising. It was well attended and a good time was had by all. And I also want to point out that earlier this month, there were about 22 Japanese exchange students, and this picture was taken at a Rotary luncheon at Turtleback Zoo. And what is a typical Rotary tradition is the Rotary students bring flags of their sponsoring Rotary clubs from their hometown. And if the girl in the middle looks frightened, she was, because they all had to give up and get up and give short introductions in English, and they were not fluent in English, but they did a tremendous job. Of course, they got in return flags of the West Orange Rotary Club. I want to mention that the West Orange Senior Picnic is coming up on September 6th. There's an $8 cost for West Orange residents, $10 cost for non-residents. I believe they have to belong to a West Orange club, but they do not have to be members of the Ginny Dunkel Pool. And certainly you can contact Laura Van Dyke or Noelia Perez. And this information is on our website. I have here a sketch from a regimental history of the 755th Tank Battalion during World War II in October 1944 at Livergano. And there was a young man, Pete Longo, who fought in that battle. And about a year and a half, 2 years ago, he came into my office and he described in detail his service. And he pointed this picture out and he said it was this gun on his tank that blew a hole in the side of that building. It took out a German sniper. And 77 years later, he was in a deep state of depression about having to have done that. But he didn't realize that he had saved American lives in the process. He was recognized by Mayor McCartney at our Memorial Day ceremony this past May. And on November 6th, he had celebrated his 100th anniversary, and that is his uniform there on the right. And this is Pete. He passed away on August 4th. He was 100 years old, and he's pictured here with his 105-year-old brother who passed away 35 hours before. So the Longo brothers are Pete was our oldest surviving World War II veteran. And I am told by our resident Joyce Rudin that there was a 99-year-old veteran, World War II veteran. I don't know his name, but we'll find out. So in your prayers, let's also remember the Longo brothers. If anybody has any questions for town council, they can email council@westorange.org. And certainly you can contact me at josephfagan@westorange.org or give me a call and I'd be glad to help you. Council President, that concludes my report. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. And again, lifting that Longo family up in prayer. We would like to have a presentation from our Environmental Commission Chairman, Mr. Mike Brick, and he will be accompanied by our tree. Is it Forester? Thank you. Thank you, our Forester. Yes, thank you so much. I just could, that's all I could think of was trees. Thank you. Thank you. And so we are gonna remind you all that you have, Mr. Brick, that you all have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Yes.
And he'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Or if you don't need all 5 of your minutes, you can certainly defer your time.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks. Yeah, but I can't, I want to look at them when I talk.
You can look at that.
Thank
They
you.
know it.
Oh, my God. Am I in the microphone? Yeah, okay. Good evening. Mike Brick, citizen for 50 years as July in West Orange. And I am your environmental commissioner when we reestablished the environmental commission about 10 years ago. The subject tonight is the tree ordinance, and I would like to give an overview, and hopefully there'll be a lot of questions because it's a very important ordinance that has major changes to it, and there's a lot of detail to it. So let me give you the overview, and if you want to stop me at any point in time and ask a question, no? Okay, so I'll just ramble on. Okay, so a long time ago, maybe 10 years ago, we started listening to people who had opinions about trees. And they came into our council meetings and we listened carefully. And there's a lot of people in town that are very vehement about preserving trees, saving trees, and loving their trees. And over the years in listening to them, we realized that we did not have a full-time forester, which made it very difficult for us to make major changes to the situation. Thank goodness now we have Walter, who's a full-time forester since last year. He's a professional, he's cooperative, he's intelligent, he's a hard worker, and we really appreciate his services. He's been instrumental in helping us form this new ordinance. To give you some idea, our commission has done a lot of research with federal, state, universities, seminars, discussions, reading ourselves, and we've gotten a good overview on what we think the town needs. That doesn't mean that we have everything in this ordinance. And that's why your positive reinforcement is important to us so that we don't miss anything. We want to make it so that we are protecting our trees and we have the financial resources to do so. To give due thanks to Sue Scarpa. She came to our meetings when she was available, and she gave her overview of what should be done to save trees. And I remember Sue in one meeting saying, I don't want one healthy tree cut down. And that resonated with us because so many other people have said that in town. And Sue was giving that overview to us as a funnel. So when we created this new ordinance, we would like to have a formal tree fund because when, and Walter will explain why, there'll be a procedure for inspecting trees. Right now, you're allowed to take down 2 trees a year without any question. You pay for a permit, trees can come down. Now we have both residential and commercial situations, totally different. So Walter will talk a little bit about that, but briefly, I'd like to talk about the residential situation. So upon inspection by Walter and verification, no tree is to be taken down without our forester looking at them and giving an opinion, a ruling, really. If a tree is disease compromised, infected, the roots are a bad problem, he will allow the tree to be taken down at no penalty or no contribution to the tree fund by a private citizen on private property. The tree responsibility is his to take down and it's his to plant the new tree. If the resident decides after Walter has inspected the tree and giving them a formal report verified by certain machines that he needs to get, that the tree is healthy and it could be a little bit pruned, but it's healthy. It'll live for many, many more years. Walter will say to the resident, this is a viable tree. And if you cut it down, there will be
Your time is up.
an amount due to the tree fund. And what we want you guys to do is read it very carefully so that we can have a dialogue together. I think that's very important because there's people in town that are very vehement about this. We don't want to miss them. We think we've incorporated them into this umbrella situation. And so I thank you for listening to me, and Walter will give you a little bit more detail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kipp?
Just here to talk about how it operates, the tree ordinance. Right now, the residents take down around 600 to 700 trees per year. The town takes down about 200 trees per year for the entire town. All right, so we take down about 200 trees, the town does, and the residents take down about 600 to 700 trees. Some of which are healthy, some of which are not healthy. So we want to help strengthen the ordinance so we can inform the residents with a report, given some tools that we need to make the report official to do internal inspection of the tree. We want to be able to deny a healthy, viable tree of getting a removal permit without some tree plantings to replace. So we just want to try to save our trees. A healthy tree environment is about 40% coverage in the town. We're at 27 right now, and it's shrinking. Every year is shrinking. We got large trees here. They're having problems. The larger trees in town are having major problems with root rot. It's internal. You can't see it from the outside. They look perfectly healthy on the outside. But once you start pruning the limbs off, you see it in the internal section of the tree. It's black, dark brown. And a lot of the trees in town have this, and they're large. So it's going to be a transition period. They're going to be transitioning out these old trees. So we got to plant 3, 4, 5 to 1 to get our coverage back. So I really suggest us trying to save as many healthy old trees as we can. This is why I wanted the tree ordinance from day one. I wanted a new tree ordinance. We try to save the trees we can.
Thank you. I think both your presentations and certainly all of the comments that we've heard from the community support everything that you've said. We've heard Councilwoman Geber Michael indicate in our last meeting that we want to work together collaboratively with the community so that we can incorporate. So thank you for acknowledging that, yes, we do have some very, very strong advocacy regarding our tree canopy. And we also heard the report from your last presentation of how that has diminished just over 10% over the last 3 years. So thank you guys. We appreciate you. We look forward to working with you together to improve our tree canopy in West Orange. Before we open it up to any of our other members of the public for public comment, are there any brief comments that you would like to make regarding? Okay, thank you. And so now this is the time of our meeting where we listen to public comment. When we open up public comment to the public, you have 5 minutes to speak. When you approach the podium for your comments, please indicate your name and address for the record, and then begin with your comments. It is timed, and we will ask you to end your comments after the first 5 minutes. And very, very rarely do we allow you to continue past those 5 minutes. So thank you. And is there anyone in council chambers that would like to come for public comment? You will use the center podium and microphone before the red barrier. Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Council. My name is Pierre George. I live at number 10 Meade Street. The reason I am here today is something very important. I was just found out that there's going to be a marijuana dispensary on 3 Washington Street. And none of the residents on Meade Street or Wang Chong was notified about this. So my question to you is, what type of agenda or incentive was given that the city council would pass something like this in a residential area where you have retail commercial spaces up in Essex Green, and also you have retail spaces also where Kmart used to be. I think you have schools, you have churches, you have children walking back and forth on Washington Street. I just don't understand how someone could say yes to something like this in a residential area.
Thank you. We respond at the end of all of the public comment.
Okay.
And so if you'll just go back to your seat, we will address some of your questions and your concerns after the public comment is closed.
Okay, and also the residents of both Meade Street, Wah Chong, Branson, we're putting together a petition and we're going to submit that petition. And we also are putting together a permit for demonstration in front of that. And we will do everything to ensure from our standpoint that this marijuana dispensary does not open on Washington Street. We've even contacted networks, news, the NAACP, because we just think something like this was, like I said, I don't understand the agenda that the city council has, or more importantly, if there was any incentives to the city or to the city council members for something like this to happen in the residential area. I think it's just, I just can't understand why. And for residents not to be notified about it, it's really an eyesore on what West Orange is becoming to. It's all about the bottom line, the bottom dollars, because like I said, we all know living in West Orange, there are a ton of retail spaces at Essex Green. They could put a marijuana dispensary, or even where Kmart used to be, and I hope that possibly there was no type of survey. Has there been any agreement or conversation with Bloomfield Police or Orange Police, or what happens when these dispensaries open? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment? Yes, please come forward. Are you all together?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, council. Brett Carroll, 34 Clonover Road.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm Brett Carroll,
You
34
can pull
Clonover
it.
Road. Is this better? Yes, I'm here with my attorney, Max. We represent Chemistry NJ, one of the entities trying to get a dispensary here in West Orange. I was here a couple months ago, so I won't waste any time with the background, but long story short, we have spent an exorbitant amount of time and money trying to find a building that works for both the town and the townspeople. We believe that this is an opportunity that could help everybody, and we want to just do this the right way. There is a building on 455 Pleasant Valley Way in West Orange that we have located. And like I said earlier, this is the 3rd time we've done this. It came to our attention that parking might have been an issue. And so we went out and we hired a traffic engineer to look at the property and the surrounding areas. And that traffic engineer came to the conclusion that although the parking lot associated with the building isn't up to par, and we agree with that, we decided that would only be employee parking only. We also decided we would do more online business so that customers could come and go. But also there's 2 public parking lots, one right behind the building, one across the street on Eagle Rock. Both would satisfy some of the parking ordinances, and most importantly, would not bleed into traffic, because as a resident myself, I agree we do not want traffic on Pleasant Valley Way, definitely during peak hours. So we're just coming here to, once again, to try to find a resolution on both that building and moving forward. I know this has been a daunting process for everybody involved, and we just want to make sure that we're doing right by the people that spend a lot of money and time making these investments. Again, I'm a resident, been here K through 12. My parents still live here. I just think this is a great opportunity for West Orange, and we just want to make sure that we're doing right by everybody.
And thank you so much. I'm counsel for Chemistry NJ LLC. I know on today's agenda, there was a resolution 28 0823, in which will discuss the revising of the ordinance governing cannabis businesses. I think one of the key elements is parking spaces, which is really affects us. We've gone through a great deal of trying to make sure that everything is copacetic with the town. As we stated, we've spoken with the traffic engineer. He's done the due diligence. He said everything is fine, so long as and we're also speaking with several other businesses to have a joint parking sharing agreement so that we can afford parking spaces to the customers. So, we just feel that, there's been an extended back and forth with the town. And we feel like the goalpost keeps on moving and the ground keeps on changing from under us. We just want some clarity and some resolution and finalization as to what's need to be done and more of an open communication, and probably some streamlined communication, because we have to talk to several different agencies, several different entities to finally get a resolution, and we're still at square one. So I come here today humbly asking for some clarity so we get some final resolution so we could really help, produce jobs and bring money to the economy here. And so we could just, finally get things going. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. At the last council meeting, I asked Mr. Gross to give us some insight into what property owners other than residents were paying in the new sewer fee structure, i.e. nonprofits, large residential complexes, and buildings receiving tax abatements. Neither he nor any of the council members addressed that issue. However, one resident did some research and provided me with some rather interesting figures that I have permission to share. The amounts are all over the lot. For example, the Jewish Federation Plaza at 750 Northfield Avenue pays $74,250 in sewer fees. The JCC at 760 Northfield Avenue pays $11,000. The Daughters of Israel Nursing Home at 1155 Pleasant Valley Way pays $55,550. Kessler Institute pays $25,300. Green Hill on Pleasant Valley Way pays $36,850, and Montclair Golf Club pays $21,450. Seton Hall Prep Athletic Fields on Prospect Avenue pays $550. The Life Christian Church pays $550. McDonald's Restaurant pays $2,200. Vizcaya at West Orange pays $0. There must be restrooms in their common area for the concierge staff and the swimming pool. Redwood LLC at 200 Pleasant Valley Way also pays $0 this year when they were assessed a charge previously. I expect Mr. Gross will explain why there is such a wide range among sewer charges assessed by the new formula. What exactly is the town's policy valuing sewer fees for large properties? In the interest of fairness, isn't there a uniform fee structure for them? I hope all the council members will insist on knowing these answers. And another question that's been asked multiple times by multiple people, residents and a council member alike, is where is the additional $2.4 million the town is receiving from these higher sewer fees being spent? With the year now 2/3 over, there must be some expenses Mr. Gross can readily point to from the operating budget that involve maintenance and repair of the sewer lines over the course of 2023 so far. As to the municipal budget, I urge council members to vote no tonight. Despite viable suggestions by myself and other residents at the special budget hearing earlier this month on ways to increase revenue and reduce costs, it appears nothing substantial has been done since then to soften the blow for taxpayers. A 5.6% increase is still way too high, especially after the hefty increases all homeowners have incurred through the higher sewer fees. Councilwoman Castellino made comments at the last meeting indicating that a tax increase of $222 on a home assessed at $300,000 is the best our elected officials can do. I believe that thinking is tone deaf to the plight of the many town residents, especially those who are on fixed incomes. On top of that, property owners received letters this week regarding the upcoming townwide revaluation. Although the total sum of tax revenues received by the township will remain the same after the reval, a significant portion of property owners will see their taxes increase while others go down. Council members should take that into account on their budget vote tonight. Please reject this budget and work towards a more reasonable 2% increase. It can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please come forward.
Sheila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way. Arnold Schwarzenegger, a champion of bipartisan agreement to reduce California's greenhouse gas emissions by signing landmark legislation in 2006, found a way to unify Democrats and Republicans and bring them together to enact common sense laws against pollution and improve quality of life. And in that vein, I urge the town council to advance transition to electric blowers to first reading. Gas blowers will be permitted for spring and fall leaf cleaning in 2024 and will be phased out in 2025 under this proposed ordinance. Advance and improve tree ordinance to be more protective of our diminishing tree canopy. Advance a ban on fast food drive-thrus. Roll all of these ordinances into the environmental regulations chapter to ensure that there is no unwise granting of variances under the land use board. The 2024 budget. The 2024 budget is due on February 1st, 2024. I'd like a report from this governing body about what's being done to ensure that this task is being accomplished in a timely fashion so that the public receives its budget on time. Are there any obstacles that are expected, suspected, or detected? The 2023 budget. No one appeared in these chambers to support the 5.8% increase in taxes. I urge everyone on this council, for the respect of each and every constituent, remember, do not vote to pass the 2023 budget. Just don't. With all these items on our agenda tonight, I ask you to shine your focus on yet another problem that has arisen, and it's a biggie. Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger famously said, government's first duty and highest obligation is public safety. With all these riders of illegal all-terrain vehicles have been driving in a posse from Verona Park past West Orange High School and beyond on Saturday afternoons. Some people I've spoken to and others who have been quoted in the news online have noticed that the police cars have been driving behind the ATV posse, seemingly chasing them away. Per a memo for Pearl Minato, the director of the Division of Criminal Justice of the state of New Jersey on May 22nd, 2023, the law enforcement executives and county prosecutors, it is a New Jersey state law that ATVs and dirt bikes are banned from public roads. The memo instructs the counties and municipalities that they can enact similar ordinances. If West Orange doesn't already have an ordinance about these reckless ATVs, I strongly advise one be introduced at our next town council meeting. And I would like a commitment here tonight from any single council person or group of council persons to introduce this ordinance. Groups of ATVs zooming down a major street in West Orange disturbs the peace with their excessive noise. Reckless ATV drivers present a safety hazard as they illegally speed and travel one way on Pleasant Valley Way, which is a major two-way street. These ATV vehicles that are not being operated safely can cause damage to life and limb and cause irreparable damages to the environment, such as pollution, erosion, damages to our forests, streams, and wetlands, plants, and animal species. The mitigation cost for this damage caused by these reckless ATVs is not a cost our town can bear. We certainly cannot bear the cost of lost lives and disabilities caused by this automotive terrorism. Our ATV ordinance should permit us to ticket drivers who can be found at their starting positions, often found congregating in public parks, and per some personal accounts, illegally smoking cannabis. Our ordinance should enable our police to issue summonses and confiscate and destroy illegally operated vehicles. Our ordinance should prohibit local
Your
gas
time is up.
stations from selling gas. May I just finish? I'll wrap up very quickly.
The last sentence, Ms. Lefkowitz, please.
Our ordinance should prohibit local gas stations from selling gas to ATV and dirt bike owners and should install temporary speed bumps in front of our schools and parks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in council chambers for public comment? Thank you.
Terry Trigg Scales, 85 Clarkin Drive. Good evening, council members and members of the administration. I hadn't seen this yet, so it's a little intimidating and unwelcoming. So I'll have to calm myself down. I feel like I'm in school and it's like, no, can't go there, can't go there. All right, so I must admit that when it comes to zoning, that I'm really not sure how the process works. So I'm going to say that right up front. And I'm not even sure which body is responsible for making final decisions. So my comments are to whoever is responsible, whether it's this body or it's the zoning board or whomever it might be. So really concerned about another fast food establishment here in West Orange. Really concerned. I don't know if any of you live near the proposed site for Popeyes and Sonics. I don't know if you do. I do. That's my neighborhood. That's my playground. And it truly disturbs me that this proposal is even being considered. I've only lived in West Orange since '84. So I think that's about 39 years. And so I remember other establishments, the Bunny Hop. Of course, we all know Pals. But I want us to be a destination. I want people to come here. You know, people came to Pals to get that mushroom soup, right? They came from all over. I don't want them coming here for fried chicken. I really don't want us to be reduced to that. I think we deserve more. We certainly pay more in taxes than to have additional fast food restaurants. I have been increasingly concerned about the congestion there. I've spoken before this body on several occasions. I talked to our local commissioner who lives here in West Orange, talking about traffic studies, and I see that a traffic study was ordered or conducted already for this Sonics and Popeyes. There are near miss accidents every day. And when I say every day, I'm not exaggerating. The traffic there is crazy on the corner, the intersection of Prospect and Eagle Rock. And you may not get to see it, but as I said, I'm there every day, multiple times a day. Something needs to be done before somebody gets hurt. Now we're going to put a target in there. Is that going to increase the volume of traffic? I would dare say so. Now we're going to put 2 additional fast food restaurants. Is that going to increase the amount of traffic? I would think so. So I'm just asking that you think about it. Do you know that at least on one occasion, on a Saturday evening, I think it was, up by Whole Foods, that there was some kind of unsanctioned car rally? I don't know if you've heard about that, where they were up there doing donuts and large crowd of cars. The police did come. And of course, everybody scattered. You know how dangerous that is? You know how dangerous that is if you're just out minding your business driving and you've got all of these cars speeding away. It's not good, folks. It's really not good. So what are we doing? Are we putting in an attractive nuisance? Are we going to have loitering? Are we going to have trash? Are we going to be pulling folks in off of 280 just to get a snack? I don't know what the hours are in the proposal. I don't know if they shut down at 10, shut down at 11. I really don't know. But please don't let this, and I'm calling it a misguided approval of this proposal, where we might be looking at quantity for money and income and taxes over quality of life for folks who live here in West Orange. We deserve more. Don't let this be your legacy. Don't approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scales. Anyone else?
Todd DeBovie, 10 Burnett Terrace. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Tonight, this council is faced with an extremely important decision, whether to vote in favor or against the adoption of the town's 2023 budget. We need to remind ourselves that the McCartney administration, under the guidance of John Gross and Richard Trank, presented the council with a budget that allowed for a 16.2% increase. And West Orange taxes are already the second highest in all of Essex County, second only to Irvington. In many ways, the future of West Orange hinges on this vote. I have been following the budget discussions pretty closely. I have a background in real estate that includes regional head of the real estate department, JP Morgan Chase Bank, and the national head of real estate advisory for Bessemer Trust Company, two of the most prestigious wealth management firms in the country. I feel my entire career is directly relevant to this town's acquisition of both Rock Spring Golf Course and the assemblage of parcels downtown, which factor heavily in the budget numbers. I'm here to express my opinion that this council should not pass this budget, and I'm hoping the reasons I'm about to delineate for you will provide you with more than enough rationale to reject this budget. I'd like to first reiterate that I've been requesting proper income and expense statements for each year of township ownership of Rock Spring. Why is this important? That statement is the single most important financial statement that anyone tasked with making investment decisions over this or any other real estate investment uses to make informed investment decisions. Not only have I asked for these statements multiple times before the council, but I've also submitted 2 open requests for this information. To date, all I've received are 800 pages of photocopies of invoices and bills. I also received from John Gross a copy of Kemper's income and expense statement, which I already had because it's posted on the website, town website. That statement is only useful to understand the performance of Kemper's interest in the property, but it tells us nothing about the township's and therefore taxpayers' interest in the property. I spoke with Mr. Gross on the phone to clarify that he had not provided the requested information, and his response was to tell me that he couldn't provide it because he didn't have the software. The Rock Spring income and expense statement could be easily prepared in about a half an hour on Excel. But most importantly, a mayor and likewise our council do not have at their disposal the most important financial statement needed to make sound investment decisions about this asset. And I feel we should also have access to the same type of statement for the market, for the assemblage of downtown properties currently owned by the township. The recent withdrawal by MBS from the project makes the need to have these financial statements that much more important. Relevant to this budget, During the council discussions related to the sewer bill, Mr. Gross testified that if the sewer bill resolution was not passed, we'd be required to sell $1 million in municipal bonds. When asked what the $1 million was for, he indicated to cover cash flow. Turns out this statement was false. However, our council members were inclined to believe Mr. Gross and the resolution passed. It's my contention that the vote on the sewer bill was based upon factually incorrect information, and as a result, the resolution itself should be nullified. Let's now look at the budget discussions themselves. First, Mayor McCartney issued the budget to the council for review 2 months late in April, when it was supposed to be introduced no later than February 27th, already extended from January 17th. Next, as we all know, the budget called for a ghastly 12.2% increase. The council then successfully reduced taxpayers' exposure by making adjustments to the budget, bringing the anticipated real estate tax increase down to about 6%. While Mr. Gross was here to answer questions and department heads met with the council during several budget workshops, Mr. Gross and the McCartney administration had no input in arriving at the cuts that led to the reductions. It's also interesting that this council has not heard from the Citizen Budget Advisory Committee. I was appointed to this committee and say that I sat through all but one of the budget committee workshops. Apparently, according to the chairman, the other members were not willing to watch the videos. Why weren't they watching or attending the workshops, given they were already appointed? The chairman of the committee merely threw up his hands, figuratively speaking, and said the committee cannot provide guidance on the budget because of these reasons. Why did they accept the appointment if they weren't willing to do the work?
Your time is up.
Can I just summarize?
Last sentence.
Thank you. So to sum up, the council is not in possession of the necessary information with which to make a decision to pass this budget. If there's an indication from the administration that failure to pass the budget will result in stiff penalties for failing to approve the budget, that's not something the council is responsible for. Rather, that's the responsibility that falls on the mayor and the CFO for failing to do their jobs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeVelve.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Brent Draper Scott, Nestro Road. Thank you all for being here tonight as dedicated servants to the public, and I hope everyone has been having a wonderful summer. I certainly have been. Tonight, I hope I have time to speak on a few things. Number one, trees, the tree ordinance before you tonight. I would like to point out that 2023 is officially the hottest summer in recorded history. The hottest. It is not the time to go around willy-nilly cutting down trees. But I want to point out something to you that you probably don't know. On the 4th of July, a tree crashed into my house, giving us an instant skylight. The tree didn't belong to me. It wasn't on my property. It belonged to Taylor Management's condominium townhouses behind my house. But they took no responsibility because under the law, once a tree falls on your house, it's your problem. You have to move it. You have to pay for it. And maybe you can get your insurance company to close up that skylight. And the only way to get redress from that is to file a lawsuit. My insurance company is filing a lawsuit. So in your considerations, please, if you can, within the statute, fix that. No one should have to pay to have a tree removed, cut up and taken down and have their roof and their beams fixed because somebody else's tree decided to crash into their home. It should also be made easier for a resident like myself to have a tree examined so that the owner of that tree will know you've got a sick tree on your hands and it's coming towards my house if it falls. Leaf blowers. I testified or spoke to this council more than a year ago on leaf blowers, and I agree with Ms. Lefkowitz. This is a no-brainer. Leaf blowers are incredibly disturbing and they are incredibly unhealthy. Please pass an ordinance banning them completely by 2025. Regarding our senior citizens, I want to commend Councilwoman Susan Scarpa for addressing these issues and coming from a place of sincerity and authenticity. Yesterday, she and Councilwoman Gabor Michael attended a meeting of the committee, and I encourage this council to follow their lead, particularly in regards to use of the Toby Katz Center. I also want to encourage this council tonight to defeat a property tax proposal. A few months ago, a member of this council stated that she voted for the last large property tax increase and was reelected anyway. Her colleague, Joe Garino, didn't fare so well. So the question the four of you have to ask of yourselves is, do I feel lucky? More importantly, it is improper to raise taxes at a time of high interest rates and inflation. It is outrageous for the mayor to sue this council for refusing to confirm her choice for town attorney. This could amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, yet she is seeking a tax increase? No, not at a time when the Township of West Orange has a rampant problem with nepotism, cronyism, and individuals pulling down six-figure salaries for holding two jobs in violation of the municipal code. Today, many members of the former Trump administration were perp-walked, fingerprinted, and had to post bail. Again, I say to this council, no one is above the law. No one is above the law. It is not the mayor's job to sue this council for doing their job. Advise and consent is a part of every legislative body. You have the right to reject a nominee that you find objectionable. You have a right to fire for cause someone that you find objectionable. Stick to your principles. Do what you think is right. You were elected also, and the public has your back. Vote no on this budget. Do not raise my taxes again. I don't care if one member of this council did manage to get reelected and then brag about it years later that she voted for the largest property tax increase and survived. Her colleague didn't, and I hope you won't fall into that foolishness. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers for public comment? Mr. Fagan, if we'll go to the Zoom audience, and can you tell us how many people are on this evening?
Yes, Council President, there are 81 people in the Zoom audience and 7 people with their hands raised. Mr. Puglisi, representing Essex County, welcome to the meeting.
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I just have a brief announcement. On Monday, September 11th, we're going to have our 22nd annual remembrance ceremony at Eagle Rock Reservation at the 9/11 Memorial. The program starts at 8 a.m. The public is invited, and it is a moving day for everyone. It's an event that we don't want people to forget. We don't want people to forget the lives that were lost that day. So if you can join us, that would be great. That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi.
Jared Seltzer, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jared Seltzer, 451 Mount Pleasant Avenue, Bagels by Jarrett's. Good evening, council. I just want to share that after being in municipal court today with our town attorney acting as a prosecutor, even though we have a municipal prosecutor, I now fully understand why 3/5 of our council voted to not renew Richard Trank's contract. If I was on the council, it would have been 4-1. The Trank error will come to an end, and that's going to be a breath of fresh air for this entire community. Today, Richard Trank in court said, quote, "We're trying to work with this business." He also stated that the code is simple and clear. Yet, when I met with the mayor outside my shop, Mrs. Mayor didn't understand the code. I explained the difference between a fix to a window versus the code they're attempting to use against me. When Janice Gary Adams showed up at my shop and yelled at me from her township vehicle, she couldn't recite the code. Even as recent as last week, Rose, who works for the zoning office, posted on social media that the code was unclear and should be rewritten. forgetting the fact that she was violating the town's social media conduct code. You have plenty of people who believe the code is written not fairly and not clear. Richard Trank's offer to me today was to plead guilty and accept an unknown fine after agreeing at the last hearing to work with us after agreeing to work with us, followed by a new violation being issued now to my landlord and myself. This is not the definition of being willing to work with someone. There's budget talks tonight, and I know the proposed salary for Janice Carey Adams, our zoning official, not officer, is a hair under $140,000. I'd ask the council members to deny that salary and instead bring someone qualified as a zoning officer, not official, who has qualifications required to be a zoning officer and works for the people, not against them. Today, Richard Trank told my landlord he wanted to fine him $30,000. $30,000. Yet the atrium, whose landscaping has been overgrown since I think I opened 3 years ago, got a fine today of $250. I'm purposely putting this on the record. I thank my 3 council members on the one side of the table for fighting for their constituents. Everyone is watching, and the 3 of you are not going unnoticed. Rid this town of Richard Trank and rid this town of Janice Carey Adams. There's plenty of other township employees that need to go, but these 2 will make a difference and help serve the people in town that they're supposed to be working for, not against. Thank you, council members, for your time. I would recommend everyone on the council, in chambers, watching via Zoom, checks out the coverage that ABC, CBS, 1010 Wins, 880, and other news outlets are sharing about the story. A $30,000 fine for pre-existing window treatments to block the sun versus a $250 fine for a property with overgrown landscaping for 3 years, Richard Trank, is unethical and disgusting. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Council President. Lisa Steadwell, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Lisa Steadwell. I'm 42 Chestnut Road. I was just calling in to find out what's going on with the Chestnut Road being repaved, and that's in ordinance 2771-23. And that was it.
Thank you very much.
Justin, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, sir. My name is Justin Morricone. I represent the Library of New Jersey, Inc. Thank you, council, for hearing me this evening. The Library of New Jersey is seeking clarifications on the amended ordinance 2808-23, specifically to 2 different sections. And by way of background, the Library of New Jersey received a resolution number 284-22 on October 25th, 2022, for a location to operate a cannabis business at 24 Park Avenue. Due to some predatory landlord practices, which were communicated to the council, testified to, the council entered into a different resolution, resolution 225-23, on June 13th, 2023, approving a location change to 1-3 Washington Street. All notice requirements were met, and there was extensive public comment. Additionally, the library went through planning board approval for 1-3 Washington Street approximately 2 weeks ago, with all notice requirements and significant security testimony from a security consultant that directly communicated and corresponded with the police chief. The library is seeking clarification on the definition in 5-34.2 for a pre-approved entity. Specifically, the language reads that a pre-approved entity means an applicant who have, one, received a resolution of local support from the township on or before January 10th, 2023. Notably, the library received original resolution on October 25th, 2022. However, the definition goes on to say with all subsequent modifications. Due to the predatory landlord practice, the library received the second resolution June 13th, 2023 for the location change. So the library is seeking clarification as to whether it falls within the definition of a pre-approved entity, and if it does not, is seeking to amend the language to allow for the library to be considered a pre-approved entity as it received its original resolution October 25th of 2022. Additionally, in section 25-24.2 conditional uses, part B3 reads no licensed cannabis entity except a pre-approved entity at an originally approved location shall be located within 500 feet from the property line of any property with a house of worship as defined under chapter 25, section 4. The library is seeking clarification as to whether 1 to 3 Washington Street is considered as originally approved location since the original resolution was granted October 25th, 2022. Thank you, council, for your time. I'll yield the rest of my time back to the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan, anyone else? For public
Yes,
comment?
Council President. Zafra Academy, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, it's Zas Academy, 4 Dawes Avenue, West Orange. I would like to begin by thanking the council members that represent the residents of West Orange. You don't know how much we appreciate having a voice in our local government and having agency and not being ignored any longer as we were for years and years and years. But I would like to begin my comments by talking about how our neighbor to our north, Montclair, has now fully transitioned to electric leaf blowers all year round. So now we're flanked by 2 towns, one to our north and one to our south, that's Maplewood, who have landscapers and Department of Public Works who have embraced this new clean energy alternative and now know how to do it. This leaves our town with no further excuses to begin our own transition as soon as possible. We can't claim anymore that it's too much of a strain on landscapers because many in the area have already equipped themselves with new equipment. And they use it in Montclair and in Maplewood, but then don't use it in other towns because no one asks them to use it. So we can't say anymore that it's too much of a strain on our town infrastructure, since now we have models that are leading the way and they're willing to help us. I've spoken with them. They are willing to help our own Department of Public Works learn how to do this in a way that's not going to strain them too much. I wish we would have led the way, being the town of Edison, but never mind that now. There's no time for lamentations. We must just simply join our neighbors in this good transition, in this inevitable transition. For those who are doubtful, please feel free to contact me. I have resources of people who are willing to come with their equipment and demonstrate how they work and how to transition. There are also the mentors all around us in Glen Ridge and in Montclair and Maplewood that are willing to help us, for those who are doubtful that we can actually do this. So please, let's start by banning them entirely next summer and then transitioning fully by 2025, January 1st. That seems reasonable to me. Okay, all right. The trees. Tonight I heard something that can go on the long list of the many excuses I've heard over 3.5 decades living in this town on why we have to cut down trees. And the one I heard tonight, although I have affection for you, Mr. Walter Kip. I can't, the root rot that no one can see. I don't know what to say about that. It's like, should we kill me now because in 10 years I might die? And then let's do an autopsy to see if I had a sickness and say, oops, there was a mistake. I am beyond, as you can hear, I'm beyond words with this. Please, 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 let's adopt an ordinance that will preserve our most valuable natural resource, and that is our mature trees. And instead of starting to point fingers at residents, which is, of course, the residents and businesses alike should have rules as well. But the biggest culprit of cutting down healthy, mature trees, in my opinion, and in my observation, has been our town. So, face the man in the mirror, please. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I've said enough. Good night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Joyce Rudin, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. Joyce Rudin, Woodland Avenue. I just want to begin with a little preliminary remarks because I was taken aback at the beginning of this meeting. I am always so glad to be in an inclusive and diverse community, but I have to say that the invocation tonight was the exact opposite of inclusive. In my opinion, it's inappropriate and un-American and unacceptable for a clergy to be saying the invocation, imposing his religion on the citizens, excluding those of us who are of different faiths. Isn't this even against our own United States Constitution? So while I appreciate peaceable words beginning this discourse tonight, I think that having clergy invoke Jesus Christ is really inappropriate to those of us who don't share that faith. I really would like to speak to you tonight about about the tree ordinance and about my confusion about the process of this tree ordinance. Our Green West Orange worked very hard with members of this council and with members of the township to craft an ordinance that was then reviewed and gone over with members of the Environmental Commission. And we were told that they liked all of the changes. They had some of their own. And this was presented through Ms. Gebremichael to the administration. And yet what the council received today in their package was a tree ordinance that was not the one that was crafted by our Green West Orange in coordination with the Environmental Commission. Last meeting, we heard the incredibly upsetting news about how our tree canopy has diminished so much, and we are far off from the necessary 40% of canopy. So tonight, when you review the ordinances that are before you for the tree ordinance, I'd like to make sure that these things are on your on the new tree ordinance that comes forth. First and foremost, there is agreement that no more than 2 healthy trees may be removed within a 24-month period. I think all sides agree on that. Where we don't agree, and what came forth again in today's ordinance, is that our Green West Orange does not support a tree fund. If a tree fund is implemented, there will be an incentive for the forester to allow tree cutting in order to collect money for the town for his own salary. It is a fund that could be mismanaged and be misappropriated. We do not need this. We need trees. If trees are going to be removed, trees need to be replaced, not into a tree fund, but actually replace the tree. We do not agree that there should be different standards between developers and homeowners. We should all be held to the same standards. As a matter of fact, we have some very good teeth in the current ordinance, which is not being used to hold on to the trees that we desperately need. And I agree with Zasa who just said that a lot of the problem of taking down trees is coming from the administration itself. We would also like to make sure that no healthy street trees are removed ever for curbing or sidewalk repair. We know very well that there are workarounds. We would also like to increase the permitting fees for residents and for developers. And we would like to make relations between the township and the residents much more transparent. And in order to do that, we suggest creating a township website to log all of the trees that have received permits and to designate when they will be replaced, so that neighbors do not have to be caught off guard when they hear the chainsaws. As I have heard several times this week, every morning I wake up, there's a huge tree in my neighborhood coming down. Neighbors need to be notified. Right now, we have a 2 feet regulation that neighbors who are 2 feet away from a tree have to be noticed. No, that's not enough. 200 feet is what we need for on a new notification. There are many, many things that—
Your time is up.
Thank you so much. I would appreciate that our Green West Orange's ordinance that was submitted be reviewed, as well as what you have in your hands.
Thank you.
John Blanton, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. John Blanton, Forest Hill Road in West Orange, New Jersey. Just want to first of all echo the scales in regard to fast food restaurants coming to our town, and that area up near Eagle Rock and coming off the 280 and the traffic, the CVS, just can create a lot more problems than what currently exists. Also want to echo Mr. Scott on the meeting last night with the older adult board. So early on, I heard a lot of people talking about deaths, and I've experienced a variety of deaths throughout this year and last year myself. And I just want us all to be mindful as we go day to day, that on our healthiest day, we're sick enough to die. And so knowing that, let's try to keep these words in mind: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, as well as whatever's true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, whatever is excellent, or whatever is praiseworthy. Let's continue to think on those things. I want to thank Mayor McCartney in her absence for creating the Older Adult Advisory Board. I also want to thank, I don't know if she's in the chamber this evening, she normally attends the meeting, but I want to thank Ms. Rosary Morelli. I want to thank Councilwoman Susan McCartney, as well as Councilwoman Gilbert Michael for attending the older adult meeting last night. I want to thank you for your work to continue to be advocates for the seasoned adults here in our community. I met with a group of men earlier this week, late last weekend. We were all talking about aging parents. And I had to remind all the guys that I was meeting with that we fall in that category too now. And sometimes we live in denial that we're getting older. So I just wanted to say that as we continue to have people in our community, in closing, to age in place, we do a lot for our children. Let's look at increasing some budget items for assisting our seasoned adults that have worked diligently within this community, many of them to make it what it is today. So as we look at the budget, let's look at some of those items and see what we could do, because as everything increases, I don't see things increasing for the senior adults in our community. And Laura Van Dyke and her staff does a phenomenal job with the limited resources that they have for our seniors. Thank you very much for listening, you guys. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and be blessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deborah Cheney, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Deborah Cheney, 448 Mead Street. I'm calling regarding this dispensary, which is going to be diagonal from my house. First of all, I'm very upset, and so is the neighborhood, because we just found out about it. For some reason, we did not receive any letters notifying us. We're just going by word of mouth. My friend on my block, Pierre, which is there, and explained, you cannot, there's no parking in this area. There's kids, there's a park, there's a church, there's a nursing school. This is not the right area for it. I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we don't need this here. We have a quiet neighborhood and we want to keep it this way. And that is, and they didn't do zoning. I'm sorry, but I don't feel that they did zoning here, because they would have never okayed it, especially in a residential area. I appreciate the consideration. Do not, I ask you, please do not okay this. It's not what we need down here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well.
Sally Malonga, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record. Sally, can you hear us? Sally Malonga, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Got it, Joe. Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. Thank you. I want to second Joyce Rudin's comments about the invocation at the beginning of the meeting. I think we need to follow the strict constitution of separation of church and state. It does not go over well to all the residents to impose religious testimony to everyone at a public meeting that is supposed to be non-denominational. So, and also the exhortation to be selfless is not always followed by our public officials. So either take it to heart or stop doing it. I listened to the presentation on youth mental health, and it's not a coincidence that they are using green as their color. Young people see their planet declining around them, and we can help them and all of us by improving our eco protections. Our Green West Orange members are asking our council and our mayor, first off, to pass that reasonable phased in full prohibition on gas-powered blowers, which leaves time for the landscape companies to transition. The outdated technology is being used today is overpowered for the job. It was designed to collect leaves during the fall season, yet gas-powered blowers are so overbuilt that it's like using a jet engine to blow simple leaves into a pile. And we continue to allow the abuse of landscape workers, destroying their hearing, their lungs, their hearts, for pollution around our homes, our children, and our pets. Our Green West Orange members hope that our council members will unite to protect the health of the workers and the residents in this reasonable ordinance. Outfit the landscapers with electric equipment and learn how to do less wasteful management of leaves. Because when you really think about it, it's the dumbest use, the waste of resources with the biggest downside. So we hope this can be done swiftly. Regarding the tree ordinance, I was happy to see the Environmental Commission now coming forth and saying our tree canopy should be 40%, and it's at 27%. That's putting a gaping hole in our protections. We need that canopy desperately because we need those roots to protect our homes from flooding. We need that canopy to protect our property values, give us the shade, give us the habitat, and protect us from climate change. I do not agree that our forester should be probing our trees, looking for problems, And I do not believe that any one person should consign a tree to be cut down, especially our specimen heritage trees that are over 25 years old, without a second opinion. We also don't agree with the tree fund. We simply need tree replacements. So I hope that the ordinance that residents working with the Environmental Commission produced, we hope that that ordinance is the one that gets passed and not some ordinance that is watered down. So I hope you will move on this swiftly to first reading, second reading, and let's get it done and let's move on to other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Phil Litwinoff, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. My name is Phil Litwinoff. I live on Linden Avenue in West Orange. Thank you to the entire council for listening to me. The first thing I wanted to say, which I had not planned, is that I agree 100% with Joyce Rudin and Sally Malanga about separation of church and state. When I'm not knocking having the idea of somebody speaking in faith, however, this is not my religion, and I do not believe it's appropriate to put that into a town council meeting. Second item, and this I have to address to Mr. John Gross. Will you please stay off of your cell phone and pay attention to what's going on in the meeting for what you're being paid a very handsome salary to do? I find that very objectionable as I watched the meeting earlier. My first item, the real item, is regarding the budget, but it's not the budget in terms of what you're going to be dealing with tonight. It's the budget in terms of the library. You're going to be asked to vote on change order number 17 tonight in the amount of almost $40,000. The library has now been asked to add almost $400,000 to the original estimate in order to make this library a reality. I have been driving by the library almost every day for the past several weeks. The air conditioning systems finally arrived about 2 weeks ago, and they still sit on 4 pallets outside of the library. We have finally seen, I finally see tonight where some of the racks have been put in station. However, as I understand, you're looking for a September 11th, a Labor Day opening for this library. And I'm going to tell you quite honestly, that's not going to happen. And I don't understand why. The township shut down the library in early February of this year, yet you didn't relent on any of the taxes that you paid, that you made the town people to pay for the taxes, to fund the library. However, guess what? You didn't pay anywhere near the amount that you charged in the taxes to subsidize this library. The library was shut down. You may have paid salaries, but you certainly didn't pay any of the facility costs to run this thing. And the idea that you're going to tell us that you had Philip Drill rent you a hole in the wall as a library to subsidize is ridiculous. Further, that you have made arrangements with other townships for us to rent is not new news. We've had that opportunity for years. So what you did is you stole the property taxes from the township. Mr. Gross, I would like an accounting as to what happened to the money that we were charged as residents. I think we're only due that. Second item, briefly. The drive-through restaurant idea that's been going through this township needs to be stopped. The ordinance that covers drive-through restaurants in our land use ordinance is verbatim identical to what's in South Orange. Yet if you bother to anybody in this town council cares to look, there are no drive-through restaurants in South Orange. How can they make that work? Yet we keep leaning over and letting other people put drive-through restaurants into West Orange. It makes no sense. The Sonic and the, the Sonic restaurant that's being put in where Hunan restaurant used to be. I pity the people who own the houses around there because you have just nailed them to the walls for the property values on it. We do not need any more drive-through restaurants in West Orange. All we are doing is we're cheapening the brand of what West Orange is. And the township needs to deal with that. Grandfather the existing ones in and stop further development. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Litwinoff.
Claudia Sanders, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Claudia Sanders, 27 Old Salem Road, West Orange. I just have two issues, and the first is an overdue thank you to Mr. Fagan. I contacted him a few months ago because I wanted to see if captions, closed captions, could be enabled for the Zoom audience. There are a lot of people with hearing loss, and it's such a benefit to have closed captions. And we exchanged a number of emails, and he got the job done, and I just really appreciate that. The other thing is I emailed the council members a few weeks ago after the last meeting where I observed the invocation, and only one, Susan Scarpa, got back to me about it. And I just would like to say, like some of the others, I'm a very strong supporter of the separation of church and state. And to have a Christian or otherwise religious invocation, to me, is just not appropriate in a public meeting. That's it. I just wanted to say that publicly because I did do this with an email, hoping that maybe we wouldn't see this again. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Cheryl Raymond, are you on the call? She must have lowered her hand. The person, Emra Altukaya.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, please state your name and address for the record. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
No, that's okay. My name is Emra Altunkaya, and I live at 15 Fundus Road.
I'm sorry. Can you do us a service and spell that, please?
Yes, EMRAHALTUNKAYA. Emra Altunkaya.
Thank you.
15 Fundus Road, and that's the third house behind the proposed two fast food restaurants on Eagle Rock by CVS and Whole Foods. Yeah, I mean, that place, I live in Fundus Road, which is between Rosny Terrace and Woodhull Avenue. My street is a dead-end street, so I have to use Rosny Terrace or Woodhull Avenue to access Eagle Rock and then to other places. Woodhull Avenue has the traffic light, which I actually measured it, 10 seconds. If all the drivers are alert, the third car can only cross while the light turns to yellow. And the Woodhull Avenue has a very blind spot. It's very steep. And as you would like to make a turn towards, let's say, Mount Pleasant Avenue towards the high school, you do not even see the cars speeding, coming down from the Whole Foods side. So that area is already, extremely high traffic. Very, it's extremely dangerous. Actually, a couple of years ago, my wife was actually making a left turn towards the high school from Rosny Terrace, and just as she turned to Eagle Rock, another car came, just appeared from that hill and sideswept her car when at that time my son was at the elementary school at the same side that he was sitting, that the other car came in and sideswept and then just actually left the scene without even stopping. So that area is already very dangerous. We are already trapped in with other businesses like CVS and the sushi place. A lot of cars are already parking on Woodhull Avenue. As you try to go through, you have to, navigate yourself, to make even to the, the traffic light, and the traffic goes in and out of the CVS. So I understand that that business wants to sell its place. I'm pro-business, but I mean, this has to be done with respect to the people who live there and also their safety, and also all the other comments made by the other commenters. Second, I'm actually extremely, baffled, puzzled by the sewer taxes almost doubled in the last couple of years, and the property taxes are being increased at this rate when pretty much most of the residents of this town are not seeing any increases in their, income, salaries, even portions of those type of, increases. So, I mean, where is this, all that, increase going into? As some other commenters ask, that has to be explained and it has to be very transparent. And the other last thing is, as other commenters said, I think it's time to switch to electric blowers, and this is to help fight the noise pollution, and also for the respect that we have for the environment. And I agree with most of the other commenters point of views. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Council President, we have an individual in the audience who already spoken, and they have their hand raised. Could you kindly clarify the rules on public comment?
Certainly. Just for public knowledge, once you have had a 5-minute opportunity to speak during open public comment, you are no longer permitted to speak again. However, we will have on second reading several ordinances, and if it is a question regarding a specific ordinance, public comment will be reopened at that time. So I apologize just for that particular ordinance that's on that reading, but I do apologize that you're unable to speak again.
Kevin Malanga, please state your name and address for the record. Kevin Malanga, can you hear us? Please state your name and address for the record. Kevin, we're having difficulty hearing you. Can you hear us?
Stop fussing with it.
I'm sorry?
Don't touch down there. There should be an unmute on this. Stop touch.
Hello?
Yes, Kevin. Welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the technical troubles. Kevin Malanga, Ridge Road.
Please continue.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Council President, members of the council, good evening. At the last council meeting, I posed some questions to Mr. Gross with respect to the sewer charges, and Mr. Gross provided partial answers, and Mr. Gross also provided partial answers today in an email. But I would like further clarifications because it still has not been explained to me with any kind of certainty as to where all the money is being spent for the millions of dollars that we are receiving from taxpayers to pay for sewer maintenance. Now, Mr. Gross alluded to the fact that some of the money goes to sewer line maintenance, some of it goes to debt service. May we please have a breakdown of that? It's incumbent upon the administration to provide certainty as to how the money is being spent. And I am not confident that all that money is solely for debt service. So please provide a clarification as to where those millions of dollars are being spent. Thank you very much.
Any other member of the Zoom audience wishing to address the town council, please raise your hand at this moment. Council President, I am seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. At this time, we will close public comment. This is the time that your council members respond to public comment. We try to keep our commentary brief so that we can get through our comments. And I will begin addressing some of the statements that came this evening. So we started off with talking about cannabis, and we had several residents from the 1-3 Washington Street area and neighborhood who identified that they were not informed about the cannabis entity and its application. I want to apologize if you did not receive notification. It is my understanding that residents within a 200-foot radius received notification about the application. The application, this is not the first time for this entity to come. As you heard their attorney online speak to them previously, having another location in West Orange that they received a letter of support from the council members. Unfortunately, that location had to be reconsidered. The landlord terminated the lease agreement and they went out to find another location. They have received approval from the planning board as well as this body. At this point, again, they've received approvals. So I don't know what the recourse would be. When they did come before this body, they committed to working with the neighborhood to increase education, to make sure they are not a nuisance, and that they are a welcoming part of your community. It is my belief that they will indeed do so. We do have laws and regulations and rules about how cannabis is to be sold in the state of New Jersey. And when you do not abide by those rules, and I will say that they are very strict rules, in my opinion, then you will lose your license, not only from the municipality, but also from the state of New Jersey. And you do have to have both of those licenses in good standing for you to maintain a cannabis entity. It did sound a little bit, and I want to share with the public, with a cannabis entity, it is a very, very discreet business. It does not have any description of it being a cannabis store or business. It is prevented by the state of New Jersey. And we hope that our partners will be good community partners. If not, then they will have to deal with the repercussions of not being a good community partner. There was a question about the benefit to the community. The township of West Orange, any township that allows a cannabis entity in their municipality will receive 2% of the gross sales. That is the benefit to the community. As far as your elected officials are concerned, it is not legal for us to accept any type of gift in excess of $25. That is the law. I don't know that that has answered all of the questions and or concerns, but I just did want to put out some of the information that it did not sound like there was accurate statements regarding some of what is to become. Thank you to Chemistry as well for coming. Again, we need to set up perhaps open communication or some type of conversation where you understand what the parameters are. The location at 455 Pleasant Valley Way, it wasn't just the parking, it was the proximity to our high school and the locations that our students traverse on a daily basis. The Dunkin' Donuts, the Burger King right across the street where they hang out. The kids walk back and forth past that location on a daily basis, and this body thought it not be appropriate to be in that vicinity. We do understand that you have to be 21 years of age in order to go into a cannabis facility. That is, again, the law. ID is required at point of entry, and it is also required to do a transaction. It is illegal for anyone 21 and under, unless they have a medical license, to be in a cannabis store. We also talked about the sewer fees and the charges. Again, just reiterating what has been communicated from this body and from our chief financial officer. There was not adequate time to get a model from the water company in order for us to do a user-based model, which is why we looked for something different. I will yield so that he can once again clarify how the fees, where they will be directed, And we'll do that at the end so that if any of my other colleagues have any questions that he should respond to, he can do that all at one time. We also talked about the tree ordinance. And again, hopefully we'll be able to work together with this body, with the Environmental Commission, with our activist groups around town, residents included that are not members of the activist groups, to come with the ordinance changes that are satisfactory to all parties. As far as fast food establishments are concerned, in 2019, when we revised our master plan, drive-throughs were included as a part of our master plan. So as far as stopping a drive-through, again, to be able to do so would be in conflict with what is now currently permitted in our municipality. The master plan was over a 1-year-long process, and it was not something that received pushback when the master plan was being revisited. And I personally served on the planning board when we did the master plan revision. I do agree with my residents and those who have spoken out this evening that site might not be suitable for 2 fast food restaurants. But again, the appropriate entity to determine that is the zoning board. This body, your council members, do not hear those cases. They go directly to the zoning board for ruling. The zoning board uses Chapter 25 land use law to deliberate and decide what will and will not be approved in the municipality. I appreciate everyone's comments about the budget and not approving the budget and again, trying to do something different. It is almost September. I realize it is extremely late and I have asked the administration as soon as we get this budget approved to start working on next year's budget. It is my understanding, I've been on this council for 2 years and 8 months. I attended several meetings for the prior 2.5 to 3 years prior to being elected as the chairwoman of the Human Relations Commission. We've never, in those 5 years that I've been a part, submitted the budget before February. It just doesn't happen in West Orange. I'm not suggesting that it can't or that it shouldn't. I just want us to be clear that that's not a past practice that I have witnessed. And again, Mr. Gross can speak to the timetable, not suggesting that it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just letting you know what our practice has been in West Orange. And absolutely, I would like to see us submit a budget on a much more timely level. Not excited about a 5% increase. I live here, I pay taxes here. So yes, this impacts me just as much as it impacts you. But we are and will continue to do the best that we can. Once this budget is introduced, then if we have the capacity and the ability to, again, rework some opportunities for reductions, I think each of us behind this dais are certainly willing to do so. As far as the leaf ban, that will be discussed under new business, so I will defer all of my comments regarding that to that time. As far as the library is concerned, I have not kept track of the complete total amount of the change orders. 400,000 is a tremendous impact on what was previously budgeted and approved for this project. I don't know what of the $400,000, and even if that number is correct, again, yielding to Mr. Gross or either Mr. Smeraldo to identify where we are as far as numbers are concerned. However, what I do want to communicate is there is the library that received funding to do the improvements at that location at 10 Rooney Circle, but we own the property. And there are other improvements that must be made to the building that the library cannot incur because the library does not own the space. So some of the change orders that I saw, something with PSE&G, I am assuming that is not anything to do with the actual library, but the cost that this community, this township would incur because we own that property. But again, I will yield to the administration for clarity on that. And I think I have pretty much covered most of the comments and concerns, leaf blower ban, trees and strengthening the tree ordinance, fast food, restaurant bans, making sure our budget is at a percentage that is more reasonable. Then we had some public safety issues with the ATVs and motorcycles. I will allow and defer to Chief Abbott. I do not know what the rules and regulations are for the state of New Jersey, and certainly he can speak to how we patrol and keep our residents safe. He and I have actually witnessed them traversing down Main Street on occasion. I live off of Pleasant Valley Way and I hear them often, but I do know that anytime you're chasing someone, it's always risky. And whatever we can do to keep our residents safe and to keep them safe, because they're doing tricks, they're showboating, they're doing a lot of things that, again, I've witnessed that are unsafe, but we want to make sure that even when we remove them or prevent them from being on our roads, that we do it in a responsible manner. And I think that is my response to most of the comments that have been made. Oh, there was also, I wanted to identify for those who were concerned about cannabis and at Washington Street, cannabis is allowed in Business 1 and Business 2 zones. And then there are other cannabis entities that are allowed in our industrial zones. Those are the only zones where cannabis is permitted in Township of West Orange. So while it may be in appearance a residential neighborhood, it might in fact be a business zone or a mixed use business zone. Just wanted to clarify those points. Thank you very much. And I'll defer to Councilwoman Scarpa for her comments as well.
Thank you. To Mr. Pierre George, thank you for coming out tonight, and also to Deborah Chang, who came in on Zoom. I want to answer your question. How can we pass in a residential area this cannabis near our schools? I don't know how my colleagues could say yes to this either, because I voted no for that. I was saddened to see them exercise that judgment. I am an SLP, a speech language pathologist at Washington School. I think of every one of those children like my children, and I have been advocating to keep cannabis retailers away from our schools now for almost 6 months. I have worked very hard with my constituents on Pleasant Valley Way to ensure that it was not put there near our schools, across the street from Dunkin' Donuts, where our children go and vape at lunchtime. This is really a very, very important matter. I believe you might want to reach out to your Board of Education, who should have some thoughts on this. We haven't heard too much, but they should be also protecting our children. And I want to really thank both of you for protecting our children. I feel that this does not belong on any sidewalks where our children walk to school. So anything I can do to support you, I will, but unfortunately, it appears a decision has been made. Claire Silvestri, thank you very much for all of your research, your in-depth research. I hope Mr. Gross can answer all of your questions. Again, I thought we must move towards a usage model, and we haven't gotten on the sewer, we haven't gotten any real commitment of when and how we're going to do that. And I would like to see all of these questions answered, including how the 2.4 million is being spent. Ms. Lefkowitz, thank you for all of your comments. I agree with all of them on the trees, the blowers, and also on the problems that you're having there on Pleasant Valley Way. And I hope that our legal will be able to speak more to that and how we might be able to create an ordinance. In terms of the trees, I want to address Sally Malanga, Joyce Rudin, Mr. Littenoff, and everyone who's come out. I completely agree with all of Joyce Rudin's comments on the tree ordinance. I had read what Our Green West Orange put together. I felt it had much more teeth than what our environmental committee was putting forth. And I think we need to work better to get something that really will work for West Orange, given the severe problems we have with our tree canopy. I was very surprised that these ordinances were relating to the drive-ins were not put on the agenda, that were put into pending matters. I know Terry Trigg-Scale and a number of the residents were concerned about the drive-throughs. This is a very serious problem. It has a real sense of urgency. An ordinance was created to try to address this, to grandfather in those that are already in West Orange, but to limit drive-throughs to banks and pharmacies. I'm very surprised that our council president put it on pending matters rather than putting it up for first reading, because I think it has a sense of urgency and that's where it should have been. So thank you all for coming out and trying to make us understand that sense of urgency. Claudia Sanders, thank you. We did speak about the invocation. I am completely in agreement with you and everyone else who has expressed concerns. We do have in our country a separation of church and state. We have many people of many different religions, and we don't want to offend any one of them. And I really believe that this council is not really the place for that. So thank you all for giving us your feedback. To Todd DeBovey, thank you so much for serving on our Citizens Budget Advisory Board and for the work that you've done. I agree this board should be comprised of serious people who are willing to do the work. In 2018, we did just that. There was a time when this committee met in my home. Todd, you are right that we are not managing our income and expense statements for Rock Spring or haven't gotten pertinent information related to the debt service of our downtown properties. And I particularly respect your expertise in this area. The Kemper statements are insufficient. I've requested income and expense statements for Rock Spring. I've requested detail on the debt service of our downtown properties, which significantly contribute to the structural problems of our budget that we fail to address. I've requested the breakdown of the sewer charges as requested by Kevin Malanga a number of times in email and here at council meetings. The cost expense of the 10 million for the sewer is not itemized as a cost expense anywhere in the budget. The only sewer cost expense itemized is the 3.4 million for the joint meetings. So again, I agree we need much more detail there. Residents have asked me to explain all this as well as the revenue side of the budget. However, this budget lacks the detail and the clarity to be fully understood by anyone. I'd like to see a more readable budget on time. And for these reasons, I will be voting no on the budget. When we talk about equity, inclusion, and fairness, remember that this sewer charge unfairly taxes our seniors. And we need detail as to when and how to move to the usage model. Fairness, keep fairness in mind as we talk about all of these things, but particularly as we talk about the jitney, which I've discussed a number of times. We need to have a reliable, cost-effective jitney service for all West Orange residents. I've asked our finance department for a working group to do a feasibility study, as Montclair and Summit have done, to determine how to most efficiently and fairly provide jitney service to our residents. I will not approve another budget or resolution for almost $500,000 for the jitney until this is done. We need to work smarter and more efficiently. For this reason, I will be voting no on the budget. Todd, I agree with you again. We need to work more efficiently with respect to directors who require consultants in our government. This was outlined in 2018 as a recommendation of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. This is where our CFO, our mayor, and our department heads need to leave. I'd like to read the recommendations from that 2018 Citizens Budget Advisory Board. It was to eliminate and consolidate redundant departments in the town offices. They said the town seems to have numerous departments whose missions closely resemble the responsibilities of other departments and the roles that have easy synergies across those departments. The number of employees who serve in clerk capacity is staggering related to the functions they serve. The redundancy in government is a thing of the past. West Orange has the chance to move in a more modern format of government, allowing innovative and agile business operations to try to reduce nearly 10 million payroll burden relative to a town government. With this idea, the pension, healthcare, and benefits burden is also reduced. They also recommended that we reduce overtime by many of the employees. They said when the town prepares its budget, it allocates a lump sum to each agency for overtime pay without evaluating its actual needs. And the agency proceeds to spend whatever it deems necessary or acceptable. If an agency exceeds its overtime budget, as it may do, the city routinely grants budget modification to reconcile spending. A review of the past 8 years suggests that estimates are deliberately low as part of the effort to create the fiction of a balanced budget. So this was from 2018. These costs, along with the debt service, compromise the structural problems that we have failed to overcome. So in conclusion, I want to read you the last paragraph from the 2018 Citizens Budget Recommendations as it summarizes these in the overall financial picture. So as I read this, I want you to keep in mind that today our debt service is $155 million. One of the largest pieces of the town's overall financial picture is the total debt outstanding, which now sits at $76.4 million, which is up 28% since 2010, or approximately an increase of $16.6 million. With this increase in total debt, our annual debt service costs, principal and interest, continue to increase and now sit at $7.33 million annually, or 9% of the total budget. The town did, however, complete a large-scale refinancing of debt in 2017 that has allowed for the conversion of short-term debt to long-term debt at low and stable rates. These actions are seen as proactive and advantageous to the town, as broadly speaking, in a rising interest rate environment. So I just wanted you to understand what happened back in 2018 to realize that not enough has been done between now and then. And the situation is exacerbated into a very, very serious situation. Todd, I know you and many other residents asked me to vote no on this budget, and I agree that our administration has not done their job. As I made it clear in our last council meeting, I will vote no on this budget until our CFO, mayor, and department heads cut another 5% from each department, or about 1.5 million, to get this down to 3.5. And again, I would be happy to take the same pay cut. When I voted for that cap, I expected a good faith effort from our administration. I will never vote for that cap that takes away the residents' right for a budget referendum, given this lack of effort. So in summary, I expect a working group for the jitney, a sewer usage model, a supply for Green Acres funding, and a serious look at food and beverage operations at Rock Spring, a look at cuts in consultants and overtime. And as a revenue generator, I'd like to see an RFP that's written for that recycling center that is competitively bid and favors residents and not the provider. And I'd like to see that RFP before it goes out. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. As always, thank you, Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi, for keeping us informed. I'll begin with Mr. Brick and Mr. Kipp regarding the tree ordinance. I share some of the concerns echoed, raised tonight by various residents with regard to the tree ordinance. I worked on it with my council colleague here. We expected some of the changes that we suggested to be included, and they are not. So we still have work to do there. I do want to say I found it very interesting, and I thank Mr. Kipp for sharing with us what is new information to me. Stated that healthy tree cover for township like ours is about 40%. We're at 27%, down from 30% just a few years ago. If his numbers, I don't know where he got the data from the number of trees cut down per year, but if his data is accurate, there are somewhere between 800 and 900 trees cut down or removed per year. In order to reverse that trend, we would have to be well north of 2,500 trees planted per year, and I think our target is currently about 1,000. So we certainly do have work to do there, and that will have to be a new consideration as we continue to work on the tree ordinance. Mr. George, I understand your concerns. I won't echo the sentiments of Council President or Councilwoman Scarpa. I will say there has been no inducement or anything else given to me for my vote. While that vote has been difficult, not in supporting the business or the location, but in the process, how we got to that vote, time constraints that this council was faced with. You know, I am still saddened that you were not notified. I don't know what the notification process was and if everyone that should have received notification did. But I do know that there is a notification process and everyone within a certain perimeter of that property should have been notified. So I'm hopeful to get some response from the administration tonight. I'll ask the mayor or Mr. Gross to provide us with that notification. Would like to know that all of the residents affected by the new location on Washington Street were in fact notified. But again, Mr. George, and to those that have raised their concerns, unfortunately, we were dealing with some very difficult timeframes and had to act quickly in regards to the second resolution of support. Mr. Carroll, thank you for coming tonight. I think the council president was clear on some of the reasons why 455 Pleasant Valley Way was not approved. I just want to add, I don't think the commentary around moving the goalposts was fair. My council colleague, Michelle Castellino, has been stressing from the very beginning that this is a new industry. The state guidance has not been terribly clear. It has changed over the course of time and is still evolving. And so as we craft this industry in West Orange, there will be changes. What has not changed, though, is the reasons why 455 was less than desirable. So my hope is that that answers your question along with what was already stated by my colleagues. Ms. Silvestri, I was impressed with the commentary you had around the sewer fees for some of the non-residential users. And I will agree, those fees do appear to be all over the map. Mr. Gross, please give us some update when it's your turn. I'm happy to have it now if the council president wants, but I certainly would like to understand better how we approach assessing fees to these various industry or various companies or organizations. I think part of the challenge is folks don't feel it is fair. That's a big part of it. And when you hear those kind of numbers, it doesn't help with the fairness argument. Ms. Lefkowitz, thank you as always for raising your voice and for your consistent advocacy in town and involvement. We are ready to move forward with regard to the electric blower ban. I don't find your time frame, or maybe it was someone else who echoed a time frame of banning for full summer next year, complete ban all year long, starting January 25. I don't find that to be onerous, and I think that's something that I could support. I would hope my council colleagues would support it, and I would be willing to stress, based on some of the conversations that we've already had, that that is the type of time frame that would receive broad support. The next budget is due in February, but before the administration can get to that budget, we have to get through the capital budget. So, these things are not easy, and we are in a very difficult time. And I want to stress to folks, we didn't get here overnight. This is for lack of a better analogy, the chickens coming home to roost. We have some real challenges financially in town that have to be addressed, and there is not a consistent view on the best way forward. At the end of the day, though, all of us are residents and we're all left footing the bill. So my hope and my expectation is that with time pressures on us, certainly with regard to Rock Spring and the ability to apply for Green Acres, with the amount of debt service that we're carrying on Main Street, the desire to get Crestmont into the queue for Green Acres as well, and with the development that's already planned in town that we know is going to have an impact on services, right? We know there's going to be an impact on traffic, schools, police, fire, DPW. All of the town hall workers are going to see increased volume because we have thousands of units planned. So if we are not intentional about bridging some of the gaps and working together, we're going to find ourselves at a place where no decision becomes a decision, and then all of us are going to be facing some bigger checks. I hope that's not the case. I think we have enough on the table to address these issues and address them in a relatively short time frame, and by that in government, I mean less than a year. But if we don't, again, this is going to lead to poorer outcomes. So again, I hope we can get together on some of those things. Ms. Trix Scales, I understand your and others' concerns about the number of fast food restaurants in West Orange. My children love fast food. I generally don't. I'm a little too old now to eat it. My body can't take it. I do understand the need for them, but I also understand how they affect the towns in which they are located. And I think part of the reason why we keep fighting these fights or having these issues raised is because we don't have a town planner who is focused on development town-wide, who can help leverage some of the assets. We've got a Target coming into that shopping center, which already has a Whole Foods. Very rarely do you see next door or across the street from Target and Whole Foods, Popeyes and Sonic. Usually you see something else a little bit more upscale. Those are not, that's not, so anyway, I think you get the point. We definitely need to hire a full-time town planner. We don't need a resident volunteer. We need someone who has experience in that space, who can take a holistic approach to development in town and make sure that when we're making these decisions, they make sense, not just for today when we need money, but for the next 20 or 30 years where we'll be here trying to enjoy them. So I have submitted, and it's going to be discussed in new business today, changes to the ordinance that governs drive-throughs. And my hope and my prayer is that my council colleagues will be supportive so that we no longer have drive-throughs for fast food restaurants or any restaurants, and really only have them. Obviously, those that have them now would be grandfathered in, but only have them for banks and pharmacies. Other towns have done that. This is not, extremist. And the towns that we are most similarly compared to don't have an abundance of them, if any at all. So I'm hopeful that we can learn from their experience and move in that direction. Mr. DeBovi, your comments have been addressed with the exception of the $1 million bond. You claimed that when Mr. Gross stated that if we didn't approve the new sewer fees that night, that there would be a need to go out into the market to bond, and your claim is that that is not accurate. Mr. Gross, please address that in your comments. Because that was a factor in the time frame in which we took that vote. Mr. Scott, your comments have been addressed with the exception of the lawsuit. I will simply say, I don't think anybody likes it. I think that is one of the few things that all of us agree on, including the mayor. Mr. Seltzer, I hear your comments loud and clear. I'm terribly sorry that you're going through this. I wish we could sit down at a table and decide a way forward that does not involve the court. Also would like to know, Ms. Steadwell asked on the status of the repaving on Chestnut. Can you give us an update on that, Mr. Gross? Happy to clarify things for Library of New Jersey. I can't tell you what, give you a clarification from a legal standpoint. What I can tell you is what the intention was. It was certainly my intention, and I believe the intention of this town council, that when we made the definition for pre-approved entities, that the Library of New Jersey would be a pre-approved entity. And with regard to the language contained in the conditional uses clause, it is certainly not our intention to include the Library of New Jersey or any of those 7 that had already received letters of support, resolutions of local support in one area and then exclude them in another. So the intention was to include all of them in that language, but again, our town attorney can address that when it's his opportunity. It was Ms. Kademi that recommended the time frame on the blower ban, and so I've already addressed that comment. So I want to say something about the invocation. Claudia Sanders did write in. When she wrote in, I called my colleagues and spoke to some of them about it. I know I spoke to Susan. I can't remember who else. And, you know, I have been very intentional about trying to set boundaries between my day job, which is a pastor, and my part-time job, which is a council person, for a whole host of reasons. And I think it's important to kind of, as we discuss this part, to think about the climate that we're currently in. I had, my daughter called me on Saturday and say, "Hey, Dad, is everything okay? There's police in front of our house, and they've been here a lot more." And I want to thank the chief of police for his diligence in understanding the threats that there are to elected and appointed officials. It is the worst environment I've seen in West Orange in my 22 years here. It is the worst environment in the country. And so there are real concerns, and it's because politics have gotten to be a blood sport, winner take all, very toxic. And we've exhibited that too. We've, in many ways, tried to lower the temperature, and in other ways, we've elevated it. So I don't exempt us as a body from this criticism, but that is where we are. And the intention behind the invocation was to help lower the temperature in this chamber. This is still a sanctuary of sorts. It is not a church, and I don't think it should be treated as a church. But this is hallowed ground in a different sense than the religious way it has been used. So I understand the intention, and the intention was to help all of us as we interact with each other to do so better. But I do agree. I don't think we need a prayer. I don't think it's against the U.S. Constitution. They do it on the Senate chambers. They do it in Congress. They generally have an inclusive prayer that does not mention any one particular pathway to God, but acknowledges all of them and even acknowledges those that don't believe in God. But I think the real work is not that prayer in the beginning. The real work is how we talk to each other, treat each other from Wednesday to the following Tuesday when we get in this chamber. So, we do have some more work to do as a body to lower the temperature. But I do support no longer having the prayer, and that may seem strange coming from a pastor. But I think the work is much more substantive than that. And I think the intention, while it was well-meaning, I don't think it is necessary. Mr. Blanton, your concerns were addressed. Ms. Chang, Ms. Malanga, yours were addressed as well. I do agree we should not be cutting down healthy trees. Mr. Litwinoff, I think on the agenda is an update on the library. Is that right? Are we getting that? So we'll have some update on the library and where we are with regard to the change orders and the timeframes. I trust that Mr. Smeraldo will address your concerns. And I think that's it for me. Thank you, Council President. Oh, and I do also, so last thing, I'm on the joint meeting. I requested from our executive director about a month ago that we have a full presentation on how these fees are created and what the towns are spending. My concern was that there were projects done by the joint meeting in West Orange that maintained our sewer that did not require or some notification of the board. There aren't. Everything, first off, this joint meeting, I think I mentioned this in our last meeting, but for your benefit, Mr. Malanga, the joint meeting does not do local maintenance. So all of our local maintenance is handled by us. Those numbers should be clearly or easily identifiable if they're relatively recent. I understand Mr. Gross's point. Sometimes we refinance multiple bonds at the same time, and so it may get a little bit more difficult if you go back far enough. But certainly recent maintenance should be easily and clearly identified in our financial statements somewhere. And so I do look forward to your response to Mr. Malanga, Mr. Gross, regarding the breakdown on how the money is spent. both from a maintenance standpoint and as well as our debt service. And last thing I'll say is I don't think it is fair, and I had to go back and review my notes from council meetings. I don't know that amortizing the cost of the system, at least the way that I understand it, and I may not understand it properly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but amortizing the cost of the system is not, even if we did that, that's a non-cash charge. I don't think that number should be included in any calculus. And I don't think it's fair to pass that on to current residents of any stripe, if that is the case. And now that actually does conclude my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone here in person in council chambers and via Zoom. I'd like to echo Councilman Rutherford's sentiments regarding his last statement. I will be brief because we have a long agenda and we're going into executive session and have an ABC hearing. So first off, thank you, Mr. Fagan, Mr. Puglisi. Regarding the clergy, I also do understand the intention, but I believe that prayers or invocation are not really appropriate to be had in council meetings. I am Orthodox Christian, Ethiopian Orthodox Christian. I come from a very religious background. My great uncle used to be the late king's priest in Ethiopia. My parents opened up the first Ethiopian Orthodox Christian church in New Jersey, right in West Orange. So, I mean, I believe, but I do believe also in a separation of church and government. And also we have residents of different religious backgrounds. We have people who are Hindu and Muslim and Jewish and people who don't believe at all, right? Or maybe spiritual. So I'll leave that at that. Regarding the tree ordinance, I've mentioned in previous meetings, I think it's really important that we work together with our advocacy groups as well as the administration and the environmental group and Mr. Kipp to form a proper tree ordinance. And what we were presented, the council Thursday evening in our packet, had nothing to do with what was presented by members of our Green West Orange, which my understanding is the copy that was discussed with the Environmental Commission. So that's a little confusing. So I hope we can work together to implement and do this the right way. Regarding the ban on gas leaf blowers, I'll defer to new business. Drive-through restaurant, our town really needs a full-time economic developer. I echo Councilman Rutherford's sentiments. I don't believe it's an appropriate location for them as well. Regarding the libraries, library as in cannabis location on Washington Street, I echo Council President's sentiments. Regarding chemistry, I'm going to defer to the legal department. Sewer fees, I will defer to Mr. Gross. I'm also interested in your response to Mrs. Silvestri and Mr. Malinga and the other residents. And Mrs. Silvestri, if you can please email me the data you read to us, that was very interesting. With the numbers, could you email me the data that you read to us, please? Thank you. The budget, a little confused. In the packet I received, it has a 6.74% increase. I thought we were talking about 5.8, which even I still think is too high. And I've had a lot of complaints from residents, so I can't approve this. So hopefully we can talk at the appropriate time. Regarding our township attorney and the litigation, it's currently in litigation, so we can't discuss, but I do agree that no one is above the law. We have laws in place for a reason, so I do believe justice will prevail. And I, will stand by that no vendor, no company should be paid without a contract. It's illegal and it's wrong. Mr. Seltzer, I'm really sorry about your experience. I really hope the town will do the right thing and work with you. And again, I pray that justice prevails. And to our administration, I would like a response, an update on Rock Spring. I've been mentioning it in the last few meetings. Why is it taking so long for the mayor and the administration to formulate a plan, figure out hopefully just a clubhouse being carved out in the quarry and putting out an RFP so we can generate some revenue? I mean, I feel like we're being ignored, and it's been months now since we've had a meeting with the general public. It's been months of discussion and nothing has happened, and it's just disappointing.
And that's it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. So lots to unpack this evening. I thank everyone for coming out this evening. We have great discussions on, our quality of life, what's important to our residents, how we're going to pay for all that and afford for everybody to stay and live in town. I'm just going to go down the list. So Mike Brick and Mr. Kipp, thank you so much for coming in and spending the time. It's not just, the past couple of weeks, but you've been at this for quite some time. And I know it's very important. You mentioned enforcement was mentioned this evening. And that has, been an issue. And I want to thank Mr. Kipp because I know you went out with the mayor and looked at many of our public trees and was able to save them at her request. And I appreciate that extra effort and time that you put in. But yeah, it is disturbing that the canopy is that low. Or the percentage was that low, and we need to increase that. But again, it's also a balance, and I look forward to the conversation later. Property owners, a lot of folks, you have rights to your property, but also we hope that you use great judgment with those rights. And I look forward, like I said, I look forward to that conversation to find that right balance for that ordinance. With that, I'm just going to stay on the topic of leaf blowers. We'll be speaking of that later on. I've been an advocate to wait for the technology, not rush the process, and because with the coming out of the pandemic, and I think the technology is changing, and business owners will be able to afford to transition over, and we need the town to have time with that. I haven't had a chance to look deep into the ordinance that we're going to talk about, but so I'm glad it is on pending matters and it wasn't just presented to us. As you know from this evening, we have a lot of issues and they take time to dig deep to make sure we get this right, because where folks come in to advocate for many issues, believe me, there's a lot more folks at home that are against these the opposite views of what's presented at the meetings. And so we have to find that right balance for everyone in the township. So these items take time. Speaking of which, Mr. George, thank you for coming in this evening, and the other woman that spoke on the phone. So when we started with this cannabis ordinance a couple years ago, and I was on the committee, it was very frustrating, and because of the state and the guidelines and having to invent this as we went along. And we've been trying to find our way, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments on how I have advocated and clearly stated that this would be work in progress, and that the intent was always to increase the number of feet from a school, especially being a former school board member. I did not support the last address of the store, 13 Washington. And that wasn't because of the investor. The investors are, been very, they're members of the community. They've been forthcoming in what they would like to educate and improve and in the neighborhood. But it's tough with these various locations. And I know it's frustrating on the investor's part that there aren't many locations here in the township. However, we do have 4 approved, and we have to be careful with the distance from a school. And had this ordinance been done when it should have been done a while ago, and we have various opinions and the council changed over. So I'm not, looking to blame anyone, but this is, should have been done a year ago. And then the investors wouldn't be frustrated, residents wouldn't be frustrated. But as I said, this has been a work in progress, and what a light bulb went on in my head tonight, I had mentioned when I was on the committee that we should have, when we receive an application, we should notify residents within 200 feet. And the mindset has always been, oh, well, they're going to be notified when they go to zoning and planning. And again, I think that's too late, because by the time that occurs, it's already has a seal of approval from the council. And and now you have folks that are going to come forward, are going to have a petition. So that should be written into this ordinance as an amendment, but I think we need to approve what we have tonight and work on another amendment, or else we're going to keep continuing to have these issues with the public and the investors. And so that should be noted under section 534.5. And we could talk about that in a little better detail when we get to that. But had we notified when the applications come in, like we should for the school board and everyone else under that section, then folks would know then, and they could express their opinions, and then maybe you wouldn't have approved that location for that investor. So again, it's a work of progress, and it's unfortunate that many residents are this upset. And it's tough because we have a lot of B1 zones and a lot of industrial zones where these entities are zoned to go. However, they border residential neighborhoods. So we have to be mindful. And I know it's frustrating on the investor's part, but again, we have to preserve quality of life for everyone. And so I'll be advocating for that change on a future amendment. But I really hope my colleagues could support and we get this on the books with the amendments that we made already, so we don't have any future issues. With that, and for 455 Pleasant Valley Way, my colleagues had echoed, it wasn't just for the location with the parking, although that is a tough area. And it was, for the school children, because all our high schoolers do congregate there. Which staying in that area, for those of you who don't know, I like to share. I had grew up on Pleasant Valley Way, right in that area. There used to be Friendly's there, right across the street from Burger King. Back in the 70s, I lived in, there was 2 homes there. So I watched Burger King get built with our family and watched the beginnings of a more commercialized Pleasant Valley section. So seeing how, traffic increase until we moved when I was in middle school. And I appreciate Ms. Scales for coming forward this evening. I'm glad just seeing that 2, not 1, but 2 drive-throughs put in for an application on Eagle Rock Avenue just breaks my heart. And again, property owners have rights, but what is really frustrating about that property is that, we talk about economic developer. There's a local ophthalmologist that was looking to purchase that property, never got a call back from the realtor or the property owner. And, I was looking to put a nice, modest medical building that would have been a perfect fit for that site. So again, we could talk about planners and economic developers, which are helpful in us, utilizing them. But it comes down to the property owners and what they're going to get paid for their properties. So it all is very, very frustrating. But I don't support that. It doesn't come from this body. But I am going to entertain the drive-through. That will be another discussion, and we'll probably be here, hopefully not 3 in the morning. And I'm glad it is on pending matters, because again, we have a lot of these quality life issues that need time. And when we pack our agendas, we don't get to spend the time to research and to make the take time in making the decisions. So I'm glad that did make pending matters and not on the agenda, because I need to unpack that and spend some time on it. With that, quality life issues, these ATVs, I hope the chief could say something about that, because that has been a nightmare. Even, I live now, I border Montclair, and Sunday nights in the beginning of the spring, I, had the windows open and I could hear them revving up and down. Chief knows I call them constantly. But yeah, if there's an ordinance or something we could put into play, I know there's state statutes that we were challenged with on those, but it's just unbelievable, just really unbelievable, that the drivers of these ATVs have just where their minds are, that they could just blow down our streets and cause havoc, and they just don't care. And it's really disappointing. But something does need to be done. And I don't know, maybe Chief could help us and share with that. Mr. Seltzer, I haven't spoken with you in regards to what you with your situation. And a few times I was going to stop by and talk to you, and I'm going to let this play out, and I eventually will stop by to talk to you. And all I'm going to say about the situation is I just want to share with you, Miss Gary Adams, she works very hard for this township, and it's a really tough job, because you have to go out and give people very bad news. But I do want to share that her and her department has been up and down Main Street this past year with talking to our property owners, and those, if she has to fine, she fines, or I have to tell you, they comply. And quite a few of them have the shades, and they were pulled down, and now they're open where you could view into their store. These are safety issues. They're safety issues, and for your safety as a store owner, so the police could see in your window, safety for our residents, so they could see into the store and how food's prepared. And again, I haven't followed, and I apologize, because I know this is playing out where it's playing out, but many of I could attest for the ones I know on Main Street that they've been visited, and our design team has been working with them. And that's due to her hard work and her department's hard work, making sure we want to make everybody safe in the community. So I hope that straightens out, and sorry you feel the way that you do. But again, social media, we go back to the beginning conversation. My colleague had some words with the temperature. I mean, I saw some postings on Facebook, and people taking pictures of people's cars and their kids' houses. Come on, folks, we're better than this, way better than that. And, some people think it's funny, and none of this is funny. It's not funny at all, because there are individuals out there that you could trigger. I mean, we started out the beginning of the meeting, and thank you to my colleague and to Dr. Diaz. I mean, we have a lot of fragile minds since this pandemic, a lot of fragile minds. People have been through hell and back, and everybody's got to be mindful of what you're posting out there. I don't even go on Facebook anymore because of it. And I used to enjoy that, because I just saw a childhood friend two weeks ago and say, I want to see pictures of your kids. And it's dangerous out there. I have a grandbaby now, and I'm just really, really disappointed. And I've seen a lot of the comments, and I really think our community could do better than that. And, we all got to work together. So I know investors get frustrating. It's your livelihood. I know folks who patron businesses and all of this, but we all have to do a better job in communicating and being patient, because God forbid, if something was to occur, I know folks would feel really bad, especially the folks that might have posted something in jest. So let's all do a better job of that. And we need to do a better job as well as government officials in making sure that folks don't, communication is better and that we get better information out there. The budget, we'll have that conversation shortly. I do not brag about raising taxes. I have to pay them myself. I get frustrated. But I also sit in this seat, see all the information that's presented. I appreciate the information from the public. Mr. DeBovi, you've educated me many times. Mrs. Krakowiak, you always come up with some great information. And again, sometimes we may not explain things the way we should and need to do a better job, but my colleagues, we got to get this done. Hopefully, we'll have better revenue streams coming in, but we're at the point now, who do you want to lay off? And to get to 2%, or to let the public think that we could get this lower without layoffs and slashing programming is not a possibility. So I do appreciate all your hard work. Everybody's worked really, really hard to get this down. We lowered our surplus by a lot, which I've been around a while. You have that really bad disaster occur, it's going to be tough. But I think we're in a place where not that enough slashing was done, and there could always be more. There could always be more, but I'm going to give a perfect example. We sent the seniors to the OSPAC. And we were lucky that Mr. Fonzino, because I talked to him, that he had enough money in his budget to do that. But, right after that, folks wanted to go, we have to budget how many times we could do that, because the senior part-time bus driver for $11,000 is removed out of this budget now. So each move we make has an outcome. So on one hand, we'll make cuts, and the very next day we get requests. And so again, it's all about that balance and quality of life and what we could afford. But that's why we do what we do. We got to get that done. Same thing with Miss Steadwell with Chestnut Road. They've been waiting a long time to get that road paved. Who do we pave? Who do we don't pay? And the one, where's her name? I didn't get the one email. If I don't return your email, folks, I try to return every email. Unfortunately, sometimes they go in my spam, and every once in a while, I had to remind myself to check the spam, and then you may get a call from me 2 weeks later. So I apologize for that, but that does happen time to time. So that's it. I think I addressed everything. I don't want to hold everything up because we have a lot of business to talk about. But if Mr. Gross could also, this is the one note, when Mr. Gross speaks, if he could give a little more detail with the library in regards to the grant that they did qualify for from the state. And we did have, I'm just looking at my notes, supply chain increases. When the library was first proposed, I think it was back in 2018. Am I right, Mr. Gross? Was it that early when all the original figures were done? But again, we we inherited a building, but we also did inherit 1.2 million in rent revenue. And you could also, that's the other point, if you could just address how that money is put towards the building, even though you put it all in one pot. All right, thank you, Council President.
Chief Abbott, if you could speak to the ATV and motorcycles that we've seen throughout town, it'd be greatly appreciated.
So I did receive that memo that Ms. Lefkowitz referenced. It really doesn't tell you anything you don't already know. That's illegal. We all know that. I mean, I don't even know what the utility in the state sending that out was. It was almost really was comical, silly. It's telling you that these unlicensed motor vehicles can't drive down the street. We all know that. The Attorney General's directive, which has the force of law, the courts have decided this is the equivalent of a law, says you cannot pursue them. So state's telling you they're illegal, they can't do this, but don't chase them. So I recently met with a handful of police chiefs from around the county to discuss this. Chris Kiernan from Verona kind of spearheaded it. It's, if you think it's bad here, it's been far worse on Bloomfield Avenue in Montclair, Glen Ridge, Verona, and so on. So Chris kind of spearheaded it. He just this past week sent a letter off to Armando Fontoura, our county sheriff, to see if we can somehow get together, get our heads together on this and see if there's anything we can come up with. We can't do roadblocks. There's more we can't do than we can do, for sure. So short answer, I don't know how we address this. If we can, I think it's, you know, and this was my 2 cents at the meeting. I think it's all starting on social media. I can't believe that word of mouth is getting 100 motorcycles together and ATVs and so on. So if we can somehow find out beforehand, then maybe wherever they're meeting, we could kind of converge on that. But so far, nobody's been able to come up with any kind of a page on social media that's putting these together. So that's kind of where we're at with this.
Thank you. And then just to address the increased security that we've had as elected officials, that has been a direct reflect of some of the social media posts that we've seen.
Yes, I'll set the example. I'll be a role model. I do not go on social media. Our town employees need to stay the hell off of social media, okay? Because unintentionally, they're inviting this. And my concern isn't the people so much who post these things. I don't think they're coming to your house to get you. There's a proliferation of guns, both legal and illegal. The Supreme Court is making it easier and easier for people to get guns and to carry guns. And there's a lot of mental health issues out there in the public. Some of those people have guns. That's what scares the hell out of me and keeps me up at night. You and the safety of your families. I'm going to do everything I can to protect that. As you've seen, I copied you on all the emails. We're going to do everything we can, but it's got to stop. It's got to stop on both ends. There's nothing constructive about this. To put these things on social media, to attract this attention, and then, you know, I'm diverting resources that could be used elsewhere. We have all over the state, all over the country, stolen cars, people breaking into houses to get key fobs to steal cars. That's where I want my cops, but I got to put them by your house because I'm worried for you and your kids. So, I mean, like, everybody's got to do better. Really.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Gross, you're up next. Series of questions. Just wanted to point out that this afternoon, I know that sometimes when we have council meetings, and I specifically spoke to a resident earlier this afternoon and said to them, after 3 o'clock, I'm going to be off the grid because I need to prepare for our council meeting this evening and make sure, you know, that I've read all my documents, that I have all my questions answered. So to that point, Mr. Gross sent out a response to Mr. Malanga regarding the breakdown that he asked for. He also responded to Councilwoman Scarpa and the questions that she asked for. And I know, Councilwoman, you mentioned that you had not had an opportunity to go online. So the information is there, and Mr. Gross, if you'll continue to speak to those questions, certainly just revisit some of the communications that have already gone out.
Sure, thank you. In terms of a couple of the things that were discussed tonight, based on Chestnut Street, I know that the utility is working on getting quotes for the lighting for Chestnut Street, and we're waiting for a response from them on that. So I don't have any further information from that, but it is something that we're staying in contact with them on. Talk a little bit about the library change orders. I mean, we've had lots of discussions about the change orders that have come in, and I've been very open about the fact that we made sure that no matter what the size, the very small change orders, that we came back to the council on them one by one. Some of them I think were completely justified. I think some of them probably could have, and I've expressed this as we've gone along, some of them could have been foreseen in the design phase and weren't. And so, but everything that we've approved, there's no question that it wasn't included in the original design and needed to be included. So there would have been a cost for these either way, even though there were a change order. Having said that, you always speculate as to whether the cost would have been lower if it had been included in the design. Having said all that, the amount of change orders, if you look at the issue of change orders, 20% is a high. That's a lot. That's a big number. If you had 20% in change orders, that's considered a lot. 0 is considered to be extremely successful and not likely. When you're doing especially reconstruction work where you don't know what you're going to find when you open up walls and when you open up situations. This is coming in probably about average at 8% or so, a little less than 8%. So this is not a runaway project in any way, shape, or form. It's probably typical of what you find with a reconstruction project, or maybe even low. So I'm not particularly alarmed by it. I think that we've worked hard to try to keep the contractor and on course, and I think we've done a good job. I think Mr. Smeraldo has done an excellent job of project managing this and keeping the project moving so that we didn't have more change orders or delay change orders. So while we never welcome change orders, I think this has been a successful project, and certainly coming in where if I had to have guessed somewhere in the beginning where we would come in at, I would have said 8 to 10%. So we're a little less than that right now. So I think this was a success, a successful project. This is the project that and this is the library portion of the project, was funded at $6 million. We're a little over that. And we did have money, there was money set aside previously that was earmarked for any additional costs for this. Councilwoman Castellino asked me to mention that, one of the things to keep in mind here is that we do have revenue that comes in from that building, north of $1.2 million a year. We do have expenses that go along with that, but nowhere near the $1.2 million. So part of the budget process that you're looking at tonight includes those revenues that offset potential increases in taxes for our residents. The question about the timing of making the decision about the sewer fees and what the cost would be involved in that. I mean, the reality is this is a $7 to $9 million swing. If the council didn't approve it, we would have had a cash flow issues this summer that would be reflective of, quite frankly, since the budget is built on it, it would have been reflective of a $9 million shortage in cash flow, which usually comes in the spring. So it was real. Had the council not made the decision when it did, we would have had to borrow significant funds at a significant cost to the township taxpayer. So I'm not sure exactly what the basis of I understand the concern. I'm not sure exactly where the miscommunication is. So on that, I'll talk again about this, what we're, in terms of the sewer fee. We've had this conversation many times. What we're attempting to do is to take a situation where the bulk over time, the bulk of the cost of running our sewer system has been on the taxpayer and not the user. And we've been this identifying the actual costs and moving those costs to the user base away from the taxpayer is an attempt to take an asset that is owned by the taxpayer, but have it being financed by the user base. Now, many of the taxpayers are also users of the system too. So they're a big part of that. But if we talked about this at the last meeting, you've got a lot of entities that aren't taxpayers. We've heard some of them tonight, but hospitals, private schools, properties with pilot agreements, tax exempt, not-for-profit organizations, state and federal governments that would not be paying their fair share of the cost to run our sewer system if we didn't do this. And that's what this is about. It's no more or less than that. So it's I guess conceptually, it bears to continue to repeat these because if you're not used to it, I suspect maybe it's difficult to wrap your arms around because of the bleed over between the taxpayers in both groups. But ultimately, you're talking a 5 to 10% difference in cost to the taxpayers by doing this. This will ultimately be 5 to 10% less because you're increasing the base of people or of entities that are contributing to the cost of the system to that degree. So, in terms of the question that Mrs. Krakowiak brought up, I couldn't agree with her more. The history of how this system has developed over time is that whenever an entity was new, there's a formula process that goes through that goes back to particularly I'm talking more about non-residential uses, the uses that were brought up tonight. Whenever the entity was new, a determination was made based on the formulas put forth by the joint meeting of how many units they were, and that unit count was set, and that's what it was, and probably continued for 20 or more years. That's something that we identified that's an issue because we did not have a mercantile process. So as businesses evolved and changed, we weren't able to change the formulas along with them because we weren't necessarily informed. We didn't have a process to do that. It was one of the reasons that I felt very strongly about adding the mercantile process, which you did this year. And I think that's going to go a long way because what that will enable us to do is since with a licensure process is we can require self-reporting so that businesses, periodically we'll be able to get from them during the renewal process or otherwise information on their business as it evolves and ask the pertinent questions, for a restaurant, how many tables, how many seats do you have? That type of thing, which we'd never know if that changed. A small business opens up and blossoms into a big business. We might intellectually know that, but in terms of our systems, there was never anything in place for that. So what seems and sounds haphazard wasn't haphazard in its implementation, but over a period of 20 or maybe longer years, it probably it's evolved into that. So certainly the self-notification of the mercantile, we intend to use that to relook at the unit distribution because we think that is as important as what we're doing for the residential units. Additionally, with the revow coming up, one of the things we're asking the revow inspectors to do with commercial properties, again, is to do the same thing. Is to help us, again, reformulate the questions for the different types of businesses so that we can get the data to make sure that the business is moving forward, or these entities moving forward will be assessed the proper amount based on what they're doing now, today, and then moving forward on an annual basis with the self-reporting, we'll be able to keep up with that. So we think that we agree that this is important to solve. And this is part of the master plan, if you will, or the design of moving in these directions that we've talked about. And we've done a lot in the industry between the mercantile and the fees and restructuring with the sewer. We're doing a lot to bring us to where we need to be, which is more equitable across the board, for residents as well as non-residential properties, and economical in terms of making sure that the right users are paying for the services that we're providing.
So one of the other questions was, how is this reflected in the budget? As a line item, the additional income and how it will be placed. And I think there was also a question about the fees that have been charged for 2023. So you did respond and you identified in your email, I don't have it back up in front of me, but I think there was a question regarding the fees, how they are applied, what the sewer charges are from residents, and what additional fees we have to pay as a municipality. Obviously, the intent of the question is, where's the money going? Follow the money.
Sure. Well, the money is going to the taxpayers in terms of the offset, right? Because you have a group, you're taking this smaller group and you're bringing in a larger group to pay for the expense, this total expense. So that money is, and that's why there's tax relief in this, because there's an increase in the cost, there's an increase in revenue that's coming in, and that provides some level of tax relief to our residents. In terms of where the system costs are, and we've talked about this as well numerous times, we have salary and wage costs that we've our day-to-day maintenance and OE costs are a little over $1 million. And we have about $3.4 million we pay for treatment. And then we have our cost of the overall, capital maintenance, as well as the amortization or the cost of the system. And I understand Councilman's the feeling that may be troublesome. But if you think about it, that this is an asset owned by the residents, and that asset has a value, whatever that value is. In order to make sure that our residents get the benefit of that value, you want to amortize it in such a manner so that the users, that it's passed through to all of the users. So this all, again, goes back to this idea of transferring the cost of running the system away from the taxpayers alone to the users, which includes taxpayers, but includes others.
So the challenge with that analysis that you provide is that you say that it's going to provide relief to the taxpayer, but we paid an increase to get relief. So to me,
you would have paid more. You would have paid more. It would have cost, you would not be at 5.8% right now. You would have been at a higher number because you would have not had the benefit of that additional income from the non-taxpayer base.
I'm just going to defer to my colleagues. I'm going to defer to my colleagues because it doesn't, I have to say, make it make sense. Because it sounds like a double tax.
I agree.
I mean, I hear you. I understand it, but it just doesn't.
So we had,
Doesn't sit well with
yeah,
us.
we had a bill to pay and so I guess what's so hard to wrap around the public's brains and our brains is if you went with bonding it, what would it, obviously
You don't have that
that,
option.
well, now we don't.
No,
but-
no, you don't. It's not
we,
legal.
there was.
Legally, you can't do
You
it.
couldn't do it
Yeah.
anyway.
You can't pay a bond and bring that into your budget.
And I agree with you with charging the users, like folks who
Yeah.
weren't paying into it, other entities not paying into it to help subsidize the burden on the taxpayers. So I get all that, but I guess what's hard is how did this cost become so large this past year? That we have.
And it's always cost that. The taxpayers always paid it, except it was hidden in the tax bill, as opposed to being identified as the cost of running the system that was attributed to all the users. So it was, those costs were buried in the budget, not identified as being a sewer cost.
And why was that? Why wasn't it identified?
Because when you.
Why identify it this year?
Yeah, I have a
I'm
question.
saying,
Yeah.
why has that been identified all these years? That's where I guess we're struggling. I mean, obviously, we know we
Well,
approve bonds
look,
because the
Going
past couple
back
years.
when
Now,
Mr.
I'm not saying we know the commission.
First off, I did identify it, and I've over the years have provided spreadsheets and analysis to the council, identifying the fact that the amount that we were charging is less than the total cost of
Yeah,
running the
and
system.
that is a fair statement.
And going back to, when Mr. Krakowiak was serving, he felt that at that point in time, he felt that there should be an annual increase in the fees to get them to where they were. And, some
I
people
agree with
agreed with
that,
that, and the mayor didn't agree with that position.
We're paying the piper now.
So we're now re-looking at that issue, and that's how we got here.
Councilwoman, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, my last statement is, we obviously know we have to look deeper at this, which we all committed that we would do in the fall. And that's gonna have to be a separate workshop that we have time just to wrap our heads around it. You could give us all the scenarios. And we'll have to deal with it. Because it can't jump up on anybody next year. But again, as you did state, and I will give you this, that if we look at a user base, it could increase for a lot of people as well. So it should be very interesting running the numbers, but we have to spend time on it. And to a lot of items that were mentioned earlier this evening in regards to rocks, these are all separate meetings that we need to focus on, workshop meetings, one at a time, because we have to get it right. And the only way we're going to get it right is if we spend the time on it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
I'd like to piggyback off of what Councilman Castellino was saying about the previous years. What I don't understand is last year and the year before, the tax increase was minimal. I mean, last year was 1.93, the year before that 0.08, the year before that 1.
COVID.
I understand that, but how are we able to sustain the sewer bill? We weren't getting as much income either. Why is it that we're getting hit now 16 point, or were
COVID money.
getting hit with 16?
Because we were sinking, and this goes back, it's not just the sewer bill, it's all of our expenses. Our expenses didn't just go up. We were, many of those years, most of those years, we had at least 2% increase in salary. We had other increases going up within our needs as well. And we were basically sinking our reserves in there to keep from having to raise taxes. So those low rates were artificially low.
So do you think we can tap into our reserves one more time to bring this down 1 more percent? From 5 to 4.5?
The reserves,
Use your reserves.
well, we've had this discussion as well, and I went through, we're right,
Now that we've
we're
increased
at our
the money.
reserves reserve level now, we're at the minimum. We're less than the minimum because, we did put a $1.2 million of reserves into this budget. So we're actually below the minimum.
Now we have all those fees,
I'm sorry.
the fee changes.
Yeah, well, you calculated them into your budget already. That's part of
It's
the
already
budget.
third quarter.
Councilwoman, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Just getting back to what Mrs. Silvestri was talking about the commercial properties. I want to better understand, what is our plan to capture this revenue? I mean, you said something about reevaluation, like we're doing for the homes. How quickly, what is our plan to actually capture this revenue from the commercial properties, and how long will it take?
Okay, so I expect to do it this year for next year. We're starting the process with Mercantile. Mercantile applications will be out in September, due in October. So once we have registrations, we can then send out to the individual business. Once they're registered as a business, we know who we can send out self-reporting questionnaires and require them. We'll have teeth to require them to respond.
Right. Okay, so that's gonna be like this fall. So my real question is, so when do we get to the usage model? I know we're not gonna capture probably as much revenue, but when are we gonna get to the usage model for the sewer? And what do we need to do to get there? How quickly?
The plan, and we discussed it during the budget process, was to work on this over the next 6 months, so that we're prepared to introduce it for the 2024 year.
Okay, so you believe, how quickly can you get the information you need from the water company?
How quickly?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for, I have the process to get the actual data that we need in order to actually do it from the water company. However, that won't start until the winter, and we need to get data from them. They're working on getting the sample data so that we can do models, so that we can look and see exactly what it means, what the different, whenever you do something there's winners and losers. So you want to know who the winners and who the losers, what does it look like?
Right, because our seniors are bearing the brunt of this. That's my concern.
I'm completely understand. My point is, we need to do models and prepare models for you to look at that will show you, okay, if you do it this way, this is the outcome. These are the outcomes, and these are the different outcomes.
Right. Okay.
So
So we're looking at 6 months.
As Councilwoman Castellino said, that's for this winter.
Right.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman?
Yes, Mr. Gross, back to the amortization part. I understand your explanation. I don't know that approaches the way that I would do it. Two reasonable people can approach the same thing differently, and it doesn't mean that one of them's wrong. But I think using amortization, the residents get the benefit of it now. It's a non-cash charge, and it's hard to communicate a concept like that easily to people that are paying. So I think we've got to rethink that, and I don't think it'll be an issue once we move to a usage-based model anyway. To the councilwoman's point just a moment ago, when we go to a usage-based model, we will capture all of the cost for the system. Because the maintenance of our portion of the system will have to be done by bonds, and we'll know what that debt service is. And our fees to the joint meeting are going to be clearly stated in the bills that they send us every single quarter. So we'll know what those numbers are. So we can capture enough to cover the entire cost. But again, to your point, some people will pay more, some will pay less. When we move to that system, though, I think it's going to be important to build in some surplus. And I know that may sound crazy.
Well, was one of my things I want to talk about here is that, right now we're just trying to get our head above water.
Yeah.
Once you get your head above water, then you can start talking about, okay, are we going to build a sinking fund for future capital expenses for the water system so that you start planning that this has been very reactive because it is never fully paid for. So every dollar you took in was just helping you catch up. If we get to the point when we get where we are now, we can now start planning our future capital expenses and how to collect for them and create a sinking fund up front so that you have money for them when they occur.
No, and I think, we're discussing the same thing at the joint meeting. The joint meeting does not keep a surplus above a very minimal level. They send it back to municipalities, as you know. But you do have extraordinary or emergency circumstances that require immediate attention. If we do build a surplus, though, I would want it to be in a trust of some sort so that it could only be used. Yeah,
By definition, a sinking fund is a trust fund where you take money and you collect it and you deposit it so that it's there.
right, for that same purpose.
Yep.
I find it interesting in your response, and I think I just wanted to highlight that for the benefit of the residents that are continuing to reach out to us. We are dealing with an issue that took years to make. Our CFO just pointed out a conversation that had to have been at least 4 years old or 4 years ago when Mr. Krakowiak suggested raising fees some minimum amount every single year to help us catch up. And zooming out for a minute to clarify your position, taxpayers have always paid for this. They just paid it in the property tax bill, commercial or residential. You paid it in the property tax bill. Your sewer bill paid a portion of the cost. The rest of it came from property taxes. So Mr. Krakowiak suggested an alternative, and that was not received well by the mayor and was not done. These are the kinds of things, if you put them off too long, you take a small problem and it becomes a big problem, which is what we see this year with all of the complaints and the issues around the sewer bill. Wanted to go back to something else aside from sewers, though. You spoke about Chestnut. You talked about the lighting there. We know that we can pave, and if we have not yet applied or requested the extension, I believe the deadline to request the extension for the grants from the county to pave those streets is August.
I don't think the Chestnut is not a.
Is not a part of that?
No.
Okay, so, so do we know when Chestnut is going to be paved?
Well, I would like to talk a little bit about capital program later on in the evening when we do when you do new topic,
Gotcha, new business. Excellent. All right, last thing. Do performance bonds, going back to the library now, do performance bonds or would performance bonds protect us against some of these change orders that we've been facing?
No, it's either in the design or it's not, so the contractor responds to the design. Now, if it's in the design, then there's no change order because if the contractor missed it or whatever the case may be. This is by definition because there's a deficiency in the design, either through, again, when you're doing retro work on a building, a pre-existing building, you open up a wall or you open up a floor, you open up the ceiling, or you run into something that no one could have ever anticipated, there's going to be a change order. And then there's the things, and we've talked about before, things that I'll say I thought probably could have been thought about in design. Now, part of that is also about the amount of money that you have and that you're thinking. When you give the design criteria, the project criteria to a professional, and you say this is our budget, they start thinking about the things that they may not need or or do. And so it's a dynamic process. Again, we had We came back with a lot of change orders, many more than we've done before, because historically, most situations, you don't bring them back that often. You coagulate them and bring them back. I made a commitment to the council that we would bring back every single one, and we did. This is not out of line in terms of a process.
You know, we've had this public discussion, so some of the stuff I think was like an oversight. I don't know how we don't have, chargers for visitors to the library or water fountains in convenient places. Those are the kinds of things that I think somebody dropped the ball.
Well, the library picked their own architect, so their architect designed
whoever, I'm on the record, I want a scorecard so that if this architect ever wins a bid again, we can say no and say why, because there were basic things that should have been included in that plan that just weren't. Even when it comes to airflow, there were at least 3 or 4 different things that, to me as a non-developer, non-construction person, I would have known we would have needed in a library, and they weren't there. This isn't to place blame other than on, the architect in this particular case. So, whatever.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Last thing I just wanted to say is a comment. I'm almost done, Council President. So I did see your email today, and thank you for sending that email. I didn't get a chance to see if you responded to my question. But the question that I had regarding the bonds from the joint meeting, were any of them, reimbursable?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It's like everything else. They're complicated. For instance, there's a couple of them which we are told, and we believe that the FEMA will be reimbursing the project back. However, that's at the end.
Mhm.
We have to borrow the money up front,
Right.
and that money is being capitalized. The interest is being capitalized into the project. So it's rolled back into the project. So we have full exposure. It's our money. We owe it. We will have to pay for all the carrying charges up until whenever any funds do come to offset it. We think it's going to be somewhere between 75 and 90%, which is great. But this is a high interest period. And during this high interest period, we're paying high interest on it for some period of time. So it's why I say the answer is kind of yes and no.
So now when that money does come back, do we then retire some debt, even if it's not that debt? Or does it go into a general fund?
Actually not, it's all done through the joint meeting. So right now, they're borrowing the money now.
Mhm.
So as the project moves along.
But our portion of it. So like we're out.
Well, 100%, they're borrowing 100%.
Right.
We have our portion is designated. We know what the maximum, our portion, what our exposure is
Mhm.
in terms of the debt. We don't know what our exposure is in terms of the interest, because that's obviously variable over time. So, and then since that's being rolled into the project itself, some of that was, if not all that was anticipated. So hopefully the amount that we have is going to be covered, but we'll know that obviously if FEMA comes in and picks up 3/4 of it, then certainly it'll all be rolled in and we'll have plenty of room. So I suspect it's all going to turn out just fine, but it is still our exposure. We're still responsible for it. If for some reason the federal government doesn't come in,
We still have to pay. But when they do, if they do reimburse us, and assuming they will, and they have, at least for the most part.
they're not going to reimburse us because we haven't paid anything out.
Right, but we're going to get reimbursed for our portion because we had to, the bond, so correct me if I'm wrong. The 22 bonds that you put in that email to Mr. Malonga today.
Yes.
Those were for the FEMA flood reduction plan that we're doing. I think that was probably
At
phase
least
2.
one of them. I think one, the large one was, I'm not sure about the other. I think the other might have been an independent.
All right, so let's just say, just for argument's sake, so we understand, one was for something we expect to be reimbursed at 90%. When that, so now we've borrowed X dollars.
We didn't borrow, they borrowed it
Well.
on our behalf.
On our behalf,
Yes,
right. And,
on
but,
our credit,
and we are paying,
not yet.
we
They're
are going,
amortizing, they're amortizing it.
so they're rolling the interest.
Rolling the interest into the project.
So
So we
then
don't
that
have a
changes
cash
the-
flow,
Yeah.
but we have an expense. Our
I get it.
our
I get it.
expense is growing.
I get it. So, but then that then changes. So Mr. Malanga's question was about what we're actually spending. So then those numbers, we're not actually spending.
We're not spending, but we're accruing
We're accruing, but
and we're gonna owe.
we're gonna owe roughly 10% of that plus some portion of the interest at some future date.
That's correct.
And but we're including the full number in the calculus now.
Well, I
And I'm not saying that's the wrong approach. I'm trying to understand.
No, I identified, first off, that's future improvements of the systems. That doesn't even, that's not going to be part of our system's asset. Right? So that's just going to be pure cost. Whatever we end up with then is going to cost us in the future, either through debt service or through, it's not gonna equivalent to our asset to the extent that I've identified that this is an asset that we're trying to attribute the cost to across the board. That's going to be a cost for the users, all the users, because it goes to joint meeting.
Right. So, but I was just trying to understand. It seems like, Mr. Malanga's question was, what are we spending on this system ourselves? And in response to that question, you listed about, you had multiple answers, but one portion of the answer was 6 or 7 different bonds that go all the way back to, I believe, 2018. But at least with the 22 bonds, I don't know what happened prior to 22. At least with the 22 bonds, we've not yet spent a penny on those based on the answer you just gave.
Not cash.
Right.
That's-
We've incurred
but
a
we have debt,
cost
and we've incurred a cost.
at
And
some
we've incurred
future
a
date.
cost that ultimately is going to be amortized into the new debt, whatever that is.
So even when that cost comes due, they're not going to send us a bill to pay the 10% plus whatever our portion of the interest is. They're going to, how are they going to handle that?
Then that'll be financed over some long-term period of time.
From the joint meeting, and then they'll assess us a fee as a user
Yes.
based on our EDUs.
But the real significance to what I sent is that's an example of the last 12 years. Okay, and your sewer system's a 50-year project.
Actually, you're right. It went back to 2009, so it was 14 years. You're right.
Yeah. So your sewer system, that's an example of the costs that are already built in that I'll never be able to go back and find now because they've all been diluted into the debt system. But that over the last 50 years, we've accumulated that kind of expense in our system.
But those costs are captured by the fee that they're charging us, right? The joint meeting is then in their fee structure, capturing enough revenue from the member municipalities to pay off that debt and to maintain.
No, I think once that comes to maturity, we will get a bill directly for that.
Right.
All right, so now, so.
Can we, I was gonna say, can we?
I don't understand this.
In our budget, there's a section for the NJIT
Mm-hmm.
debt service. That's all sewer debt service.
All right, so that 10% that we are obligated to pay under the 90% reimbursable from FEMA, that 10% is not gonna be wrapped up into the fee they charge us. They're gonna, which is roughly 3.4 million
I
a
don't
year.
believe so. I mean, I mean, if this is like every other issue that we've dealt
Then
with.
they're gonna send us a bill for that, and it'll be several
Well,
$100,000.
NJIT, they're gonna finance that through and probably NJIT, and we'll get a bill directly from the financiers.
Do you
Right.
give them that at the meetings?
So I just went through a full presentation on this, and this part was not covered. And my expectation for that part was with our 10%, we would end up having to pay that. Now, that might be a bond that we took out to pay that and whatever other maintenance we had for the system that year. But it's going to be several $100,000s that are due at one time at some point down the road. And that's not, I'm
sorry.
still unclear
Guys,
on
Here
your,
we go.
on your answer.
I'm sorry. Councilman, I'm sorry. Can you guys step outside and talk, please? Thank you.
So I'm unclear if they're capturing, and I'll find out tomorrow. If they're capturing those fees in the fees that they charge us based on our EDUs, or if they're gonna send us a bill for, several $100,000 to pay our portion of that debt whenever they finish and get the reimbursement from FEMA, because they don't want to hold it either.
The way it's always been done in the past is it gets financed, it's all rolled in, it gets financed and directly to us.
Okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap up our conversation so we can get to the items on our agenda. We have several pages. So we have now at the consent agenda. So colleagues, go ahead.
Okay. Approval of minutes of previous meetings, public meeting, June 27th, 2023, July 11th, 2023, June 26th, 2023, and August 1st, 2023, along with the executive session minutes of July 26th, 2023.
Consent.
Can we, I'm sorry, pull the executive session one? I should have emailed you. I'll email you, so I don't want to violate it.
Yeah, I can't either. I'll
Because three of us
talk
had
to you
said
about it.
yes.
The three, I'm sorry, I don't.
I'll talk to you offline. I want to pull executive session minutes. with the
Well,
rest
can
of
we
you.
just correct the vote count? That's not disclosing anything.
No,
Just
there's some
correct.
other issues.
Oh, there's some other issues as well? Okay. All right, so we're gonna pull the executive session, 7/26/23 minutes from the consent. Okay, and we'll revisit those via email so that we can maintain confidentiality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Consent to the rest.
Okay,
Thank you.
report of township officers, Mr. Smeraldo, if you could continue to give us a very brief update. Yes, please.
Well, I have 7 bullets.
Wait, microphone.
I'm going to give you proof that we're doing well, and I will be brief with 7 bullet points. Mr. Fagan has instructions to just hit the button every 5 seconds, and I'm going to go through this. So, well, you better hurry up. Rooftop units. I know, I apologize. I stepped out for a personal before, so I missed half of the questions. So if I miss them, please.
They're sitting outside on a.
So they're going to be installed on the roof on Friday. Cranes are coming in. We had to coordinate. We had to take all the appliances and get them ready. They're going to be installed on Friday, weather permitting. Okay, they should be up and out. Crane is gone. Everything's out of the driveway. The furniture, as you can see here, you'll see a lot of the stacks are being put in as we speak. Tomorrow at 6:30 a.m., we are receiving 2 shipments of furniture with another shipment due on Friday. And they're going to be installing the furniture, the millwork. It's the millwork and the furniture is going to be delivered tomorrow and Friday, and they're going to process that and put it together as we speak. The shelving itself and all of the furniture should be completed no later than September 7th. I spoke to the vendor today, and he said that is their target date. And the reason is that we have to get delivery of all our books, all our reference materials, all of anything that has to do with the operations of the library will be delivered on or about the 7th, as soon as this is complete. And at that point, at our meeting last week, Mr. Cubey said it should take about 14 days for them to put into all the reference materials, everything onto these shelves, code them and everything else, and have their library getting ready to open and function. The mini library. That is going to be closing September 30th, based on all this information. We served notice to Mr. Drill. We want to thank Mr. Drill and Mr. Weston for assisting us in the time of need. Some people may have not agreed to that, but it helped us and it was used a lot. So we did very good service to the public for those who were less fortunate, who couldn't have access. The final inspections are occurring as we speak. We spoke to Mr. Biondi and we asked him to, where possible, to do the final inspections so that when the rooftop units are installed, and the air quality has been leveled out, we should be able to get the final inspections as quickly as possible and offer the CO. The last item we have to talk about, you see on that last picture there, is the decking material. There has been a slight snag in the sense of that we are looking to change the fencing for a more aesthetically pleasing for the enjoyment of the public. It is for the public. This is for our constituents. This is for our residents, and this is for all those who are visiting. So we want to make this aesthetically pleasing. Unfortunately, that change order or that difference of the fence may take us a little while to order the new one, but we can get the CO and still operate. And I confirmed that with Mr. Biondi. So even if we don't get the outside veranda decking, all that stuff in on time of the opening date, it will be completed very, very shortly. That is the conclusion of my report.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right.
That's nice. Again, we do want to thank Mr. Drill. I apologize for the comment from the public indicating it was a crappy location.
Yeah, really.
I apologize, Mr. Drill. Next on our agenda is the Madam
Readings
Clerk?
of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills, bills of August 1st, 2023 and August 22nd, 2023.
consent.
Resolutions or any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to start with resolution 300-23. The public hearing and adoption of budget amendment number 1 will be pulled.
All right. And
Did you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
300-23, public hearing and adoption of the budget amendment number 1 is being pulled.
323.
As well as.
Questions on?
Not
300 and adoption.
I don't have.
300. Yeah, it's on the list. All right, question.
You have your new agenda?
Okay.
Questions 274-23. The resolution prescribing fees is set forth in chapter 12, section 3.4 of the revised general ordinances and implemented through ordinance 2788-23. My question on that.
$3.
Yeah, why $3? I'm sorry. I mean, why?
Okay.
Are we
So
raising? the
I would,
fee?
this first set. That's in here basically sets the original fee.
Okay.
And then when you get to there's one resolution that I sent you with all the backup.
Yeah.
That changes all the fees up.
Okay.
So I would, these here are not, quite frankly, are superfluous.
Okay,
The grid, the spreadsheets. and-
so does that also include 277-23?
Yeah, there's like 50 of them.
All right, and then, but I read those, but then okay. Let me just make sure my questions are what you're suggesting. So for 277, okay, yep, I see that. All right, and then for 280,
Well, that was my question for 280. Why don't we just give them-
I'm
All
under
the
the
way to-
direction.
All the
okay.
way to 291.
So for 280, I'm actually pulling well, I have my questions, so I don't have to pull if you can answer the question.
Yeah.
So on 280-23, this is for the tattoo parlor.
Uh-huh.
We still have in the language for the ordinance, under the direction of a physician or osteopath shall be $70 or any part thereof. That's not a part of any New Jersey state statute that a tattoo parlor has to have a physician,
Well, that's in our, if that's in our ordinance, that's in our ordinance. That has nothing to do with this resolution. The resolution is just regurgitating what's in the ordinance. If you want to change that, we'd have to go back and look at the ordinance itself.
Okay, so can, how do?
This
how-
this is just related to the fees for this.
Understood, but as we're making changes, when we notice something that isn't in sync, we should address everything instead of trying to. I mean, that's why our code, in my opinion, has some things that make sense and then some other changes that still need to be made, because when we're making a substantive change, even if it's just to the fees, if we see something that is out of whack or doesn't make sense, I think it's appropriate for us to address it at the same time.
Council Brown, I think it's with an ordinance, it requires a different process than the resolution, so we can address it, but not at the same time.
Well, I don't know that we can address it under new business other than to make a recommendation, but if we can do the recommendation, I need verification. I looked up the New Jersey State statute. It does not require a physician for a tattoo parlor. So for us to still require it, I just think that's something we need to address. So if we can just put a note in that and maybe we'll bring it back up.
Absolutely.
And-
We'll refer to the health department to get an answer. And
okay, because I know we just had a situation with the henna art, and we came to that conclusion that those things aren't required. All right, and then my
But the-
next.
Wait, I have a question. Can we stay on that ordinance though for a second?
Oh, sure.
I mean, that
If you have- if
resolution,
you have-
if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so my question was more confused is I thought we didn't allow tattooing in the township. So that's where maybe, or maybe we didn't have them because of the direction of the physician. Because when the henna, I didn't get a chance to talk to Ms. Crawford.
So the henna issue
It's not considered tattooing.
is not
No.
tattooing, and the
That's
henna
just
issue
cosmetic.
is cosmetic.
Yes.
And so, but this is specifically allowing
Tattoo,
tattooing and body piercing, which is completely different from henna.
Yeah.
Exactly. But this one, again, okay, so we.
And I have to agree with you. I would like to pull this one and I need time on it because I gotta talk to Mr. Fonzino about this.
Okay.
I have a question. Isn't the process for an ordinance to discuss it in new business and then have the actual ordinance in the next meeting?
It is. So
Yeah.
we're still pulling.
But
it.
this is resolution.
No, I know.
Yeah.
No, what she wants to do is in new
pull it.
business, bring up
Bring
that
up, yes.
ordinance. Let's make the recommendation that it be amended. And then we can all work on it between now and the next meeting.
That's
Have
what
it
I
out
was
for
gonna
first
do.
reading.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I had some other questions. That was 280. My next question was about 291.
Is 280 being pulled?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait.
And 281.
Wait, hold on. So 280, 281. Maybe pulled.
All right. And then I asked about 291. This says a fee prescribed by resolution. It may not be relevant because you said we're gonna have a long list of all of them on the next
Oh, yeah, it wasn't.
document, but it doesn't have a fee here at all. It just says a fee is prescribed by resolution and will be subject to a delinquent fee in the amount prescribed by resolution.
yeah, I think that's addressed in the other.
So that's okay? Okay. And then next I had 298.
Well, before we get there,
Okay.
can we pull 293?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to back up one more, 292. Professional services agreement. I just wondered why the agreement went back to the 1st of July instead of starting with today's date.
It's it was a grant that we
grant.
got as well, part of the budget process. So it's something we've been negotiating. They've actually been providing service without the agreement.
All right, and then 293.
Are these just big questions we're asking? Or are they being pulled?
293, I'm gonna need a change to in order to vote for it. So if the
Correct.
change
Yeah.
doesn't happen, I'm not voting for it.
What's the change?
1 year contract.
Yeah.
Oh, I had another, okay, so let's go ahead and
293 is pulled.
pull 293.
294 have some questions.
All right, go ahead with your questions.
I just want to know what PSE&G's responsibility is in this and if they're going to reimburse us any of that at all.
So, Councilman, what happened in that particular case, PSCG came out, did the work. Road was uneven, it was unsafe, a lot of people walking in and out between our tenant and those working in the building, and then there was visitors in going to the tenants. And at the time, the contractor thought it was in the best interest to make it safe. We didn't know when public service was gonna return. They put, the contractor just put that asphalt down in the spirit of being safe. We discussed this with them at length, at many of our meetings. Mr. Trink was at one of them, and we discussed it, and we said, listen, we need to get this done, taken care of. They reduced the rate from $10,000 to $4,000 because they had it on site there. They were able to get it done, and we finished it off so we can avoid safety hazard. We didn't know when public service was coming out because they work in stages. As far as us recouping the money, we're in negotiations right now trying to recoup the money, but I can't promise you that we're gonna get it.
All right, so after the contractor put it down for safety purposes, PSE&G came and ripped it up.
No. They put in we had the water main put in, then we had the gas main put in, installed.
Right.
This was over a period of like 3-4 weeks, whatever. It was, we had rain, we had a series of rain and everything. Things were getting washed out. It was becoming a hazard. So to avoid the hazard, avoid trips, avoid any other unpleasantries on the site, they just did it.
So PSE&G's complaint then, or their pushback is they would have done it themselves.
Well, you guys just went ahead and did without doing it, and they're kind of like, hey, thanks for doing it. So we're discussing it. And Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Lepore looked at this number that we negotiated the number from $10,000 down to $4,000. Mr. Lepore stated that this price for the $4,000 is in line with any other project that we've done in town that we would have done. With putting in patching work at the same time. I don't know what it was, a square foot or a cubic yard, whatever, how they built for it. But it was confirmed by Mr. Lepore that it was based on the fair market rate.
All right, that was my question.
Okay, thank you.
We pulled 296. I'd like it amended to include a couple other topics for executive session.
You can't do that in real time. That has to be done in advance.
Yeah, it has to be, you have to
Advertised.
notice
Sure.
it.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then, for the,
Oh,
go ahead.
No, I mean, again, the administration, because of the time, we're gonna withdraw it. We can be put on to complete.
The executive
Well,
session.
For the next meeting, can
Okay.
you please include personnel?
well, why don't you just send him an email and let him know what you want
I
to
just want to be transparent, and let people know what it is that I want. So personnel.
What
Cannabis.
Right.
So regarding personnel, the BA role, because it's been past the 60 days, the mayor should no longer be the interim BA based on our code. So we have to figure that out, and our assistant attorney.
And you said cannabis?
Cannabis, please, yes.
What about cannabis?
Chemistry.
You could talk that in public.
Why do we
Yeah,
need to go in
yeah,
executive
sure.
session?
If it's, again, maybe you should email, because it either has to be a matter of contractual negotiations or litigation.
Well, it could head towards litigation, so I'd like,
So just shoot me an email so we can be prepared for it.
yeah.
And then again, with regard to the assistant attorney, I welcome any nominations, recommendations, or people to talk.
But
So,
how
yeah.
many responses did we get to the RFQ?
I'll circulate Ms. Reynolds, and we'll get them to you.
Have you started meeting with people already?
I'm sorry?
Have you started meeting with people already?
Yes,
All of them?
no, we looked at the submission. But again, if you have any recommendations, I've said for the podium, when I was here in June, we welcome it. We wrote to the presidents of every bar association in Jersey. We did a public process.
Is the process open or closed now?
Well, the resumes came in the end of, can't remember. They must have
I think
been
it's
in
closed.
June. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can always reopen it if people feel it's beneficial. We haven't made any decisions because obviously that matter is pending.
Okay.
So.
Anything else with that executive session? That's it?
No, if I remember anything else, I'll email.
Okay, thank you. We pulled 300 already.
Before we get back to 300, on 297, I would have to assume the addresses of these places. Is it somehow inappropriate to put the addresses of the the properties.
These are standard resolutions.
Yeah, so how? Mount Pleasant Avenue or Northfield Avenue, like, how? I don't know which one is on Mount Pleasant Avenue. Is that the golf course? Right, it just, I assume that's a zoo.
Well, when you have the block and lot number, no, I'm just saying, I'm giving you my real estate. When, I know it doesn't have the property address, but sometimes when you go to the building department, they won't accept the property address. They only want the block and lot number. And sometimes that's what people refer to a specific property by, is block and lot
And
number as
you can
opposed
look
to.
at,
That's the
The
legal
actual
description.
you
address.
can look that up on our website.
Yeah, that's the
The
legal
tax law.
description.
But it would not be harmful to have it listed.
To make it easier for us.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm
This is
just trying to give you the professional
Yeah,
response.
no, I
That's
think
all.
we need that
So,
level of detail on all
It
these
just
things.
makes it, like, we just spent a minute. You know what I mean? Like, we could have avoided it.
Okay, and then I had 298.
Now, that's I was saying, that's the fee resolution
That
that has all the fees. in
Right.
it,
Yeah.
Right,
which I-
right.
Which I did send out,
I wanna,
the comparison.
I wanna pull that one.
Which one? I'm sorry.
298.
Okay. You want to pull up just to address individual things on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
302. Is
302.
Mr. Warner here?
no, 302
Your
was
two was
pulled.
removed.
302 was removed?
You're looking at your old
Ah,
agenda.
There's no reason why.
No, it wasn't. removed.
that's zoning board?
Yes, the zoning.
Oh, I do see it.
Read your email.
You wrote
I sent
the
the
11.
email. Was it today? No, it was last week. Yeah. 309. Just a comment. I just wanted to thank Public Works and the administration and especially specifically Ms. Carvalho for her very detailed explanation of what transpired for this change and the reduction in the tennis courts. Thank you to the administration for listening to us and trying to pivot and do something a little less expensive, given the costs and things that we're continuing to talk about as we struggle through this budget process. So I just wanted to acknowledge that publicly. That was very much appreciated, and the same on 310 as well. Mrs. Carvalho gives very, very, very
Yeah.
detailed explanations of what is necessary, why it's necessary, and what her recommendation is. And I'm gonna just go do a little, shameless plug. If we could get that level of detail from any of our directors and or departments, it would just be very clear to us what we need to and how we need to move forward. So again, thank you for that. 317.
310 also.
I'm sorry, can we just go back to Stephen? Maybe because I was away, I just looked back, I typed in his name. Can you, is it okay to give the reason why? I'm just.
Yeah, I wrote the clerk a letter and it's clear. Under the municipal land use law, the selection of the professional by that board or made by that board. So it doesn't come here.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, but again, I sent the letter, so maybe just recirculate it again more.
You did send it to me.
Yeah.
And I saw it. And it was
I
sent to us.
just checked and
It came from the clerk.
It went
came
to
from the
me.
clerk.
Okay.
It came from the clerk, not him directly to you.
And when you guys said he sent it, I assumed.
Well,
it
he
was him.
sent it
No,
to the clerk.
I send my.
And she distributed,
So
yeah.
again, if
He
we have
doesn't
this
send us
communication
emails
about
directly.
circulating, I
It was sent out August 21st. It was sent out August 21st at 3:03.
Thank
Did
you.
it go to the council?
I just typed your name, I don't have it in here, so you can send it to me, please.
No problem.
Thank
You
you.
don't get it. We.
Madam Clerk, will you circulate that email?
Yes.
Thank you. 317-23.
Before we get there on 310,
It's cold.
I just have a question. I just need it described to me in layman's terms. What's going on here? I've read this thing and I don't I think I understand. There's clearly some contamination.
from when? We have wells, we have wells there that we have to periodically test. This is a requirement, this is not an option.
So this is not related to Barton Press. This is related to our DPW. And this is going back to 97, 98?
Yes.
And has this been, it hasn't been remediated in the meantime? It's
We've been
25 years
working
ago.
on it since then.
So what does that mean? We're working on it?
Well, I mean, we've been working on our site with testing and certain activities that we're required to do. It's these, we always say these things are annuities. They really are. These cleanups sometimes, and this one it's taken 40 years, 30 years.
So is this going to clean it? Is it going to be
It is
cleaning that?
cleaning. It's not going to fit. It's not going to be the end.
Could you give us an idea of the scope of this project? Like
Sorry?
how long, the scope of
This
this
is a
project,
requirement from DEP that we do this.
but how long is it going to take to remediate?
So you can't identify
No,
that
You don't
because,
know, it depends how successful it is.
right. So with remediation and storage tanks and underground storage tanks and wells, they do a series of testing once they clean or remediate the situation. I think if I recall correctly, that there's some groundwater contamination and the groundwater contamination, depending on, depending on the location, where the downflow is, if it's downflowing into other properties and contaminating other properties, that testing will be done not only on our property, but on any adjacent properties. And I can certainly tell you that $186,000 for remediation of an oil tank or any type of underground storage is not the smallest bill I've ever seen.
Yeah, I
And
thought it seemed like a
Take
lot.
millions.
It
I
is
didn't
not.
know, and I was wondering if it was competitively bid.
yes, and this is a very small cleanup cost for this large of a site.
Council President, I have a question for Mr. Gross. So in regards to this, stay on this topic, are there grants that we could apply for
Not
these
for this type of
cleanups?
work.
Not for this?
Didn't we just get a new series of grants from the federal government
Yes, but not for this.
that
Not for
they
this.
won't apply for this? Okay. All right. Does anybody have anything else before I get to three
I wanted
seventeen?
to pull 315 and 316.
Well,
I had some
I just
questions.
still was not clear. I think what I'm trying to understand is this is a 25-year project so far. It seems to me like it's limited to DPW. So if it's about groundwater, it should be going beyond DPW because I think that's the raw way
Or it's coming from other sites. into
to us. But either way, we're either gonna go this
But
way
it-
or that way. Right? And so is the space expanding? Is it not expanding? Is the test site expanding?
I will be happy to ask the LSRP to, put something together for you to explain.
I'd like a little more detail.
Yeah, please help me understand. So that was my question. I don't want to pull the vote against it. I know.
All right, and then Madam Clerk, someone pulled 315 and 316.
I did.
And then question regarding 318. The locations of the installations of the camera system and equipment wasn't identified. Are they different in various
All over.
locations throughout town?
If you may recall,
Parks.
the federal government FBI came down with an order that we were no longer allowed to use certain equipment manufactured in China because it was created with an ability for the Chinese companies to actually break into and steal everything that we're being viewed and basically record everything. So in the United States, all this equipment was ordered not to be, had to come offline. So we've went through and assessed everything, and this is about 110 cameras.
And how many do we have?
This is about 100, this is everything.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That was my question. Was this gonna
So
cover
this
everything?
this is everywhere that we have cameras, whatever, all of our sites, our recreational programs, our, different areas. So,
Any grant money
this is-
for this?
This is comprehensive. Now, I thought for sure.
Yeah, you
this
would
came
think.
down, but nothing came through.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you repeat the items that we pulled from the
Yes.
consent agenda, please? Thank you.
Yes, and please correct me if I missed something.
Okay,
280, 281, 293, 296, 298, 296 was removed. 298, 300, 314, 315, 316, 319.
314. No.
That was the adoption of the municipal budget.
Okay, all right. And you said 313 as well?
No, that was removed.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that-
Um,
313 was
removed?
Yeah, if you have your new agenda
You have three.
that I gave you
Yeah, but my
tonight,
notes
I
are
have
there.
319 removed.
So 313 is removed.
Yeah, that was removed prior to the meeting.
Okay, why?
That was, it was
It was
unneeded.
superfluous. It was put in place. I mentioned, I'm going to mention later on, that the Division of Local Government Services, made a decision that they were not going to extend the ability to use 3-year averaging for revenues. So, that was a reserve for that. And once we got approved, since they didn't, we have in its place, we have an amendment, which addresses what that change, which is a zero impact resolution. So there's just one resolution went away, another one came up.
All right, but for 317, has that work already been done or is that work to be done? That's emergency sanitary sewer construction? That's to be done. To be done.
It's an emergency. Okay,
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. The first
All right.
resolution pulled this evening was 280-23, resolution prescribing fees as set forth in chapter 12, section 9.9 of the revised general ordinances and implemented through ordinance 2795-23, amending the fee for a tattoo and body piercing establishment permit.
I'd like to table that.
I need a motion to table.
I'll move the motion.
Okay, I move to table.
Or a second.
Thank you.
Why are we tabling this?
So that we can talk about it in well, I'm just tabling it from being approved now so that we can make some additional changes under new business. We can come back and approve it. I just want to do everything and have that discussion. If we want to come back and approve it, we certainly can.
The only problem with tabling it is that the ordinance did change. And it said, the ordinance basically said that it had to be done by resolution, obviously by resolution. So if you do not adopt it and we have a fee, we don't have any legal basis to charge.
I just want to table until we get to new business. I don't want to table to the next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Can we just?
Well, you don't need to table it.
You don't need to.
Hold.
Okay.
Just hold.
Okay. So for 280 and 281, can we hold until we have?
Yeah, can you rescind your motions?
Yes, I will.
Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on. 293-23, resolution authorizing a contract to Millennium Strategies at the rate set forth in the agreement. Councilman Rutherford, you pulled this.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied with the 3-year contract. Has it always been a 3-year contract?
No.
It is not. Well, this is this is pursuant to competitive contracting. So we went out with the process.
Bless you.
Bless you.
God bless you.
Yeah, whereas before it was not done by competitive contracting. Competitive contracting is the proper way to do this. So it was a competitive process.
What would you, Councilman Rutherford, what would you like the language to be changed to?
We've been, there were no other bids, no other responses.
Councilman,
There were no other responses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I would prefer to keep it at 1 year. I think 3 years is, yeah, I think that's quite a bit of time plus 2 1-year options. I would, for me to be supportive, I would need it to be 1 year. I don't know what the impact would be.
Okay. I would like a question answered regarding that. I just wanted to understand as far as the grant funding is concerned, how has that impacted their specific services from Millennium Strategies? What have they been able to bring in under their grant?
I'll be happy to send you their reports. They are outstanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without a doubt, in my career, they're the best grant writing firm that I've ever done.
Well, they certainly just wrote one for the Health Summit. That was phenomenal.
They're extremely responsive.
Very much
and
so.
They're outstanding. The only question I have about this, and if you want to go down to 1 year and pass that resolution, we could do that, but I would just say that that's going to be contingent upon me going back and looking and making sure that that was an option that was within the RFP.
Well, I wanted to know what was their previous contract. So I think
They were
Councilman.
39.6. It was.
No. The year. How many years for the
Oh, they've been
previous?
with- Everything's
contract?
been, we had been handling it previously as a professional service contract, so they were 1 year contracts.
Okay.
So, with this year, we did them as a, competitive contract. Frankly, I'll just give you my opinion. If we can lock them in for 3 years at this rate.
We might want to do that.
As excellent as they are, it's a bargain for us. But I mean, I appreciate your position on it, but I will tell you, they're that good.
I don't have a problem with the 3 year. I can certainly respect my colleagues' concern about locking in anything for an extended period of time when you just don't know what the outcome may be. Because this is a company that we have used in the past repeatedly over and over again successfully, and my own personal experience working with Millennium Strategies for a grant application, they are truly commendable. Communication, exquisite. I've worked with other grant writers before who have not been as responsive in other organizations. Certainly they didn't have, they weren't retained to do anything but a specific job. But I have no complaints with Millennium Strategies.
Council President. So just to piggyback on that, because I've had the opportunity to work with them and they go above and beyond where they had worked with the school board on a few grants where they're not contracted with them. But again, we all pay the same tax bill. That was a $300,000 COP grant that actually flow through the school board, but we all, Chief could attest to that. There's been multiple grants that the marketing grants that they've helped us at the Downtown Alliance to obtain as well, which we were able to provide marketing services for the township. So they never say no. So whenever there's an opportunity, even if anyone sees a grant out there, you could send them any grant that you see, and they'll be honest with us, let us know what the chances of obtaining the grant worth the work as well, like sometimes some grants, what the return is, if it's not enough money. And because a lot of times these grants, they're very cumbersome, where you have to get letters of support. You have to gather data, and what's been great about them is that all the data gets compiled. So as these other grants come in, they're able to flip that information into the other grants. And when you start anew, that's,
They're going to take that's proprietary information.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me, it's their responsiveness. I mean,
Yeah, they're just
they're,
really
they're in
responsive.
contact with, they initiate contact
Yeah.
3 or 4 times a day with different departments, and with, you know, because not only do they help in terms of writing grants, but in terms of supporting the departments with details about the grants. It's just, they're just very good.
And they'll give us the pointers too of what we need to put in our narratives, because, you know, the directors are, you know, responsible for their narratives. So they do a
And
good
I,
job.
I think that's great. They're doing their job.
No, I get it.
You
I
know,
get
but it's been 1 year for so long. I don't think we should, you know. we
But
should
I'd
change
like
it.
to know why there were no other bidders.
Yeah, I
And
really
I'd like
wasn't
to see
done.
The RFP.
Well, first off, it's a very narrow group.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of firms that do this.
Mhm.
And certainly that do it well. And there was always another firm that always bid, and I suspect they finally decided not to put in because they never got a response before, because they didn't provide the same level of service.
Well, that was and that's, you know, that was what I was getting at. There were 2 issues for me. One is the length of the contract, 2, that no one else responded, and that could mean that the community of grant writers believes that this was a foregone conclusion, and so they decided not to respond. I think we do ourselves a disservice when we allow that message to be out there, and so
But I certainly wouldn't pick the wrong company because of that. So if the right.
I wouldn't encourage you
If the
to.
right, no, but I understand you weren't, but my point is if the right company gets selected time after time after time. And the competition who isn't up to snuff. Decides not to do it, there's not much we can do about it.
All right,
Some
so in the
of
essence of
fight
time,
here.
since we've already been clear about some of the changes that my colleagues would like to see in order for them to vote for this, because it doesn't sound like they're going to change their
No.
decision. Is there anything we can do tonight to identify whether or not the change that they're requiring or requesting in the reduction of the length of the agreement? Can we get any information tonight to see if that's permissible, or do we have to table this until
I'd
the
like to
next
see
meeting?
it, because I'd like to see the RFP.
We gave it in.
Oh, it's there. Okay.
That's what I'm gonna.
I mean, like the
I would
RFPs are
I would
public.
approve it.
She meant the responses.
Oh,
If you're inclined to do so, I would approve it for 1 year. If we can't award it for a year, then we'll bring it back to you.
That would be,
Okay.
yeah.
You know,
So offer a motion, we amend 293-23
I second it.
to a 1-year contract.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second to reduce the time period for the Millennium Strategies LLC agreement to a 1-year term.
Again, did one with assuming we can the
Right.
options?
Yes.
That way we don't have to automatically.
Yes.
That'll be a decision you.
Yeah, just the 1-year term is the change that he
With an
requested
option for 2 years.
with the same option.
Two
Yes,
1-year.
2 1-year options.
yes, okay.
I have a request of the,
Councilwoman.
yes, yeah, I didn't finish before. So my request, Mr. Gross, is to assist my colleagues. Is maybe, I know Mr. Sayers used to send us a listing periodically of all the grant awards.
Sure. No, that's not, absolutely.
And so this way you could see for yourselves all the, you know, all
We can
the
send that to
income
come out.
revenue
And,
that's.
and to my colleague's point, if I can, Mr. Gross, sometimes there have been occasions when RFPs go out and the council members get a copy of the RFP as it is going out. Sometimes we get a copy of the RFP or RFQ when it is attached to the contract. Is it possible for, and what's the role and responsibility of the council, Madam Clerk or Mr. Gross? Should we be reviewing? I know it goes to a review committee, the purchasing agent, and I know that's their responsibility. But as Councilwoman Scarpa asked, she would like to see the responses.
It's an executive responsibility, it's a responsibility of the executive branch of the government.
Okay.
However, having said that,
On
the
the
council
website.
can look every day if they, any day they wish. They're all published on the website immediately before we get, for some period of time, up to 20 days or more on our website. So that everything is out there
Why can't we
you
just get a
certainly can
copy?
see it.
Why can't we just automatically get the copy of it so we don't have to go perusing like we do for everything else?
And she's responding, talking about the responses.
To see the RFP for the environmental center, which I'm very concerned about.
Well, that would be a different matter.
Well, I'll look and see whether there's some way to set it up so that it's automatic.
Yeah, I'd like it to be automatic.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So is that, okay, so that we're clear on what we're asking for. Are we asking for the RFPs and RFQs to be sent to council members as they go out? Is that your request?
Yeah.
And then you also want to be able to review the responses after they have been vetted by the executive branch, which is the administration.
Yes.
Well, I believe Mr. Gross has already begun putting in responses. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this one there was only one response. So there weren't multiple responses to include with this particular resolution, but we do want to see them all. But I do have a question. So with regard to the
Sometimes responses, I mean, if you want to see a response, that you have to request. It's not something that's going to automatic, because we don't necessarily get them electronically. Sometimes they're binders. So it's really something, when you see that there's something that you're interested in, then you just need to let us know that you want to see it, and we'll send it to you.
Thank you.
with regard to the 2 1-year options, do those options still come back before the council, or are they automatic? Each year option?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, good, thank you.
Okay, call the vote.
Oh, sorry.
Just one, appears to be a typo in this thing.
Okay.
Oh, there was even another correction. I think a copy was to go to your office. Just in the resolution, your city is not identified.
No, the resolution, do you have resolution?
All right.
Look at the resolution.
Yeah.
I don't have.
300.
2012.
Exactly. Wish.
I don't want to go back.
What number are we on again? I'm sorry.
93
I'm
days.
assuming.
What's that?
I'm assuming the typos because they've been with us since that long.
I think so.
Millennial,
I
right?
think so.
See,
I think that's true.
Second paragraph.
We had a
Change. Resolutions, clearly, 23 resolution. Typo.
On the first page and second page. Or second and third, it's double sided.
On the first page of the resolution paragraph.
Okay,
Second paragraph.
2012.
Again, you'll
It's
have to
also
check.
right
your-
there.
No, they came after, I got here in 2015. And they were hired after I came.
Well,
For this resolution,
Yep.
there's definitely a typo there. So
okay, well,
Karen-
I'll have to go back to Miss Reynolds because she's the
Yeah.
one that provided this.
Karen.
Unless
It's-
this is the history.
No, it's not. It says on May 16.
Right.
Township Council adopted resolution 173-22.
Yes.
So that-
Your resolution this year. so you
Gotcha.
just-
All right, so I'll.
Okay, it is what it is.
Yeah,
We can
that's
fix
fine,
tomorrow.
that's fine.
Right, and then that same mistake is made on. Yeah, the third page.
You're right.
And then on page 3. Suite 2370, New Jersey 07039. I don't think that's gonna get to Trink Isabel Siddiqui.
Okay.
293. Here, over here.
I'll fix it in the morning.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I called for the vote.
Okay.
Second.
I have to do the roll call. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes. The motion passes.
Right.
The next one is 298-23.
Yes, that's right.
That we pulled. The resolution prescribing fees is set forth in certain of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. And I had a question about some of the fees.
294, you said?
No, 298.
298.
Yeah, some of them are a little rough.
And my question is you gave us a new chart.
Yeah.
Is this chart the same as the chart that is included in our package? This is a new chart with the fees.
The chart is a from and to, so it shows you what the new in it, and we thought that you'd want to know what it was coming from. The original one is just the one attached to the resolution that does not have the old numbers on it, which is why I gave you the second chart.
Thank you.
Right, and some of these are still low. So my question was when we looked at the fees and increasing them, because I don't want to increase fees every year, quite frankly. This was a big task. It took a lot of time and it was a big
Well,
task.
let me explain to you how we anticipate this is going to go, because I think you'll find that this is actually going to become much easier. The beauty of this is now that we have this in the chart format, everything that we have done over the past 4 months can now be done, one resolution and one night. And so, if you choose to do it that way. And so, if you, let's say you adopt this tonight as it is, and tomorrow you discover 3 fees that are wrong or that we can pass a resolution at the next meeting correcting that.
Yeah,
And
that
you're
is-
done with it. You don't have this whole process to go through anymore.
Why?
That's why we went through the process, so we wouldn't have to do this and be able to change fees really on the fly.
But when we're doing it, I don't know, maybe it's me, maybe I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I just feel like if we're doing the change, do the change right the first time. So that we don't have to keep coming back with the resolution to update it.
And we certainly can do this any way that you want to do it. I'm suggesting that at least at this point, the fees, what you see here is representative of what we discussed during the budget process. I would suggest that this get adopted tonight so we can start
Yeah,
charging
we
them.
need the money. Of course, we want it adopted, but okay.
And then we can entertain any changes you want.
I like the new system, just for the record. I like the new system. I like what we're doing now. Yeah, because we won't have this same amount of work the next
Yeah,
time.
we-
We had a lot of work changing from the old system to the new system. So going forward, we won't be spending this.
But I would like your suggestions for
Okay.
changes.
Sure.
Yeah,
All
work
right, we'll make
smart, not
sure.
hard.
Yeah.
Just a quick question.
Work smart, not hard.
Okay, so any
Quick-
more questions?
Yeah, quick question on this. So I assume, which I know because I had asked, our directors had went out and
They were involved in this process.
they were involved in this
Yes.
and they were comparing it to other towns to find, to find what was comparable. So these just didn't,
They didn't come out of thin air.
yeah.
But the health department fees, some of those are still very low, so we'll address that at a later date. All right, so Madam Clerk, any more questions?
I just want to warn you one thing. There's going to be some fee in here that you're going to get some pushback on, and you're going to decide, oh my God, we went too high on this. It wasn't right. We shouldn't have done.
And we'll change it by
Beauty of this is
resolution at the
we say,
next meeting.
Okay, we can make a change. We can
Okay.
change it. You know,
I'll
we
call
can
for the
change it
vote.
quick.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve two
So
ninety-eight?
moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Williams?
Yes.
And I would just like to note for the record, thank you, Madam Clerk, for forwarding me that email. I know I'm not crazy. I was never on the initial email. I just checked. It was
Yeah,
Mr.
you were
Trank,
not.
Council President, Phil Neuer, Mr. Gross, Chief Abbott, and Mr. Smiraldo. So
Yeah.
I know, but when I asked about it, I was told that I had it and it was in my email and it wasn't in my email. So I know, because I checked, even though I was away, I went back. and
Probably
checked.
assumed that I sent it.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Just for the record, we never got it.
Thank you.
Just,
As I indicated, I forwarded my letter.
You did.
To the clerk. The
Yes,
clerk then sent it.
right.
Okay,
No.
now we are at 300 for our -23 for our public hearing and adoption of the budget amendment number 1. So the meeting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa? Present. Council President Williams?
Present.
Okay, so this is the time fixed for the public hearing on budget amendment number 1. Budget amendment number 1 was introduced on first reading by the Township Council on August 1st, 2023, was advertised as required on August 10th, 2023, together with notice of the hearing for this time.
Before opening this hearing, I wish to outline the procedure. Each person desiring to be heard will rise and give his or her name and address before speaking. I will recognize one speaker at a time in order of rising as nearly as I can determine. Address all questions to the chair. Where necessary, they will be referred to individual members of the governing body or municipal officials. Questions must be confined solely to the municipal budget before us. School or county matters are not subject to this budget hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing on the budget amendment number 1. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes. Is there anyone in council chambers that wants to comment on budget amendment number 1? This was an additional amendment to reduce the municipal budget. Mr. Fagan, is there anyone on Zoom who wants to address budget amendment number 1?
Council President, there currently are no hands raised on the Zoom platform.
Thank you. Public comment is now closed. Observing that no further applicants from the floor, will entertain a motion to, I will make a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes, the motion passes. Thank you. Now we have 314. But can we take that out of order so that we can go ahead?
That'll be the last.
All right, thank you. 315, the resolution authorizing agreement with the Mountaintop League for recreational program and youth sports programs. Councilwoman Scarpa, if I'm not mistaken, I think you pulled that.
Yes, on both of them, I kind of had the same question. There isn't a clear definition of the scope of work, and given the budget cuts that we need to continue to make, are these costs that can be passed on to the participants, and are they necessary to run the program?
I'm just gonna give you my opinion because I've been here for 2 years and we've gone through this process and we've had these discussions. And I will also say that probably, yes, it could be cut. But then at the end of the day, when you look at what we're doing for our community, for instance, to your point, I want to be able to take the seniors out. But in order to do that, we cut out the budget for a driver that is a part-time driver to drive the senior citizens to events. So certainly it's up to us. We can decide to remove this additional funding. It's $9,500 and $1,200, but to what detriment to the children who depend on this? So again, there are some requirements in the, that we require in order to disperse these funds is that they give us a report.
The concept behind these are organizations that provide municipal services, municipal type services to our youth. And so this is an acknowledgement of that, certainly not my understanding, certainly not a major part of their budget, but I'm sure it's a significant part that it would be missed if it was not done, and that would have an impact to some extent on their ability to provide those services to our.
Well, I'd like to see like some across the board cuts. So if it's not absolutely necessary, we could table it until after.
Well, I wouldn't support that at all. I'm going to tell you
wouldn't
why.
either.
Because the cost of insurance, which I know the PAL utilizes this to pay their insurance, the cost of equipment. So again, you're just going to pass through the cost down to the participants.
Right.
And,
They cannot afford it.
yeah.
These kids cannot afford it.
Especially the PAL that we,
Yeah.
that with football, PAL provides football, cheerleading, and our traveling baseball team, which the rec used to provide, and they took that cost away by themselves providing it. The Mountaintop League provides basketball soccer, hockey, girls softball. Am I missing one? Oh, and in-house baseball, yeah, where PAL provides the traveling program.
So the parents can't afford to,
Uh,
I mean, maybe there's.
So, yeah,
if
so
for really
again,
low-income Kids,
you-
maybe there
you-
should be a
you
fund,
can-
but parents could, this should be passed on to the parents in this budget crunch that we're in right now.
and that's true, you can do that, but I don't support that.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I have
Yeah.
to echo my council colleague sentiments.
Yeah, not,
Councilman, do you have any?
so I think budget should reflect your values. I am for additional cuts if we can, but not from PAL or Mountaintop.
I'll call the vote.
Especially since these numbers aren't, even if we cut them in half,
It's not gonna do
it's
anything.
not gonna make a difference.
It's not gonna be a cent. I mean, 5 cents maybe.
So it'll be a rounding error. Now, her point is well taken.
Yes.
We still have a 5.8 in
Right.
property tax increase. I get it. We do need to look at cuts across the board. Even if we looked at cuts across the board, this is still would not be one that I would be willing to make.
Thank you, Councilman. The vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay, is there a motion to approve 350?
So moved. Second.
All right, wait a minute. One at a
So
time,
moved.
please.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay,
And
and is
then
there a
the next-
motion to, oh,
We have one more. There was two.
right, I was
One
gonna
for-
do that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
is there a motion to approve 316-23?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
And this is 316?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. That completes.
No, next is 319, the budget amendment number
That
2.
completes all of our resolutions. Now we are on to the budget.
Well, the budget amendment number 2,
All right.
resolution, then, yeah.
So as I
And then
mentioned,
the
as I
budget.
mentioned before,
Looking at the wrong
we
one,
need to
that's
make
why.
some adjustments in the budget based on the state no longer allowing us to do a 3-year average for anticipated revenues. So we just basically had to rearrange some of the revenues. It's a zero impact on the taxes, and it's a rather short resolution, which I will now ask Stephanie to read.
Yeah, yeah.
Into the record.
It's so great last time.
Do you need some water? Do we need to get you some
The
water?
2023 budget amendment number 2, be it resolved that the Township Council of the Township of West Orange does hereby approve this amendment to the 2023 introduced budget. The general revenues anticipated from and anticipated to, surplus anticipated from $3,510,933.77 to $3,758,966.37. Miscellaneous revenues, section 8, local revenues, fees and permits from $271,126.70 to $264,519.46. Fees and costs for the municipal court from from $164,497.76 to $151,421.87. Interest and cost on taxes from $648,234.20 to $583,336.41. Parking meters from $484.16 to 0. Interest on investments and deposits from $32,240.46 to $11,296.55. Miscellaneous revenue, section 8, local revenues continued. Payments in lieu of taxation. Eagle Rock Senior Citizens Housing from $128,539.33 to $125,38. Woodland Valley from $28,831.87 to $25,674.60. St. Bernard's from $421,207.33 to $386,422. Total section 8 local revenues from $13,422,584.79 to $13,275,131.87. Miscellaneous revenue, section B, state aid without offsetting appropriations. Miscellaneous tax relief fund 2023 from $489,428 to $489,324. Miscellaneous tax relief fund 2022 from $301.93 to $244,714. Miscellaneous revenue, section G, special items of general revenue anticipated without prior written consent of the Director of Local Government Services, other special items. Comcast Cable TV from $607,118.81 to $578,906. Extra duty admin fees from $112,430.24 to $100,428.69. Supplemental sewer fees from $21,957.45 to $18,290. The consent of Director of Local Government Services, other special items total $6,174,462.15 to $6,135,74.40. Total surplus anticipated from sheet 4, number 1, $3,510,933.77 to $3,758,966.37. Miscellaneous revenues, total section 8, local revenues from $13,422,584.79 to $13,275,131.87. Section B, state aid without offsetting appropriations from $5,519,626.93 to $5,462,935. Total section G, special items of general revenues anticipated from $6,174,462.15 to $6,130,574.40. Total miscellaneous revenues from $37,255,049.41 to $37,007,016.81. Finished.
Any questions regarding the amendment number 2?
Yes, Council President, I don't understand this. Every single line item goes down, but the surplus goes up?
Right, because it's offset. So what happened was we did a 3-year average. The reason you do a 3-year average is to get the max to look at what more realistically what we think we're going to get that year and to anticipate it. So when we had to knock it back, so we had to reduce the anticipation. Well, in order for we're reducing the anticipation, we had to increase something somewhere. So we use the surplus because in essence, it all washes out because we feel confident that we're going to get the increased revenue. So utilizing the surplus is a wash. So.
Gotcha. So you just took the dollar for dollar
Yep.
difference and
Yep.
added it only to the surplus line. Okay.
Any additional questions? Thank you. I would like to move for the acceptance of the amendment number 2.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Motion
Thank
is
you.
carried.
And now we will move on to
budget.
Ordinance on second and final reading?
You have to do the budget
Oh.
adoption.
Budget adoption.
Oh,
314-23.
yeah, that one. All right, Mr. Gross, it's your turn. Let's go.
It's a simple resolution to offer and second and vote on.
314, guys. I'm gonna read it.
Wait, before we read it, I have a question. What happens if it doesn't pass tonight?
Then you'll have to decide what you want to do.
About, and what would the outcome of the options be? So if this doesn't pass tonight, you said we have to decide what we want to
Well,
do based on what options?
Well, again, if the council says it will not adopt this budget that it has formulated to date, then the council will have to determine what budget it would pass and figure out and work towards getting it to that point.
So what that looks like, if I'm asking questions, I'm not making any assumptions. So if we were to not pass this budget tonight, then that means we would need to have some additional workshops so that we could go through.
No.
I'm asking a question, madam. Thank you.
Sorry, that was it.
So that means we would have to have another workshop because all of our business has to be done in open public session. And it's not like we can go behind the scenes and have phone calls and make additional cuts and recommend them. We have to all agree on them. So that would mean if we were going to not adopt this budget tonight, then we would have to have some additional hearings.
Not necessarily.
No,
Okay, so
I have a question.
I'm asking the administration, can I have their answer?
You will have additional work to do in this budget. So you have to do that in some public session somewhere, whether it's tonight or some other time in the future.
Oh, it definitely wouldn't be tonight because we're not
Well, no,
gonna.
I'm saying there's more work, there would be more work. to do
Right,
on the-
so my colleagues are suggesting that they would not want to have another hearing. I would like to have your explanation of how we would make that accomplished.
Okay, what I have talked about earlier tonight and what I think should have been done from the beginning is that the CFO, the mayor, and every department head needs to go through their budget and find 5%. And I'd be willing to take the 5% too. It's a tough budget season. It's why I just voted no for the kids, which I never would have done in any other kind of climate. But there's no free lunch. Every department needs to go through and cut their consultants, cut anything that is not absolutely necessary.
So I'm just gonna say this because at the end of the day, it's been on us. And so as a body, they gave us a 16.2% budget, which we thought was absolutely ridiculous. And the position of the administration is, this is what we have given you, you do the work. Whether we like it, whether we agree with it or not, that's how it's been done in the past. When the administration, when the former mayor presented a budget to the council, that was his budget. And it was up to the people sitting behind this dais to make any changes. So he is telling us that he is not, you've asked repeatedly, and he has not taken this budget back to the administration, to any of the directors with that act.
Well, I won't vote for it until he does.
I understand, but you can't compel again. The administration
No.
is the administration, and if this is their budget, if you're not satisfied with what they presented, then we have to make the changes. That's our role.
It's not our job.
Council
Can I
President.
interject, please? Oh.
No,
Go ahead.
I was actually going to say that I respectfully disagree, Council President. I think that we have worked hard to bring it to where it is. And, I think that her request is very reasonable. If we're asking them to go back, and to shave off a few percent from their budget so we can, for the people, bring this down because there's been significant increase between the sewer bill and the other fees. I just don't think 5.8% is reasonable. And I think what she's asking is reasonable for them to go comb through their budget. They know what they can shave off to make it happen so we can get closer to 4%.
Councilman?
Or 3.5, whatever the number is.
Yeah, so I think we should give them some guidance, and I do think the work needs to be done by the administration. We have labored all year under difficult circumstances to get to where we are. And, you know, giving proper credit, you've labored with us, right? So the administration has labored in that regard, but the decisions about the cuts have been on us. And we're not the executives. We don't run the day to day. And we've identified what we can. And what we'd like the administration to do is identify additional cuts that can be done with some parameters. Number one, no layoffs. So additional cuts without layoffs. And that may require some creative accounting. It may require whatever it requires. But based on what I think my colleagues are communicating tonight, I know Councilwoman Scarpa has said multiple times she wants it at 2%. We know we're not going to get to 2.
Exactly. 3.5.
Right. We're at 5.8 now. She says 4, she says 3.5. I mean, I'd be satisfied if we could get anywhere under 5% property tax increase, anything under 5. But I think we owe it to ourselves and to the residents, especially since they've been dealing with this level of uncertainty all year with us, to give it our last best effort.
I just want to say one more thing.
I certainly understand your position. This is a statutory process.
Yeah.
And the statutory process says that the mayors present a budget to the council. And then we have been working, as you rightfully acknowledged, working alongside with the council to get it to where it is here. But at the end of the day, the statute says that the council needs to adopt a budget, and it is up to you. Now, if for us, if you decide that you want to take 5% off of every department, then you do that.
It's your job.
No, it isn't.
I don't know the inner workings. I don't know the inner.
Councilwoman,
workings of every department.
okay, just calm
If I were a
down.
management consultant, McKinsey, and I was coming in here, it would take me a while to sit down with every department, understand how they operate, and understand where the fat is and where we could find economies of scale and how we could downsize an organization. We don't have that ability. That's not within our purview. That's your job. That's the mayor's job. And that's the job of every director to run an efficient department.
And that is what has happened, and that is what's got us here. Okay, we have been working with you. I have been working with you. And as you know, I've made many suggestions, and we've put things on the table for you to consider. And I think the administration is satisfied with where you have gone. Do we wish it was less? Yes.
Yeah.
But any further cuts from this point forward are going to be in programs or staffing. That's just the facts of it.
I'd like to see it in consultants, any directors that are making really large salaries and still have many.
They're civil servants. They're civil servants. You can't.
You don't need, well.
You don't need engineering
we
consultants.
should not have all these people needing consultants.
So for instance,
We're doing
if you made a decision to cut the budget by X%, you can do that. You can make that decision. Now, there's a process that's going to extend you well into September, because most like that would definitely require another hearing. So that's something you could do. And then the administration would have to determine how to implement that. That's the way the process works. You may not like that's the way the process works.
I understand.
But that is the process, and there's no getting away from it. No matter how much you protest,
Right.
it's not going to change.
Okay, but since I'm new to this also, I would like to request a timeline of the state law and the regulations for getting an approved budget, including the sanctions and the penalties for missed milestones. And I'd like that better understand that entire budget cycle, including what has already taken place, and it should be on the website.
Yeah. So most of your penalties are going to be in the effect, not necessarily in the statutory. You have to pass a budget at some point in time. There have been towns that didn't pass budgets until their 12th month. It's really difficult. But you're gonna have to pass temporary budgets, so you're gonna have to make decisions about that. And the administration is gonna be forced to make cuts if you don't adopt the budget, gonna make cuts in anticipation of whatever funds are actually available. So it is the backside of that is no one will end up with anything close to what they think they want. Because it doesn't work smoothly. And so you just,
So I understand
you
that.
gotta make some decisions.
I want to make sure my colleagues understand what he's speaking to are the additional, financing costs and the pressures for purchasing things or getting things in a quick fashion when we haven't been able to plan for it. I get that. And I understand that that would be part of our responsibility if we did not pass tonight. I just want to be clear that this entire process has been pushed back. So there's responsibility on both sides of the table with regard to missed timelines. Listen, I think we did a great job getting down to 5.8 without layoffs. I think we are now looking at September. We haven't even gotten to the capital budget. And we have, we got to start planning for next year because we can't be in August doing this again. We
Absolutely.
sacrificed our summer. We've met more this year than any other year.
I apologize for the interruption. I just want to say you are absolutely correct. Please continue because you have my complete, undeniable support.
So I think though, where the pushback is coming from my colleagues is not necessarily just from them. There are folks in the community that are still, and they're reaching out to you guys too.
Yeah.
Upset over the sewer bill. I mean, in 1 week, residents received the increased sewer bill, the anticipated tax bill, and the notice for the revaluation. And so folks are like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
So, we've got to find something, and I don't know what that something is. And this isn't really our budget, right? Like the mayor, the administration presents a budget to us and we say yes or no, or we like this, we don't like that. But we don't present it. We respond, we react. And I think what we're asking for is, to react to a lower number, whether that's 5 or 4.5 or how you get there. And I don't know that you can. I don't know that you may come back and say, look, I tried or we tried. And the only way to do it is to do some things that are going to be painful. And that could actually be the case. I don't know. I am concerned, based on your statement earlier, that our bond rating may be in jeopardy. If we're at the minimum level of surplus now, and the easy way to bring it down another piece or point or two is to tap into surplus, that could cause further pain, and we'd be paying higher interest rates, and we've got 155 in long-term debt, and so I get the domino effect. But I think we do owe one more round.
Here's the problem with we're willing to look at anything. We've looked at it, and anything further is either going to risk bond rating because of reduced surplus, or the cuts are going to impact by reduction of service or layoffs. So both of those are policy decisions. We know how you feel about layoffs, and we feel the same way. So then the next question is, what services do you think can be cut? And that really does have to lie with you, because that's policy decision. That is the role of the governing body. If you're looking at potentially modifying the service level, that's on the council.
Well, that's so let me ask this question. We had some conversation about when transactions would be credited to the township. So if, we had put out, and I know we didn't, so this is purely for example's sake. If we had put out an RFP for Main Street and had someone willing to purchase that property and we were able to execute that transaction before December 31, 2023, would that money be included on the 2023 budget or the 2024?
First off, doesn't go to the current fund.
Well, it would lower our, if assuming we used it to pay off the debt, it would lower our debt service, which is on our budget.
Budgeted and frankly paid for all of our debt for this year. So any debt reduction is going to impact next year.
Councilman, you have any more questions, statements?
No, Council President.
Thank you.
right now.
I just wanted to make a suggestion, and I know, Mr. Gross, it has not been something that you've recommended. But can you tell us what the actual amount of our reserves is? I'm more inclined when I listen to what you're saying to risk reducing our surplus another $1 million and seeing, and unfortunately, as callous as it sounds, allowing those chips to fall where they may. I just continue to feel like we have increased fees from the fees that we have just modified. We're not going to be in this situation next year. We just need to get through this year, and it's September. So if we were willing to reduce our reserves another $1 million for the last quarter, I just think that's a much better strategy than trying to worry about layoffs, and it gets our budget to under or at least to 4%.
I second that.
That's a choice you can make. We certainly do not recommend that. A minor shift in our debt rating can have a major impact on our debt service and overcome whatever savings you think that you're making within it. This is a decision that you can make, but the administration is definitely not endorsing.
So I hear that, but with the increase in sewer fees now, we have that extra cushion, right? That 3 million.
No, that was a plug. Increase the sewer fees to get you where you are right now.
But we have that money now, is my point. So I think that we can do what the council president is recommending.
You can't factor.
It's not extra.
Where you are right now. We only have 4 months of revenues for these increased fees. So we're not going to get the full effect of these.
Well, I'd like to hear what my other council colleagues think, because I think what the council president proposed is a wonderful idea.
The council president asked for the number. We're about 7 million. What is our in reserves? What are our reserves?
Our total reserve is about $7 million. We've already anticipated now.
And I'd like to speak.
Okay, while he's looking up that information on the actual reserve amount, can you go ahead with your question?
Yeah, so where my concern is the garbage contract. Where are we at? And yeah, well, that's a big unknown. So. And we want to put ourselves in a position where we're going to be short on that. And that's an unknown. That's where I hear you. And I would love to give the taxpayer and which I am as well, comfort. And I know everybody's gotten hammered, but I also, you got to be realistic. This garbage contract's
But with the garbage contracts, what, if I may, Mr. Rose, with the garbage contract.
Estimated for that.
Right. I know it's an estimation, but at the end of the day, we've also agreed with the garbage contract that we may have to settle on a reduction of the services that we receive today.
And that's
in order to keep,
equal.
But we don't.
We don't know.
We don't know, but go ahead.
You're talking about to get below 5.
Yes.
About 1%. Okay, you're talking about a $600,000.
Yeah.
So I'm,
Let me finish. To get there, we're talking now with them to try to negotiate. Whatever we end up settling on, there will be unknown factors on that because it's going to be additional responsibilities we're going to take on about tonnage. We don't know exactly what it's going to be. Plus, you know that next year we're going to be facing likely an increase as well. It probably isn't a good idea to make radical shifts downward in an area where you're going to spend more. We're at, out of our 7 million or so, we're using 3.8 million
3.8 million out of how much?
out of 7.
So we've got 3.2 left.
Yep.
that's dangerous. Why is that dangerous? It's the end of the year. Unless the world falls apart, I mean.
So we're gonna have to.
Asking for 1,600,000 would bring it down under 5%, right?
Yeah, but what's that to the taxpayer? I know you guys get caught up in the percentages,
Yeah.
but what's that, what is that
Dollars and
per year? Dollars and cents to our tax bill?
So 1%.
600.
Is about $36.
I was gonna say, I thought you told us before it was a little.
On a
over
$300,000.
$36.
Yeah, you said it was a little over
$36.
Less than where you are right now. And what are you risking for that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's, I mean, it's the risk worth.
Yeah, I'm careful of,
Rather not
I'm hesitant about the
increase
reserves.
taxes next year.
And that's a
Well, you're
slope.
coming from because you're coming from a finance
Yeah, and I
background,
agree.
so educate us on what your concerns are that we're not seeing.
So when Wall Street turns on you, Wall Street is vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't
I
care
agree.
about you or me or
that's
whatever
right.
our local politics are. They're looking at the math. And if the math doesn't add up, I mean, there are guys out there that will make money from us, arguing and fighting and doing stupid things. And then I'm not saying this is stupid, so don't anyway take it the wrong way. I'm speaking generally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
It's risky.
we have to go into the market. We have 150+ million in long-term debt. We have to go into the market at some point during the year to convert some of that. Some of that we don't have to convert right now.
Okay,
Let me finish though. There is some lag time for some of that debt. However, we're in a rising interest rate environment. We don't know what interest rates are going to be tomorrow. They could go back down. It is possible. Some people think we're going to have a recession later this year. Who knows? But that's all speculation. What we do know is that interest rates have risen the fastest they've ever risen in history. And while they may be leveling off right now, there's no guarantee that that will continue. And if we get caught behind the 8 ball and we have to convert 20 or 30 million in long-term debt, we could go from paying, mid single digits to, 7-8% to whatever.
okay, so can I ask a question now?
Sure.
So again, Mr. Gross has said we pay all of our long-term debt. We're not converting any.
No, we budgeted for it.
Okay, so, but it's there and we're not gonna budget for anything more. So I just don't understand why in the last quarter we can't sacrifice, as opposed to laying off people just for the greater good.
If our surplus goes down, that's because our net, because we spent more than we earned.
Well, we've been doing that anyway.
For years.
So that's not, we have managed sometimes to earn more than we spent. And so we've been pretty even. We've managed to maintain our rate.
No, Mr. Gross, you just told us the only way we were able to do that is because every year we have diminished our reserves. So we have not been, we've still been spending more money.
The operation, or cost of operations.
So,
Cost of
okay,
operations.
so we can't find $600,000 in our budget to reduce without impacting our reserve to bring it down 1%?
You're either gonna bring down reserves or you're gonna cut some kind of service.
We
So
can't
that
go line
means,
by line
so that
again?
means that that was what I said in the beginning when we started talking about this
Yeah.
30 minutes ago. That if we are going
Why
to
did you
not
do that
approve
last
this
time?
budget.
We've done it already. Like we've gone.
No, we could have
But
went
you
through and
know,
cut more
but
stuff
here's the
out.
problem I have with that is until I can see what the new lines look like.
That's right.
how-
We've been asking for that the whole time.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying until I can see a list, we were able to go through and make cuts because we saw what line items. were.
Yes.
Now that line items have been all changed, how do I know what I'm cutting and what I'm not?
We don't.
That's the only thing.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying if we, so I don't know that, all right, well, Mr. Gross, you tell us, what is the impact of going through and scheduling additional time to work on this budget ourselves versus having you guys tell us where you find 600,000?
Yeah, he ain't gonna do it. He
No,
not.
well, it has to do with what you end up doing. If you end up making, let's say you wait till the next meeting in September. And you schedule a meeting in early September, and you come up with cuts. And those, depending on the cuts and depending on the scope of those cuts, it may require you to advertise and have a hearing. That puts you at the end of September, and that is way too close to a big problem that's going to happen, because as of October 1, we have to set a tax rate. And we will not get to set a tax rate, and the county will go ahead and set their tax rate without us. And it's a big logistical problem that will cause all kinds of havoc. It is not over $36. I don't mean to minimize $36, with the meaning of that to a property owner. But you're talking about a minimal change to the average property owner and a big risk.
Yeah, I am worried about our surplus going down further. I am concerned about that.
I think
I
it's a
agree
valid concern, but I just think that you, and I'm not being critical. I said, I'm not being critical, but I think that speaks to when each of us comes to the table with a different history and perspective and different job experiences. I want to say this with as much gentleness as I possibly can. And I think it's because you are a finance person that you are hypersensitive to that. Where we are, while we're looking at, again, from my perspective, it's just 4 more months. And we're going to start the clock over on January 1.
I think it's dangerous. I agree with,
While the clock starts over in January, here's the issue. We are not in a position right now to apply for Green Acres on Rock Spring. We don't have an RFP out for Rock Spring. We don't have one out for Main Street. We can't even get to Crestmont. And at the same time, we have Northfield Avenue, the west of the village or whatever that one is across from the zoo. 70-something units have just opened there. Next year,
They're booked. They have 3 available units.
we've got more units coming in the valley. We've got planned units at where the old JT site is. That's gonna come online. We may end up seeing something happen with West Essex Highlands. I mean, there are literally thousands of units that are in the pipeline. And all of those units are gonna cause an increase in services. And God forbid, if something comes up in the meantime, like a Hurricane Ida or something that we can't foresee, when we've not gotten this new revenue in, if we have to go out to the market and borrow, the market is gonna say, you've been cutting your reserves. So you're spending more than you're bringing in. You don't have enough money to pay for it yourself. Everybody here, whether you're in finance or not, knows when you don't need the money, the banks will give it to you. When you need it, they're like, go somewhere else.
can I get a high rate?
So when we go out into the market, we're gonna end up spending any savings that we get now.
That's right.
And the best thing that could happen is that we don't have to go. That would be a blessing, is that nothing goes wrong. We don't have a hillside collapse. We don't have flooding or a hurricane. We don't have some craziness happen that causes an adjustment to the budget that we can't foresee. That would be wonderful. But if it does happen and we're in a disadvantaged financial position, we're going to pay for it. And anything we save right now will be more than spent before that other stuff comes in. And by the way, none of that is even ready to go out. So we don't know what's going to happen with any of these big projects that we own and we're paying the debt service on right now. And even my other issue, and I'm just, since we're talking about it now, we talked about the DPW tonight. I decided for sake of time to not go down this road. But that, to me, if that DPW site has been being cleaned up for 25 years,
Yeah.
whenever we decide to get rid of that property and whoever the new owner is going to be, they're going to require us to assume that. It's not gonna, you can't know how much it's gonna cost, and we've been cleaning it now for 25 years, and this latest one is 200,000. I gotta imagine with several $1 million deep into cleaning up the property just under DPW, that doesn't get to Barton Press, that doesn't get to the dirt that's been moved around. So any money we get from there is gonna be affected by that. We're gonna get less. So, I mean, we have real difficult financial choices to make right now, and I would much rather have a reserve
Me too.
than not.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted. Mr. Gross, can you go back and find $600,000 to cut from this budget? Yes or no? Colleagues, can we schedule a meeting so that we can review this budget again? line by line?
Call the vote. I'd like to call the vote.
Yeah, I'm not gonna review it again. There's nothing we could do.
Offer your motion.
I move to pass this. Listen, it's not,
Okay.
yeah,
Second.
I'm not happy about it, but I think it's the
Second.
responsible thing to do.
Madam Clerk.
I am not either.
I'm not either.
I don't support this.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Williams.
Yes,
The
the motion
carries.
passes.
I
Thank
just want
you.
to say for the record, these are the difficult decisions.
Yeah.
There are no winners in this vote tonight. We all lose to some degree. Now, what I do think we need to be, since this budget has been adopted, I think it is incumbent on the administration and this council to be diligent with this capital budget that's coming. And then to also get started on the regular budget. I would recommend, as soon as humanly possible, which would probably be first or second week of January, at least with the broad outline and the things that we know are not going to change. Because we're gonna have to continue to make deep cuts, and we have contracts coming up this fall. So, not having money, that's part of it, man. We gotta have a reserve. So I wanted people to understand the thinking behind that vote. It was a hard vote. And now let's take this tense moment and put it into the capital budget and then into the following budget.
And if I may just echo, your timeline, January, I'm not gonna be satisfied with that. We need to be working on a capital budget, Mr. Gross, at the same time we're working on next year's budget. And unfortunately, I just think that we have to make whatever effort to get this budget out. We have to do better for the residents of West Orange. So I'm not in agreement with that timeline.
The administration has already begun working
Excellent.
on next year's budget. So
Excellent.
that is in process.
Councilwoman.
I just want to say that I felt like we rushed this vote. I felt like we were all in discussions. Council President, you mentioned a workshop. Some people were like, no, but I mean, we should have went and had a workshop to discuss this, to see what we could do. We owe it to the people, and I just feel like this was rushed. We shouldn't have voted. We should have voted for a workshop and then waited for the next meeting.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
It's our job. Our main job is the budget.
I totally understand that position. And I am not disagreeing
We
with
had
you.
all summer to have another workshop.
With the sole exception of the fact that we've got some timelines that are gonna make that very difficult. I don't wanna, I'm trying not to point a finger of blame. I think we as a body have been put in a disadvantaged position. And so we're choosing from a pool of difficult options. It's not right. And clearly it shows the process is flawed. I'm hopeful that we take the lessons from this and do better next year. I will push back, Council President. We took 5 months to get through this budget. Trying to get through two at the same time is probably not gonna work. So let's tee them up and let's knock them down. But would be my recommendation that we do one at a time. We do them quickly. We just move right into the next one since we've now gotten this one done.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, next on our list, we're going to first reading, I'm sorry, items on second and final reading. An ordinance, okay, I'm looking at the clock, it's 12:15. I asked for a second meeting. For the budget and we weren't willing to do it. Is there any interest in tabling the remaining items with the exception of the ABC hearing? And maybe coming back next week so that we don't have to continue to be in meetings past
Not the
midnight?
cannabis.
No,
cannabis has to be
No,
done
we need to get finished. We only have a few more items. It's another half hour. I don't want to come in again.
Well, I would like to finish the agenda and pending matters, which are
Okay,
pending
right.
matters.
Very important matters.
Yes, they're important, but I'm done. My brain is done for.
I am too. I mean, that's why I'm
not
trying to
coming at 3
be.
o'clock in the morning and.
Yeah, let's just get, but we're right here.
I'm
Let's
trying to
just
get cranky and I
let's get
promise
it
I don't
done.
want to get cranky tonight, but it's late. I'm sorry. I gotta get up early.
So cannabis is on. Can we do that? I mean, we can.
Yes. Can we
yeah.
finish the agenda and then do pending matters on
Right. Pending
have another
matters can
meeting
wait.
or the next time?
Okay, ordinance is on second and final reading. Ordinance 2808-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 34.2, section 34.3, section 34.4, section 34.5, section 34.6, section 34.8, and chapter 25, section 24.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensed cannabis entities.
So moved.
Second.
Can we let Susan?
So moved.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay, now's the time.
Now-
For public hearing.
Now's the time for the public hearing. Is there anyone in the council chambers that would like to speak on ordinance 2808?
God bless her. God bless her.
Hi, your name and address for the, thank you.
So again, I want to bring it up again, I saw it on the first ordinance. The clarification on page 5C. It says any change in ownership subject to disclosure under, I'm not gonna read it, I'm not gonna say it. At the end of it, it says if approval is not received, the license cannabis entity shall cease all operations. When I read this, it means, let's say, I want to give my program this morning, and the council decides against that, then my operation is closed forever. I don't think that language should be read or cited that way because it's not in good standing with the township and the state. I already went through all the provisions to get that approval.
What we said at the last meeting when we had discussion was that you would revert back to, or you could continue operating in your existing, but you can't make the transfer of ownership. But so, Mr. Trink?
No, I think you said it correctly. I mean, again, you can, using your example, you qualify, but you can't do a transfer without being transparent.
Right.
I think the government provided the right to
So you're
know.
saying, you know, if you don't.
Yeah, if you do it behind, I'm not suggesting you would ever do this, but if somebody does it behind the back of the governing body, then yes, they would have a right to pull your license, just like a liquor license. You can't change ownership. This is not a right, this is a license. So if you decide just to give it to anybody without telling the governing body and they learn about it, then yes, the license is revoked. Yeah.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
Application process, of course. I don't
Okay.
know why, but what this reads to me is that if we deny that application, then the business.
No, it just means that you have to continue functioning in the way you were approved.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I think. So
But that's not how.
what we intended and what we actually, and what it actually reads, what she's saying is if she makes an application before this body to transfer ownership to someone else, and the body says, no, you can't do that, the way it reads, she would have to stop, is how she's interpreting. She'd have to stop doing business. That is not the intention. The intention is to deny the transfer.
Or if it's done without you knowing.
Yeah.
So then, right, so then if we said no, and then you did it anyway, then you'd have to
Right.
cease.
Or if you never came.
Or if you did it without us knowing.
So we understand your concern, but we also have to protect the municipality. Because if we were to change that language, then that puts us at risk. If someone did that change, then we wouldn't have the ability.
Makes anybody, that second sentence that you're pointing out, it could just say, if any transfer occurs without the approval, then it's a problem. You know, I think we can word.
I think it does say that, though. I think
It did say that. Yeah, it did say that.
Yeah.
Well, the intention in the literal language may be slightly off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if is that a substantive change? So can we just say something to that effect? Can you just restate what you said a second ago?
I guess what it normally would say, if a transfer occurs without the governing body approval, the licensed cannabis entity shall cease all operations.
So I move for the insertion of that language.
If, anybody remember what I said?
Yes, if the transfer occurs without the governing body's approval.
I think yeah, if a transfer of ownership occurs
Without the governing body's approval.
governing body's approval, then the rest stays after.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so Karen.
Yeah,
So we have to
Thank
vote
you.
on the amendment?
No, that's not an amendment.
I think you should vote on that.
Yeah,
We
that's-
Published it one way. I
Yeah.
think you should vote on that amendment first.
Right.
Okay.
Non-substantive amendment.
Okay.
All right, I moved and
Second.
Councilwoman Gabor
Yes.
Michael actually already seconded.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes,
Okay.
all right.
I had a question for legal.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. You're
That
not
was
gonna
to
vote.
amend. We
Yeah.
didn't do the, yeah.
Okay, so
There may be other public comment too, by the way.
oh, earlier in the evening.
Is there? There is, before the council has an.
Oh, okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Mr. Fagan, public comment on the Zoom audience?
Justin Marconi, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Justin Moricone on behalf of the Library of New Jersey Council. I had raised a concern for clarification earlier in the evening with regards to the definition of pre-approved entities. I heard council say the intent of this ordinance amendment was to include the Library of New Jersey as a pre-approved entity. I was just seeking clarification, potentially from legal, that the language with all subsequent modifications in the definition includes and attaches to the approvals received before January 10th, 2023, resulting in the Library of New Jersey being considered a pre-approved entity.
Mr. Trent?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so basically, if I can just restructure for clarity, you're just confirming and want clarity that the new location for the library is grandfathered in and subject to the original ordinance regulations. Is
That
that
is
correct?
correct. Yes,
Thank
that
you.
is correct.
You approved the new location?
Yes,
So I have a question.
and the answer to that from Mr. Trink is yes.
Thank
Well,
you,
he had
council.
two specific spaces where he had questions.
Correct. And the other space was on 25-24.2 B23, where it was a pre-approved entity located, not located within 500 feet from the property line of any house of worship. But if the property is considered 103 Washington Street as an original approved location and a pre-approved entity for the library, I think that issue is moot.
Thank you. All right, are there any additional comments on Zoom regarding this ordinance?
Council President, I am seeing none.
Thank you. I am closing public comment. Council colleagues, do you have any questions or comments regarding this ordinance? Yes.
I did. So I had mentioned earlier that when we receive an application it should be noticed, within 200 feet. I'm not sure if that's a substantive change for tonight. I know to prevent what happened with the planning board, because what's happening now, Mr. Trank, is,
I know.
We're- yeah, I'm looking where it is where it says the Board of Ed. And let's see. I think it's, let's see, hereby let the following. Shoot, where is that? Where they have to give notice to the Board of Ed, the SID.
Notice is supposed to come through the clerk, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to come through the clerk, but then how would the clerk initiate 200 feet from the,
Timing, so the trigger is before the planning board or the zoning board. Councilwoman Castellino wants the trigger to be whenever the council receives the initial application.
yeah, that's, I know that was an issue in the past, but given the residents not being notified when the application was originally submitted, this is, then the council has no clue if the residents in that area are opposed to the applicant.
Can I ask a question? Can I
Yeah,
ask a
oh, yeah,
question?
yeah, yeah.
So are
I'm
you,
looking- still
so
looking for
when,
it.
so based on what you're saying, as soon as an area receives an application for a location, the residents should be notified is what,
Within 200 feet,
within 200 feet?
like the planning board, and they should have to pay for it. And then the applicant should have to pay for that notice, so the town. should-
I'm in agreement with that. That's the same practice that we do with our other boards.
Is that a substantive change and do we have to, because
Yes.
this is second reading, can
Yeah,
we?
that's why I'm asking, because if
Yeah.
it is, then, but I
We'll just
want to
amend
pass
it.
as is, but amend it next time.
Let's do that,
All right.
because I think you've got
But
support.
it's substantive.
I
So,
understand like you want that, and I assume it goes in this section 5-34.5A. I don't think it's substantive. We can add it, like you said, it says the Board of Ed, the Township Zoning Officer.
yeah, oh, there it is.
Department, the
And all
fire
neighbors
chief,
to
and the
within
state.
200 feet.
So we
Yeah.
could just add it at the
Well,
end.
the only reason it made substantive, because they would have to pay for the notice, the applicant. Okay, we can put that on the application.
I don't
okay.
think that's.
Councilwoman.
Can we also discuss a workshop date for cannabis to have an amendment? I think the chief brought up a really good point about having a consultant. I think it's important and having it paid and funded
Oh, no.
for by the entities. So it doesn't impact us budget wise. I think that's something that we should also consider.
I think we need to wait till we see what kind of revenue we actually get from this cannabis. If we're only
I don't
getting 2%.
agree with that.
I disagree.
We don't have, we don't have, so this is a new entity, right? And we don't know what's left, what's right. We have a police force that has very, very restrictive enforcement. Chief himself has said to us on public record that while he has some knowledge, he doesn't have the expertise. And I think it's a missed opportunity when it's not something that is going to be the onus on the township. It's going to be the onus on the entities. It's going to be funded by the entities. Why would you not want, I'm sorry, why would you not want the entities to have the best guidance and the township to have even more? I don't want to rely on a new entity or business to tell me what they're doing. I want somebody to come in professional and tell me that they're doing it correctly. I mean, I don't
Our
understand.
experience in this town is that works. It works with the environmental center, it works with Rock Spring, it gives accountability to you. to the public.
Absolutely.
They
But
can-
that's a cost. That's all money that.
It's a cost that they're going to pay. It's a pass through.
Charge the licensee.
Above the 2%.
Yes, absolutely.
Above,
No,
as long as it's
no,
above.
no, it doesn't, no, you would make it part of the application fee.
Yeah.
The renewal fee. The applicant would have to pay that part of it.
Right.
Okay, so if we're not gonna get the revenue to the renewal fee, I'd like to just wait until
Yes,
see
you
what,
will get it.
see what
It's
the
an
need is.
addition.
well,
Yeah,
that renewal fee won't be for another year.
But again.
But we want to hire a consultant now at this, we want to get someone, Chief, can you
I'm not
please?
comfortable with
Is
a
it really
consultant telling us what to
different?
do.
Can't we do it
Well,
Fine
that's.
with the renewal fee because
That's
the
what you said.
state does the first approval.
Okay.
So your security plan's approved by the state, everything. The issue is, listen, I'm gone 2 years from December by age. I'm out. So I don't know what the next guy's gonna know. I know I don't know this. Maybe he will. Great. I don't. But somebody's gonna have to look at all these security plans and all the IT that's in there. Just because you're a cop for 25, 30, 40 years doesn't